Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force. This is Reed. And yeah, this is the EHL seeding tournament. Seeding tournament number 1, seeding cup number 1 for our LAN in just 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks, actually. Only 13 days away. But Reed, how you doing? How was your Christmas? How was your New Year?
I was doing very well until you said it's only 13 days away, and now I'm inside kind of panicking quite a bit. But I'm very excited to be back on the mic. My Christmas, my New Year's was great. It was good to have a little bit of a break from Halo for a little bit, you know, get your mind kind of reset, get rid of all that trauma, and now we're going straight back into it with our our kickoff tournament. Kicking tournament? Yeah, it doesn't quite
Kickoff
work,
tournament.
Sadly, you're not going to be there, but I'm going to be on the analyst desk. So I don't know if that's a live exclusive here, but yeah, just going to get a little bit of experience in before that.
Yeah, I think this is going to be good. 16 teams will be turning up to LAN. 14 teams are here today. A couple of people who just couldn't make it, unfortunately. But hey, we're going to get into it. It is going to be a 14-team bracket. It is going to be best of 5s all the way through. So we have a lot of Halo action for you today. We have drops on, of course, and exclusively in 2025, we are also on YouTube. So come check out the Atlas Esports GG on YouTube. You can't get drops on YouTube yet, unfortunately, but we are there. So give us a like and a subscribe. All those YouTube things that people talk about. But mate, let's get into it. This is going to be a straight banger matchup to begin with. Free Chance Duncan versus BH3 Esports. I'm keen for this.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting matchup we've got here. This is probably one of the closest ones we got here in round 1, and a little bit of like two teams that you don't really see play each other very often, but they are still a similar skill level. So I'm quite interested to see how this kind of goes. It's just that thing that always tends to happen when we get to a LAN. You kind of get a slightly, not weird, but like a different matchup of people, and you kind of think, okay, yeah, I could see how that could work together. And then you kind of analyze their sort of skill levels and think, yeah, this could be an interesting matchup. So I'm very excited to see how this goes.
Oh, me too. Maybe we can get some maps as well. Maybe we can pull some maps, or we pull some teams. I don't know what Prod wants to throw in first. We're going to throw in some maps. We're going to start this best of 5 with a Forbidden CTF. Then it's a Live Fire Slayer, a Recharge Strongholds, a Streets Oddball, and an Aqua Slayer. And it must be said, we are still using the HCS off-season, right? So not a lot of other things apart from Recharge and Live Fire are you going to be seen today. And I think, Reed, we should also look at some teams.
Yeah, the eternal era of CTF-only new HCS maps. Always gets us. And Inquisitor has not been included because of the ongoing performance problems that they haven't fixed yet. But yeah, let's take a look at our first team. So we have BH3 Esports, Bastos, Sunriz, Shad, and Mose. I mean, just looking at this team, right, Shad, he's been away for a little bit, but he's back. We got Bastos, Sunrise, and Mose, who are all top-tier players. We've seen them playing all the way through our winter seeding tournament. Our winter just season in general. And honestly, they're really, really strong, so I'm very excited to see how they perform. Then we got Free Chance Duncan.
It gets me every time. Yeah, it's going to be Harsh, Suspense, Hexed, and Allah. And yeah, I think this team could do bits. Free Chance Duncan, just a banger name, I think, as well. Related to Monster, of course, for those that don't know. But yeah, I think this has the potential to be a little bit spicy. So I'm excited to see it. But mate, obviously ITB as well going to be here today. They're kind of gunning for that top seed for LAN. I know a few other teams. Streamer Zone will be there, of course. And I'm just trying to think who else. Conspiracy, Imagine, Cat Smile, Cloud Wine. Yeah, a whole bunch of really good teams. And I also saw a team that kind of made me laugh a little bit, which was the Terry Tips team, who has managed to get Turk, Lunny...
He's gone down to the graveyard, got his shovel out, found a couple of players hiding underneath the bit of dust there, and then whipped them out and shoved them into a tournament. I'm excited to see, because these guys have played so much Halo. They've not been around for a little while, but they could pick up that controller and become top 3 team. Like, they could do, right? I'm excited to see where they place.
Yeah, Turk, Shabby Dagger, and Lunny. Now that is a throwback team. And Terry Tibbs, the mastermind of kind of bringing it all together.
Give me that stadium vibes back when we were doing stadium games.
Yeah,
on the
I'm
mic.
excited to see how those guys go. I'm excited to see them at LAN as well. Obviously, I won't be there myself, but I'm excited to see them be at LAN.
I'm going to give Lunny the biggest hug. It's going to happen.
You've been warned, Lunny.
Right. He's popping out
No, I mean, ITB obviously a strong favourite. If I look down this participant list,
I just want to say about ITB, I'm excited to kind of see how they perform. So we've seen them play in the off-season seeding tournament. Off-season tournaments. I'm going to keep saying seeding tournaments. Get out of my head.
Yeah.
We've seen them play in the HCS off-season tournaments. They obviously famously placed third behind Monster's team. So second place, essentially. But that's playing a really high ping because you're playing against teams in the US at the top there. And you kind of get a bit of an advantage at a higher ping. Arguable who gets the advantage, but there's definitely an advantage somewhere depending on how the servers kind of work themselves out. So it'd be interesting to see how they play on, low ping servers, not with all that kind of messy crap on top. And I really wanted to see them play against Jimbo's team. Sadly, they're not playing today. That would have been the top matchup. But then even, for example, this BH3 roster we're seeing, or the Streamer Zone roster, there's a potential there for them to drop some Slayers easy to those guys. And if they do, that's normally where we see them drop maps to kind of teams like that. If they do start dropping some Slayers, they could kind of get it in their mental and then lower down a little bit. We don't really know what the team chemistry is yet of this ITP team. So that's kind of what I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I know they've also been scrimming. They have been scrimming Jimbo's team. I'm trying to work out where I saw it. I saw it somewhere on Twitter, but I absolutely do not remember where I saw it. But yeah, they have been scrimming. I believe I found it here. They scrimmed BH3. They scrimmed Jimbo's team. They actually lost a scrim to Jimbo's team, 7-5. They scrimmed Pure a little bit as well for a couple of games. So yeah, they've been out and about. They've been practicing. They've been scrimming. So yeah, I know they're excited to come to LAN, right? They're kind of excited to kick off the year and kind of see how it goes. So yeah, I'm keen to see them go. Hopefully we have a game soon. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully prod is in my ear saying soon. TM.
That's all good. We can get there. One thing I did want to chat about though, actually not waffle, actually did want to talk about is this new optic roster.
Ooh,
we've not really had a chance to speak about this. This kind of happened in the background. Am I an optic fan now, James?
I don't know. I saw Outcast, for example, just tweeting every Legend team being like, all my allegiances change, right? Ascend, Quad, SSG, Optic.
I was really tempted to post the meme of the guy sweating with the two buttons.
Yeah. It's Optic fan, Legend fan.
Optic fan or hate Legend? Which one do I pick?
Yeah.
Do I have a choice?
I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting, right? I think I'm still waiting for an SSG roster, right? I don't think they've announced anything yet, have they?
Not that I've seen.
No.
I mean, I'm sure there's rumors, but
yeah, I don't think FaZe have done anything either, right? It's Shopify, it's now Optic. Yeah, the fact that you have Lunchbox and Royal One as free agent coaches, by the way, is absolutely bonkers. So I'm kind of excited to see where they go because that's crazy that those guys don't have a team, right?
Yeah,
but
I mean, I can't wait for HCS on Halo Infinite 2 when they all come back and they all get back into their top teams. But we're losing orgs currently, James. I mean, we've lost Quadrant coming into year 4.
Yeah.
4? Yep.
Yeah. We've had 3 world champions.
Yeah. FaZe. I mean, are FaZe in it? They might not still be in it. I don't know if that's been confirmed if they are still in HCS.
I don't know.
Probably other orgs I think of.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, both them and SSG don't have a roster at the moment, right? So it'll be interesting to see kind of where they go. But yeah, I mean, I think it'll be interesting, right? I think Shopify's team also looks really strong. I'm kind of excited to see that. But yeah, this Optic roster, this should be winning, right? And it will be the funniest thing ever if they turn up to the first major and finish second. I will.
You know what?
I will laugh so hard.
I just have a feeling that just because I know Legend a little bit. I've spoken to him obviously at like Blackpool and HCS and stuff, and I've spoken to we obviously spoke to some of the guys at HCS London as well when we were doing our coverage. I just feel like Formal and Legend might not gel together. I mean, obviously, you have the duo going in there. They have that kind of gel chemistry. You kind of got a 2 and a 2 matching up, and it's whether they can get that kind of connection. Formal's just one of those players that feels like he doesn't have to try too hard to be really well. I'm sure he does put a lot of effort in, but he gives off that kind of chill, like, I don't give a fuck, I'm the best controller player in the world kind of attitude. I'm just not sure if that really resonates with Legends playstyle. I mean, I'd love to be wrong, and they can just like absolutely power through everything, but a team with possibly better chemistry might be able to do something. I mean, people said last year that Optic should be, winning most of the stuff, and they always kept dropping the bag at the last minute, pretty much. So,
I mean, to be second all year though, like the consistency is mad. Like, not even SSG came first all year, right? Like,
yeah,
they had that time in London where they kind of got donked, and then FaZe got it done, but. Yeah, I mean, Optic, to take that step is kind of like... I also saw somewhere that Formal said he would have retired if he couldn't get this God Squad together. So that's like pretty... Like, he's pretty invested. Like, he thinks this squad is going to win. And I mean, I don't blame him, right? You take 3 players from the 2 teams that actually won majors last year and beat you the whole year, essentially. Yeah, I think this... I think this is going to be pretty baller. But yeah, I agree. I think that the LAN kind of environment, like, it could be really good, or they could struggle a little bit. But yeah, I think I don't think we should judge the first LAN, but maybe let's kind of see how they go on throughout the year.
Yeah,
I'm hearing we have all 8 players though, so we should be getting in soon.
Well, as a last thing, I want to just get out there that I really want to see ITB make some noise, big noise going into year 4. It felt like they got so unlucky last year when they got picked up. So I can't remember exactly when it was that ITB got involved. It was just before London, right? Was London
it was just before London, and then London was just a horrible experience we don't talk about.
Yeah, like they were so close, and they should have done so close. And I mean, okay, ignore the ITB. Let's just look at the FO squad in general for last year. But they were doing so well, and they just kept dropping on like map 5s, or they just kept dropping like to teams that they shouldn't drop to, and they would beat a really good team and then lose to a team that they in theory should have beaten if they beat the other team, and it just didn't quite work for them. And I'm hoping that this new slightly different squad and this new enthusiasm, energy coming into the next year, maybe picking up mid-year wasn't really the best thing for them. I'm hoping that there's something can be done here, and we can see them actually sit where they should be sitting. And I mean, as we saw in the off-season tournament, they already came second or third, last second.
Technically third.
Yeah. So it's possible. I really want to see it because, man, I want to be an ITB fan when they win the World Championship. But hey ho, we have a fly through now, James.
Hey, CTF forbidden. But yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that we always talked about last year the kind of Jimbo curse where he kept getting tiebreakers in pool play. Now there's no Jimbo. Is there no curse? That's what I want to know.
Man, saying Jimbo was the problem in that roster probably isn't the right thing to say.
I'm not saying he was the problem. It's just that him and tiebreakers in groups always seem to be hand in hand. That's all I'm saying. So, yes, Forbidden CTF. I'm excited to get in this. I'm excited to get started, and yeah, like we said, we are also on YouTube as well. So come hang out, give us a subscribe. I think all of our content this year is going to be on both platforms, so I'm excited to get that going.
Yeah, as we get into game 1, also want to say thank you for our sponsors for this event. Our sponsors being Vex Games. If you haven't seen our sponsorship announcements, go check it out on our Twitter. Go check out the game. If you're coming to the LAN, you will be able to play it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. There's gonna be a beta of that playable. It's a cool little puzzle game. You've played it, James, on stream.
Yeah.
And I know you really enjoyed it. So thank you for those guys for helping us make this event happen for the Halo community. And let's get straight into the first game, James.
Yeah. I'm excited to get this underway. It's going to be BH3 in the red, Free Chance Duncan in the blue, and it's a suspense double kill off the rip. As Mose is going to find Allah. Sniper, going to be picked up by Suspense as well. So that's BH3 Sniper. Although BH3, Mose, has just run right into their base and grabbed this flag. Although he is about to run straight into a Sniper. Ooh, 180. He's going to go back up there. A Suspense is going to get taken down, which should allow Mose to come back down to this flag. It is going to be Sunrise and Mose that find kills. Mose is going to dodge the... Oh my god, he counter snipes! And it should be that they bring this flag in, and it is going to be BH3 who are 1-0 up.
Man, fucking going from a Suspense double kill straight to a flag cap, that is wild. But loving the start from both teams. Kills are kind of pretty flat on each side, so being able to get a flag that quickly across without having full map control and loads and loads of kills and kills cap was pretty good. Bastos nearly spotted out where Suspense was there, but didn't quite manage to pull off.
Oh, another great double kill from Suspense as well. Woo! It's gonna miss a couple of times, but at least he's using sniper. That's actually a sniper that had even more bullets than usual, because that still has 8 bullets in, so they must have picked up a second one. And he's just gonna sit here. He's gonna try and find it. He's gonna miss the first shot, but the nade is the thing that gets him. But it's 3 dead briefly for the side of BH3, and now it's Free Chance Duncan who managed to pick up this flag. But can they get away? The answer is not quite. Allah taken down. This flag still out in the open though. As Harshly trying to work out. Oh, it's going to be an overshield as well to BH3. He's going to go down, and this flag should be coming back. And it looks like it will be as Mose finds the perfect. Bastos gets hexed. Flag should be coming back, and they should be able to grab this flag and start running. Harsh gets tagged as well. He's going to go down, and with 2 dead for Free Chance Duncan, we're going to go on board with Bastos very briefly. And look at this. This is so good. Oh, it's so clinical, Reed.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little bit scary there where Harshly managed to get himself spawned in, but still just wasn't able to pull it off, and Bastos was able to pop that straight in, and there's now 2 flags away to them, and this might be a very quick match, James.
Yeah, it's looking pretty quick right now. It's going to be a beautiful kill for Sunrise. Can he piv? No, there's 3 players watching him, all from different angles. Hexed. He's going to try and get some shield back. Ooh. And Allah does find a kill, but Mose gets a double. Once again, Free Chance Duncan briefly 3 down. BH3, Mose is 9 and 4 right now, and looking to just absolutely speed run the start of this. As Allah. Oh my days. That is... Oh my god. Okay. Wow, he didn't survive, but geez, that was nasty. And Harshly getting tagged from all sides. He's going to get killed by Mose. The flag has been pulled, and I have to say, Reed, I don't think it's going to be very long before it's 3-0.
Yeah, Shad has the opportune position here. He's just keeping an eye on, manages to hit the no-scope there on Allah. Junior will hit the shot onto Hex, I believe that was, but didn't quite able to finish him off. His teammate might try and get him across on the bridge, but they have the right positioning. There's no way they're going to be able to get that flag on the move, though. They need to get another round of slays here if they really want to make it happen. I mean, the movement is good here, James, but they just weren't able to get that one. I mean, they're already 2 flags up, so they're not going to be too fussed. They're going to have a little bit of battle over here for the OS, but we might see that actually go towards Free Chance Duncan. It looks like they're in a better position, but Shad going to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Allah is going to be able to pick that overshield up. They also have Snipe. So this is the time, the place, and the opportunity to try and start to make an assault onto BH3's flag. Mose, 13 and 6 right now. And Suspense. Oh, almost lines them up.
Is that a team shot?
I don't know, actually. It almost looked like he tried to collapse through a teammate, but I'm not 100% sure. But hey, there's a flag being taken, sir. It is gonna be Sunrise. He does go down to Suspense, and this flag should come back. So, yeah, Free Chance Duncan doing a good job at least defending this third flag, but I think Reed need to do a little bit more attacking to try and kind of match this up a bit.
Yeah, Mose will grab that flag. Spence has a nice little spawn here. He'll be on the lower side and able to do stuff about that. He's just going to keep an eye over that flag. Sunrise, he'll get the drop down. We'll get behind him, but probably not able to make much happen. He's just going to wait for his team to come along. I like this. I like the slower play. Waiting for something to happen.
Ooh. Shad is going to go down. Mose does find Suspense, and it's the Sun Rizzler who is going to grab this flag. Both of these flags being grabbed now. 2-0 in favor of BH3. Sunrise has one flag, but it is going to be hexed with this OS. May be able to return their flag and... Sorry, grab the BH3 one, I should say. Both flags being contested, both flags being held, and both flags actually about to run into each other. Can the OS get it done? Oh no, he gets pived on by Sunrise. Oh dear. He gets taken down by Naden. Now both of these flags are down here. Oh dear, and it looks like Reed, the BH3 might be about to close this out. And Shad fell off the map.
Yeah, gonna get the flag into the back of their base. They're just trying to stay alive a little bit. Don't know if we might see a proper counter cap come through. The pull comes, that's gonna buy them a little bit more time. Oh, nice shot coming through from Bastos. We might see a return happen here and actually a cap come through if we can just take out Hex. But without any ammo in that sniper, it's gonna be a tall ask. And he's not quite able to pull it off, but he did keep the flag alive. Not that that really matters.
Hey, there's still 4.5 minutes. You know, there's been crazier comebacks. I think the most impressive thing for me is like the kill count is not... Oh my god. Are they actually returning this? That is crazy. The goal line stand from Sunrise. I was going to say the kill difference is not obnoxiously large. Like, yeah, Mose has 21 kills, and they're probably 10 kills up, I think, on Free Chance Duncan, but it's not... I would have thought it might have been a little more, but I tell you what, they're doing a great job of every time BH3 grab their flag, they go forward and they get it, but this might be it, I think, Reed. I think... Oh, Suspense does get Bastos. He's going to come through. There is the flag there. Oh my god, they're actually going to return it as well. Not another goal line stand. Okay, Free Chance Duncan. There's some defense going on here, Reed. I like this.
Yeah, I like it. Maybe it was just a bit of a rough start. You know, they're just woken up. The first game on, just had to kind of reset themselves a little bit. If they can even get, you know, 1 or 2 flags, which it looks like they might get this one in if they can just about get it to the point against this BH3 squad, they should be happy with that. They are, however, 2 down. Now 2v4, and we'll see if they're quite able to make this flag go in or not. It is kept alive by Harshly.
It's on the way in anyway, but as per, both flags are getting dragged about. They're just trying to get it in, and it will be again another flag that almost goes in but doesn't. And this is yeah, this is pretty nuts, in fairness, and it's going to be Mose, who does get Suspense. I tell you what, both of these flags have just been out almost the whole time, and everyone just keeps getting goal line stands. Hext is back there. They're going to trade in now. They're going to do a little tag team 2-piece at the back. There's a kill assist as well, but there's another one. Can Mose find the kill? No, Suspense gets it. But still, Reed, it's a flag off, and this just helps BH3.
2 minutes 15 seconds left, James. That's all they need to do. They can hold off that and they'll be fine. But the problem with Forbidden is it can be a really quick game. If they can rattle some of these flags off, that 2 minutes doesn't really mean anything. So I wouldn't feel comfortable pushing this to a timer if I was on BH3. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, that's also fair. You know, it's kind of like how Argyle used to be, right? And that you sometimes just want to get it done. Like you just wanna get that flag in, so there's no like weird stuff that happens. But I tell you what, at the moment, it's not terrible. I mean, Mose has 27 kills, which is kind of outrageous. Considering, I mean, Hext also has 20. Big up the man. Oh, beautiful kill, but maybe this is it. 2 dead. Mose does have the flag, and maybe they can return this. I'm not sure Hex can get there. He should be going down. Flag should go in. Flag should go in. There we go. Okay. BH3 eventually, after about 6 minutes of flags offs, are going to finally put it in 3-0, and that was close. Like that, kind of the 2-0 lead was super quick, and then it was a very, very back and forward game up until, you know, that last flag cap right there.
Yeah, but given this, right? They tried very, very hard to hold them off. They did manage to hold them off for quite a while. They didn't kind of, you know, give up and say, well, you know, we can't win this. And that's worth saying because, you know, we're still 2 weeks away from the LAN. Okay, this is just a seeding tournament. So if they can drop to a team like this, you know, come through the losers bracket, get a few points, and then, like, yeah, you want to practice against a team like this. You want to have those kind of close games, even if they are a loss, and kind of make that happen. But let's take a look at damage here, James.
Yeah, Mose, 7k. That's pretty nasty. Yeah, Shad and Bastos over 6 as well. And look, Hex, like I said, Hex did a great job, 20 kills as well, right? 5.8k damage. Suspense on 5.7 as well. So overall, I liked the effort that Free Chance Duncan had, right? Like, it looked really early, like it was going to be a really super quick 3-0, but they dug the heels in, they made it work, they grabbed the flag a lot. I think that was also super important, right? Like, even though they didn't score, you at least had a bunch of time where you were kind of in control. They had a couple of times they almost scored, and like Sunrise got a goal line stand, and a couple of them were literally right there. So they almost got in. So that's positive. And now we move on to a live fire Slayer, right? We saw how dangerous Mose was in that first game already. For Free Chance Duncan, I think the key is here, try to shut him down, obviously, but also try to keep pace. I think they kind of got blown out at the start of that Forbidden CTF by the speed that BH3 had, but if they can kind of match it and kind of slow it down a little bit, I think they'll have a better shot moving forward, because that mid game they were really good. They were in it the whole way. So yeah, that's what I want to see from them from this Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their roster, right, you've got someone like Bastos, who has always been known as more of a Slayer player. I mean, you know how he is in those FFAs, right?
Slayer player. So, sorry.
He's going to be amazing going into that. Mose is a very strong, well, again, a very strong FFA player. So you got those two players in that squad who are going to just probably elevate it to a whole new tier outside of kind of that Forbidden. I mean, the players at the top, from what I've heard, are not the biggest fans of Forbidden. I think it's quite a nice map. I think there are some players that really like it. I'm pretty sure Jimbo said he pretty enjoyed the map. But maybe those guys aren't so favorable on it. They haven't played it too much. That allowed them to kind of be on a more equal level, and then if we go into this next map as we get into Slayer, you might see that change a little bit. I mean, I hope that's not the case. I'd love to see Suspense and Hex. Not only Suspense has popped off in the past, so I'm hoping we see that Suspense going into this game. But yeah, we could kind of see it. I don't know. It could be close, or it could be a bit of a slaughter. I'm not particularly sure which way it's going to go.
It could be a stake. It could be a 1-point game. Who knows? I don't think it'll be a stake. I think the guys from Free Chance Duncan are better than that, but man, just watching Mose just absolutely destroy on that map was nuts, right? Like the enabling, right, of just, I'll kill some guys, you just run the flag, and that's kind of how it worked. Looked real good, right? I think it was just it just worked really, really well. And they have good team chemistry, and I'm excited to see how they do on LAN, right? BH3, but yeah, I mean, seeding tournaments, it is one of those things, right? Like, it is a different beast. Online, LAN, you know, who knows kind of what the difference might be, and it's good to get practice in. I believe Free Chance Duncan, this is their full roster as well. I'm not actually sure, because of course you can have subs, right? So, you know, roster lock isn't until after the second seeding cup, so it could be possible that they have subs. I know a couple of teams have a fourth that they're subbing in because people are working, so I think, you know, this week and next week we'll see some shaking out going on before we get to the roster lock, and then the LAN. So I'm excited. Should be good. Halo's back, man. It's just good. It's just good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it plays out. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I keep sitting here. I keep thinking, like, the BH3 squad. They always perform very, very well, and kind of in the European tournaments, and they always kind of push these like ITB guys to their full limits. But then when we see them playing like in a HCS Open, they just don't have that experience traveling across the pond and playing in those big American tournaments. So that they then you know just come lower than we probably would predict them to come. So it makes it really, really hard for me. Like, I'd love to see them turn up and like break a top 12 or something, you know, kind of like we saw the Aussies do last year. They kind of came in there and did a really good job. So yeah, like I really want to see a BH3 squad kind of, or Dreamer Zone equally, stick together, perform very, very well in our tournament, and then just carry that throughout the year for all the HCS events. I mean, whenever I've seen the French guys come over, when they came over for HCS London, when they came over for Blackpool, the passion there is really strong. They do love the game. They do put a lot of effort into it, and I think it's definitely possible. I just don't know what they need to do to make that extra leap.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? You know what they do need, actually, Reed? Because you mentioned NA all the time. We need more EU majors. It's easy. Just bring more EU majors, and we should be fine. That's all I'm gonna say. That's yeah. So HCS, please. I know you haven't released a roadmap, which is getting memed on, but please. London, Paris, doesn't even matter. The Netherlands, I'd take one here. No one else probably would, but I'd take one here for the 5 of us that live here and play Halo. So yeah, sort it out. Sort us out for 2025, please. Give us another major. You saw how much we loved it. The pros loved being here. So yeah, just help a brother out, you know. Anyway, we're gonna get into it. It's live fire. You're gonna see live fire a lot today because that's how the map pool works at the moment. And this is the first time it's going to be a Slayer. It's going to be hexed with the sniper, and it is going to be a quick 2-1 lead. Make that 2-all. 2. Oh, okay. Okay, calm down. All right, well, 4 apiece. What a start.
Yeah, kicking it off with a strong start there for them. Shad does now have the sniper in hand though, with 6 bullets left in it, so that's going to be deadly. Maybe if Hex had done a little bit less flare, stayed top tower, he might have lasted a little bit longer. But when you hit a shot like that, you just kind of run with it, don't you? Just gotta see what you can make happen after that one. So we are now 6 and 5, pretty tied up. The positioning from the guys from BH3 is pretty good. They're keeping the spawns kind of locked towards the sort of OS side of the map, trying to push them back, trying to keep them in A maybe. And you can see the coordination they're trying to make happen. You can see the patterns. They're staying as 2s. They're trying to get these trades that come through. And they're always thinking about where the next push is going to come from. I mean, Shad heard that player down below, managed to get a shot with his teammates and just take him out, even though that was a perfect jump performed by the player when Free Chance Duncan.
Oh, Nest. Harsh. I believe got clipped there. Hexed as well. Shad having to run away. It is going to be the push coming in from Free Chance Duncan. Suspense 6 and 1. If he can find a 7th kill, he'd be reversed Master Chief. Oh, Harsh getting tagged up. Speaking of suspense, here he is. He's going to get taken down by Bastos. But hey, this is what I wanted to see from Free Chance Duncan, right? Like, I said it at the start that they needed to make sure that BH3 didn't run away right at the start, and they haven't, right? It was 13 apiece, 13-14. They've kept up the whole time, and now they just need to keep up in the mid game, just like they kept up in the mid game of that CTF as well. And they can't let BH3 get in a roll. I mean, Sunrise just got his second kill, right? Harsh is on a breadstick, but you know, his teammates are doing enough that can allow him to get into the game. And Hext has been playing an absolute blinder. Oh, almost got that kill, but yeah, still only 2 kills, 1 kill back. So great work at the moment.
Ammo in the hands of Harshly. He is 2 and 6. Let's see what he can make happen with this. Picking up the green gun. Interesting move. Does manage to get behind Mose. Oh, Suspense gets trapped in the tunnel. He goes down, snipes somewhere on the ground over there. Ala Jr. waiting for the reverse push. Isn't quite able to make it happen. Doesn't quite get out of there though. Good little kill there from the player from BH3. They are absolutely collapsing in on these 2 players' big door though, and they are not going to make away from it alive. There's a double kill there for Bastos. Bastos is now 11, first player in double digits. 5 kills ahead for BH3, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it can be quite hard to overcome once you get into that momentum. Snipes in the hand of Bastos as well is not what you want to happen if you are behind.
Yeah. That's very true, Blake. Well, thankfully for Free Chance Duncan, he died. Oh, the body shots as well. Hello, 4 dead for the side of BH3. And Free Chance Duncan were a team wipe back now, pulled even at halfway, 25 apiece. And they always say in Slayers, once you hit 30, that's where the game really begins. But I'm very impressed right now from what I'm seeing from Free Chance. FCD? Might be FCD. Might be a little easier off the tongue. Is going to be a miss, though, from the snipe. 2 bullets left. You want to use at least... Try and use both. 1 bullet. Alright, both bullets of that sniper have been used. So at least when Allah dies, BH3 not going to be able to use those. And still, only 2 kills back. So I don't think there's going to be a stake in suspense, by the way. Reed, 13 and 6. Same with Bastos.
Double kill for Suspense. He is just absolutely rocked up the scoreboard, now in the lead with 15 kills. Gonna grab himself that camera as well. If he can take down this player in cuts, that would be absolutely huge. His teammate will help him with that one. Still getting away with the camouflage. He's seen the ping, he knows where the players are. Oh, but they're a bit too close there to Sunriz. I thought that was going to be dangerous for him. He is going to end up going down. Those camo being dealt with, and even though they have taken the lead, they're only in the lead by a couple of kills. Really, you want to make more happen with that camo.
Yeah, always one of those, right? Always one of those power-ups, right? Where you want to be able to utilize it, but you feel so good as the other team when you just like kill it straight away, and then nothing happens, right? And you just kind of get to burn it. Like if a sniper, you kind of find the sniper, or they, you know, if you get killed but you throw it off the map, you kind of deny it to the other team. Like always, just feels like a small victory within the game, right? Bastos and Suspense, by the way, going absolutely kill for kill as Sunrise and LR Jr. gonna get killed, and BH3, they've hit 40 with a 3-kill lead, make it 4. Mo's gonna get sniped. Free Chance Duncan were 5 down at one point and managed to, you know, get a full team wipe to get close. Would love to see them do it again. I don't think LR Jr. is going to survive here, but Hext and Suspense find kills. So it's still 4 kills back. Mo's with the perfect double kill. Suspense kills him back. So still, Reed, 4 kills the difference. Oh my god, what a shot that was. But hey, they're closing in now, Reed. 5 kills to go.
It's really starting to heat up now, James. I'm hoping we can see something come here. I'm hoping we can see something happen. But The back and forth just keep coming. I mean, Shaddy's going to try and make this move. Doesn't quite take down Suspense. Suspense is going to get away with this with one little bit of help. No, double kill there for Sunrise. We have one more kill needed for BH3 Esports. They can just collapse on one person and go for the trade. I'm not quite sure where that kill came through. Oh, was it that guy dying there on the ground? No, that was Mo's on the wrong team. Anyway, somewhere there was a kill. And that is a 50-46, was it? 50-47, something like that?
I think it was 50-45. I'm sure we're going to get a scoreboard anyway, but a lot closer, right, than game one made it look like. You know, game one, kind of that 3-0, but it was really that start and then Mo's just dominating. But yeah, 50-45. I mean, both Bastos and Suspense ended up on 18 kills. So massive for both of those guys. I mean, look at that. 18 and 11 for Suspense, 18 and 10 for Bastos, 12 assists for Allah, 12 assists for Shad. Like, it was super close between these guys, right? Like, only 5 kills, but the stats are so similar. And yeah, both had kind of guys going negative KD. So yeah, it was that was a proper battle. That was a proper battle. And if we look at damage, I can imagine that damage won't be too far away. Yeah, 4.5 for Suspense, 4.4 for Bastos, Sunrise 4, Allard Jr. 4, and then like 3.7 and 3.6 and 3.7 and 3.6. So basically, they kind of got the exact same amount of damage.
I love that. I love how close that is. I mean, that's great, right? Absolutely good. I mean, I expected in any of the game modes for this BH3 squad, Slayer was going to be their game mode. They were going to be the one that they were going to absolutely push through, do tremendous work, and, you know, capitalize on it and get this win. And they did get the win, but it was not as close as they might have worked. But let's see how this goes. I'm hoping that we can see a stronger outcome here from Free, whatever the hell their name is.
BH3?
No, Free Charge Duncan or whatever.
Oh, Free Chance Duncan. Free Chance.
Yeah, there we go. Free Chance Duncan. I'm hoping we can see them do a little bit more work here. Strongholds recharge. This might lean on the team that has the stronger team play, which was kind of what I was seeing come out of their team. But yeah, I'm gonna hold off making any more predictions because they've all been terrible so far.
Yeah, that's part of our job, you know. Sometimes we just, you know, we throw predictions out there, and when they're good, we look incredible, and when they're not good, we don't look as incredible, and that kind of happens. So, you know, sometimes you got to roll with it, and sometimes you, yeah, you just sort it out. But yeah, yeah, I assumed also, right, like we talked about, I thought BH3 would be better than that, but you know, in the end, they got the job done. So
only game one.
Yeah, and they got the job done, right? So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you win by a stake or 1 kill, as long as you win, and BH3 did that. But if I was Free Chance Duncan, I would be very happy with how that performance kind of went. Like, you got very close, the middle of the CTF was close. This is good signs for them against a team that I would expect to be probably top 3 at LAN. Top 4, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. It's possible the Streamer Zone, you know, Streamer Zone should be second place, but they could get some disruption going in here.
So yeah, it is going to be Bastos, 3-0 so far with the shock rifle. Uwe Suspense's head, as it just gets absolutely blasted off, as my very limited French comes out. And can he go... Oh, I was going to say for the killing spree and gets the super easy one and the reversal. Perfect double kill with the shock as well. Oh, the Frenchman making this look super easy. It's 3 dead for Free Chance Duncan. And BH3 going for a trip cap. And it is... It's a spicy meatball for Bastos at the moment. He is 6-0, and it has been an incredible start. Make it 7, and he's still got 2 shots of his shock rifle to go. He finds another perfect. Oh my god, is there anything this Frenchman can't do?
The stick?
What? What? Okay, yes, it was.
Absolute cinema. I love it.
Oh my god. What is this?
I can hear Suspense's dreams being crushed in the background.
Oh my days.
Suspense has gone from top fragger in the game to going 1-7. That can't be easy, but these guys won't let this affect them too much. They will have a little bit of a comeback.
Oh, Frenzy.
They can regain from this.
Bastos Frenzy was 10-0 before he went 11-1. So, 10-0 start is never bad, Reed. Never bad.
Never bad, and they are already, James, halfway through winning this game. Just put that into perspective. That's how long they held that trip gap for.
Which feels really ridiculous. Also, I'm seeing that Outsiders, which is Mr. Boldo, Faltiers, Menzo, and Snagger, beat Majin 3-0. Majin is Mafusi, Jericho, Nakache, and Udre, so that's a surprise for me. I think Majin were our one of our top 4 seeds, so yeah, that's okay, spicy. Man, I love this. Sheesh. All right.
Spence, he's not breadsticking anymore. Got 2 kills to his name. Neither is Hex. The melee comes through. A little bit off there. 2 players in the tower side are going to absolutely lock down this B. If we can just see BH3 manage to take a little bit of control, maybe go pipes, grab themselves a bit of an A-B setup, that might be good. They're going to lose A to Harshly though, so now they're stuck themselves in C. This could be what we needed to see from Free Chance Duncan if they were going to have any hope of coming back in this game.
Yeah, they do have A and B right at this second. Harsh trying to do his best. This is going to be Allah with a beautiful double kill. Make it a triple. Can he find the over? The first of the year! Oh, he's denied by the Sun Rizzler. Oh, dearie me. Oh, we would have had it on cam as well. We're trying to make a pact this year that we don't miss overkills. We wouldn't have missed the first one, alas. Was not quite to be. But it is going to be a trip cap for Free Chance Duncan, though. In amongst all of that beautiful triple kill juiciness. And it is going to be C taken. It is going to be B taken. And BH3, they don't allow the trip cap for long. But Free Chance Duncan are over 100 points now. And just 40 points back. As BH3 have B and C and are going for a trip cap of their own.
I love just watching Bastos' POV there, him looking up towards the shock rifle, just praying that it was back so we could go on another killing spree. Wasn't quite up for him, but we are now seeing another triple cap, going to be interrupted by Free Chance Duncan, but the H3 have what they want. The AB setup is king on this Strongholds recharge combination. Oh, the miss there with the green gun is very tragic there, so Suspense will get away with that one. He's going to put a little bit of pressure on B. If Shad can prevent him from grabbing B, he might save his team this double tap. He will get the kill. He will grab himself that shot. He will not quite hit the headshot.
That was actually so funny. He's just whiffs the green gun, but it is a very brief trip cap for BH3. They don't really get anything out of it. They do manage to stop A though, and now they have the old weird AC setup as Sunrise finds a kill at Trippy Box, gets the double kill, will find the grapple as well. And can he find Harsh? Should be able to clean Harsh up, but Harshly with the reverse, didn't even have full shields, puts him in the bin. And Bastos not able to clean his kill up either. But 214 to 111. As it looks like they are going to find Camo. Bastos will instantly go down to Camo. So once again, Reed, a Camo that is just snuffed out immediately.
25 points remain here, James. It looks pretty much impossible here for Free Chance Duncan to come back. I'm hoping if I say that loud enough, I'll get Caster's Curse and we'll see a map 4. Bastos is going to keep a lot of pressure on the B. He'll get at least a trade with the help of Sunriz. Will take down Harshly. That might be it, James. 9 seconds remain. C is also being contested here by BH3 Esports. There's not a lot they can do here. It looks like this might be over. If they can just get that reset on A, which they will manage to push through in the end here, James.
Yeah, 4 dead at the end for Free Chance Duncan. Hexed almost managed to convert A, but 250 to 111. It is going to be BH3 who take series number 1, 3-0.
I mean, you say 3-0 with a lot of confidence there, James, but it was looking pretty sketchy at some points. That last game was very strong, but both the CTF, it looked like they were going to falter about halfway through when they couldn't get that last flag through, and that Slayer could have really gone either way at some points. So let's see how we're doing. But let's take a look at the kills we have here. So Bastos, obviously here, got 11 kills in the first, 30 seconds, so he's going to be sitting here pretty at 21. Harshly managing to get 13. Hexed and Suspense with 6 and 5 each. They were breadsticking for quite a while, so good to see that they did manage to get over that a little bit. We did see, halfway through, they had a little bit of control, and BH3 were going to struggle, but yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at damage. So
that's rough.
Yeah, breaking 5k here for BH3. Everyone else kind of sitting around the same side. Shad sitting alongside the 3 chance Duncan guys, but honestly, were they alive long enough to push those damage stats up? Probably not.
No, I think we got some replays as well to recap what happened in these first 3 maps. And yeah, this star was, Harshly also just got absolutely owned right there. But this first map, like we talked about, right, started off on such a heater, and then Hex just needed to win that, and then BH3 getting it done eventually. Felt like a bit of a struggle. 3 chance Duncan, huge game out of here, right? Like Hex with a beautiful kill off the rip, Harsh with the body shots, or it might have been Allah with the body shots as well. And yeah, it kept it super, super close, but in the end, BH3 able to kind of drag it over the line, right? Like, it was really close right up until, and then, yeah, the trip cap at the start here really destroyed this game, right? Like, Bastos going 10-0 off the rip, just ruined it.
There's absolutely nothing you can do when Bastos is hitting shots like that. You could be the best player in the world, but you're just going to die instantaneously, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and if we take a little look down the bracket as well before we throw to the break, Into the Breach 3-0 against Numbface, Cat Smile 3-0 against RS3 Cuzzy, Major, like we talked about, Outsiders 3-0 against Magin, and of course BH3 3-0 against Free Chance Duncan. So guys, we're going to throw to a break. We're also going to show an ad for our sponsor, Vexed Games. Thank you for them for coming on board, not only for the seeding, but also for the LAN. As Reed said, you can play their game at our LAN. But guys, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it's Winners Bracket Round 2. Don't go anywhere.
You just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian.
Okay.
Maythrillian.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Bloody Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant bias.
Mendicant bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Janjir Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was Zero, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maethrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maethrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the Sen Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter and Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the two leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions, we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
We just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better, because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're gonna be on those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to beat SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16, while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes, there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry, not happening. But yeah, my wife is from my man. No, sorry, might be them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine! That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from the top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp, or a pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how like it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on like the pro forums because we had access to like the MLG Pro Team forums because we were pro players by then. Like, so like it's like we're either like posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said like we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events like coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just got, I think we got told like, yeah, there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything House, and like if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but like obviously in this big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time, like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable. Like some matches were really close, and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is Winners Round 2. This is Conspiracy versus Legion Esports. I'm Captain James Force. This is Reed over here. And yeah, BH3 getting it done 3-0 in round number 1. But now, forget about that. It's round number 2. Reed, I'm excited for this. Conspiracy, top seed.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting big things.
Yeah, I'm expecting some good stuff. I'm wanting to see how this Legion Esports team does. So Legion Esports is loosely connected to the team that's helping us produce our LAN, so I'm excited to see them actually play as well. And I would love to see them do very well and to kind of be in that kind of top, I want to say at least top 8, but you know, if we can get to top 4 with them, which they kind of pop off, might be possible, then we should see some good stuff coming from them. But I'm excited to see them play this Conspiracy team.
Yeah, let's have a look at some rosters as we're going to bring them in. Whatcha? Almost.
That timing wasn't quite there, James.
Nah, we'll get there. It's the first one of the year. Conspiracy. Finners, Slink, Chaos, and Nixeni, or Nixenpai, as he is on here. But yeah, Nixeni. So one Tomb brother. And Legion Esports, Neb, Manxie, Light Axel, and Frenzied. Mate, I'm just hoping that Neb brings some good quality footwear to LAN. I remember at MEC, Neb shoe, I think it was the pink and yellow concoction that he had on.
Yep, he got it signed at HCS London by several people. I remember that.
Yeah. So love that. And let's look at some maps, shall we?
I'm going to say this because I know that Neb is in my chat. I'm excited to see him perform better this time, because in the last few times I've watched him, he's been a little bit poo-poo. He's been a little bit distracted, I think, recently. But if he can get back into Halo and perform well, maybe it's just because it was UHL and it was like, I can beat any of these guys in my sleep. But these guys, not so much. So I'd like to see him perform a little bit higher than he has been performing. But yes, maps. So Recharge, Aquarius, Imperium, Livefire, and back to Recharge again. Thank you, HCS, for this map pool. I'm excited to get to this map free. I want to see some Imperium. I love the map. I think it's... I mean, I'm a big Pit fan from Halo 3, but I think it still plays very well in Infinite, even if the players don't like it too much. It's good to watch. But we're going to be back on Recharge to start off with.
Yeah. King of the Hill. I would actually kind of rebuff that statement that you made, Reed, if I may. I think players like Pit CTF, especially given the other options on the table. I think Pit CTF is quite liked, especially compared to there was Argyle that wasn't very well liked. Forbidden, not super well liked. I mean, Fortress, we haven't played that much. Aqua, kind of totally different.
In all the 8s I've played recently, whenever someone tries to put an Imperium, everyone starts to cry. That's kind of where I'm coming from here. Chat, feel free to rebuff me if you agree, but I don't think it's as liked as, nowhere near as the Pit was in Halo 3 at least.
Interesting. Okay, I feel like maybe it's just the Pit doesn't get mentioned because everyone dislikes the other maps so much, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the same level as Argyle.
Bring back Bazaar. Bring back Bazaar, please, people. Bring it back.
Right, that's it, James. You're banned. You're not allowed to come to LAN anymore.
Shame. No, but I just hope that we get, I know Midship is coming at some point. It will kind of be in here. I'm just hoping we get another good, Strongholds map. Or another good King of the Hill map. That's kind of what I want. Or just bring Straits back. There's nothing wrong with Straits now. We took out the rocket launcher, and it kind of works again. Just like Bazaar, if you took out the rocket launcher, and now you have Bandit starts, it could be better, okay? Trust the process.
Bring back the BR starts. Bring back
the BR. No one wants that. Absolutely no one wants that.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, James. No. There's a lot of people that want it back.
I can't believe it.
So the game's just loading up. We're gonna be hopping in anytime now. If you have noticed, fly-throughs, we are kind of skipping them for now, just to give you guys a little bit of a better viewing experience. But we'll go straight into the game, and we'll see how this starts. And honestly, I'm expecting a strong start from Conspiracy and a little bit of a ramp up from the Legion Esports guys. So I'm hoping that by about the end of map 1, getting into map 2, we have a real strong series going here.
See, chat agrees with me. Pit flag, second best map flag. Bring back Bazaar. Look, chat knows what's up. Right, anyway, it is going to be Chaos who goes down to Light Axle. Finners with the trade, though, but it is going to be Frenzied that takes the camo and will slip and slide sneakily away. And we're going to backstack. Thank you very much. See you later, Nick Senny. I would like to also point out that while you might not get drops, we are also live on YouTube. Atlas Esports GG. Drop a like, drop a subscribe, have it on in the background. All the viewing helps us. And we're going to try to bring you everything this year, not only Halo, live on both Twitch and YouTube to enhance viewing experience. So be sure to check us out over there. Do all the good things. And we have a little bit of free cam. Look at that. Fancy free cam. And it is going to be Frenzied who gets on a killing spree. And that's a hell of a start, Reed. Although, no time in the hill, basically.
This first hill is so rough. Since they changed the map and added this one over by the batteries, you kind of need a player sat in tower and most of back gold control. And just trying to keep the enemy team spawning up in long haul. That's kind of all you can do to make this one happen. It looks like they're kind of pulling it off here with the guys on Legion Esports, but have a couple players piling into the hill to try to stop that one from going through. But we have about half the hill now towards them. But kills pretty even on both sides. So this could easily change, James. And I'm hoping that we see a little bit more time in the hill here for the guys on Conspiracy.
Yeah,
Legion Esports, sorry, I got that.
Oh, for both teams, you know? Just everyone wants to sit in hill. Chaos with a good double kill is going to get camo as well. I was going to say, a lot of kills for not a lot of time in the hill. Oh my god, he can go camo. He also can grapple the shock rifle. Gonna get team naded. Oh, it's all happening. Should be able to find that kill. Finds one. Doesn't quite find a second, but should have a teammate clean it up. It's a double kill for Nixeni. I know that Woo Mum also in the chat getting to watch both kids play today, which is always nice. And yeah, Woo Mum, are you coming to LAN? I heard whisperings. And yeah, so far 1-0 to Conspiracy, looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, nice. Trades going back and forth. Lots of caster curse going here. Neb is the last player alive for Legion Esports. He is stuck in the long haul. Conspiracy know exactly where he is, and they can keep the damage across towards them. This is a nice position to be in if you're Conspiracy. They have basically 75% of this hill locked down. They have all their players collapsing in all the right places. Damage is just going through to all these players on Legion Esports, and it looks like they might end up on top of this little trade. Yes, they will do. They have now 2 players in the hill. Most of the players on Legion Esports went down. This should be pretty solid here, James.
Yeah, should be an easy second hill, and it will be. Nixeni capping that off. Slink already on 10 kills. Frenzied after that killing spree at the start has been pulled back slightly, but it is going to be Legion Esports who find the first bit as third hill time. Nixeni almost finds a way to get a kill. Oh, look at that mouse and keyboard speed. Woohoo! Love that. But it is going to be the slide in from Light Axel, punches him down as well. And 2 down for each team. But good work from Legion Esports to at least get some time in as Neb finds Finners. And this is what you want from Legion. You want to see them getting a little bit of hill time to try and claw back this early Conspiracy lead.
Yeah, Connor here, though, with the camo, is going to get full knowledge to his teammates. He's going to position himself so he can take down Neb and be protected from everyone else. He can detect this player on the back plat. Oh, he doesn't go for the melee trade. He just has to try and slip out of there if he can. Oh, somehow he gets away with that. Will go for the back smack. Gonna grab himself that shock rifle if he can get his hands on it. I want to see him go mad. Not quite going to happen, but if we can get some A control here for Legion Esports, if they can get these players from Conspiracy dead, they might be able to still grab this hill, but if Conspiracy are able to hold their positions, even though they're down a lot of hill time here, they're probably still going to be able to put it in the bag. They just have to keep these spawns in rotation.
Yeah, as long as they can... Oh, that's a great stick as well. Manxie and Slink getting that trade on. It's going to be a grapple there. Oh, it's a chaos killing spree. But Legion Esports doing a lot of work on this third hill. Really have to take this. Third hill is so often a swing hill, right? If you're 2-0 up and you get a third, it's kind of almost over. If you're 2-0 down and you get one, you pull it back to just one apiece. There's a little bit of hope in the air, right, that you can do some work. But Chaos, 15-5 right now, is looking very, very menacing, as he's going to find a great kill with the nade. And it is going to be Conspiracy who get Legion 2 dead and are just a few seconds away from capping this third hill. Having said that, though, it will be Legion who blasts right in. A beautiful stick, but Chaos goes down. It's a double kill from Slink, and that should, with 4 dead, confirm this hill read.
I love the shots across there to keep the spawners from not spawning back A. Some top tier players going through there, but yeah, 3-0. It's going to be a very hard battle here now for Legion Esports. Chaos has been on an absolute mad one. He's been on top with those sticks, on top with those camos. Might get away with another camo here. Slink will try to get himself in the way, so he'll get away with it. But the spawns over to A by Manxie will end up taking him down, so it's good for them. Give him a little bit of respite, but they're still going to have to get some control over this hill if they really want to get any chance of winning this map.
Yeah, 3-0 so far. Frenzy does find Nixeni. Oh my god, I thought he was about to have an absolute banger of a second kill as well. But it's going to be Slink that finds the double. Yeah, 19-7 from Chaos at the moment. Man is on 1 today. Obviously, they got the bye, right? Going into winners round 2 straight away, just like Streamer Zone today. So both of those teams kind of having their first outing right about now, and it doesn't seem to have slowed Conspiracy down, right? Like, first game looking pretty hot. Should be about to 4-0 unless something really crazy happens, you'd have to say. Killing spree for Finners as well. Jeez, everyone's on a killing spree for Conspiracy at the moment. But yes, we shall see. But yeah, looking pretty easy for Conspiracy, I think, Reed.
I don't know if I'd say easy. It was definitely a strong start, but they do seem to be mopping up. A double kill for Nixeni. He's getting all the damage down that he needs to get. I do not know what is in the genes of these guys, but whatever Wooten's mum has done, she has made some absolute bangers right now with Nixeni and Wooten. And that'll be the game going 4-0 to Conspiracy. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, looked real good, right? Like, the first 2 hills were super clean, and then that third hill, you know, Legion kind of got some time on it and made it a little bit of a kind of like a fight, but in the end, yeah, Conspiracy just overwhelming them, too strong. Massive from Connor as well. He went Chaos going 22-8. So, yeah, pretty dominating from him. There it is. 18 as well for Slink, 15 for Finners, Nixeni, 12-12 as well. No one went negative. And on the other side, bit of a tougher day. Frenzied had a really good start, right? Ends 14-15, and then, yeah, just gets a little lower in the kills, higher in the deaths column. But yeah, 5.4k for Suspense, and that's, sorry, for Slink. Not Suspense. For Slink, and that's, yeah, ouch.
I mean, looking at Chaos, right? He got 4.2k damage on all those kills.
Yep.
His survivability was insane. He was avoiding the damage. I mean, all those sticky plasmas he was getting. I think I saw 2 sticks at least that he probably shouldn't have got away with his life, but did manage to. And he just absolutely pulled it off. So if he's not performing in that exact same kind of highlighted style that we saw then going into game 2, this is quite close. So I don't think we should really take that 4-0 and say, wow, they're going to win the series. I don't think it's quite that clear cut.
Yeah, and I mean, we need to point out that Nixeni and Finners had 25 assists between them. So, yeah, it makes sense that Chaos is not doing all the damage when there are probably a lot of people who were just one-shot or kind of no shields just for him to be able to clean up. So, yeah, great work from his side as well. So, map number 1, going to the side of Conspiracy. We are going to move on to map number 2, which is an Aqua Slayer. First time we are seeing Aqua today. And yeah, I think, you know, Conspiracy, a lot of good stuff came out of that game 1, but Legion, there's a few little bits they can take away from it, I think, to make sure that they can kind of push forward. I think Frenzied had a great start, but kind of got pegged back a little bit. And especially when you've got, you know, I think Finners went on a killing spree, Chaos had a couple of killing sprees. Like, that's just hard. Like, it's hard to stop when there's just so many people on killing sprees.
Yeah, difficult. And Recharge is one of those maps, right? So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's going into Aqua. I want to see it balance out a little bit, which I'm sure we will do. So I'm excited for it. I really am. One thing I just want to point out, James, I don't know if you noticed, but we're close to 5k followers here on Twitch. So yeah, along with going to subscribe on YouTube, if you're not following us, just grab and slam that follow button, and that would be great. We can sit here pretty with 5k followers, and then we can all go and have a vacation, James. We can go to 10k and 20k. Yeah, we can never have enough followers, I think. And yeah, I'm excited. We have a full year of Halo stuff this year, pending HCS roadmap, of course. But we will be there to cover all of that, as well as our own events. And yeah, this year we got some things to release as we go further on that I'm pretty excited about. We've been cooking. We have the chef's hat on in the background. But before we get to that, of course, we have some seeding tournaments. Specifically, let's get into an Aqua Slayer. It's Finners, who has an OS and finds a bandit kill onto Light Axel as well. And drives by the heat wave. No one's going to be picking that up, hopefully. Well, actually, it doesn't matter if they pick that up, because that's on them. That was almost a textbook start there for Conspiracy. We had 2 players go flying top mid. Nixeni got so much damage done with that BR off the bat, which is what we love to see there with the BR on these maps. Finners grabs himself the the overshield, manages to get it pop and do so much damage. I mean, the movement back and forth here. We'll see another double kill through here for Finners. Will he go for the triple? He'll go, and he will damn get it. Nixeni is the last player up for Conspiracy around the base. Decides to keep the move going. That push was halted, and they are 10 and 6 now. So a very decent start there, and Finners on 7 kills.
Yeah, he has had one hell of a start. He's reverse Master Chief, 7-1-1. Quick note around the bracket, by the way. ITB beating Cat Smile 3-0. They will face the winner of this game. So the winner of Conspiracy versus Legion Esports will go on to play into the Breach afterwards. And yeah, that's a tough matchup. But hey, if Conspiracy can win, it will be Wooten versus Nixeni. So I want to hear some in-house trash talk. I think would be quite fun. I don't know if they both still live at home, but that would be good fun. Just chatting between rooms.
I want to see a video cam fist fight at the end. Just completely go off on one.
Nah, snowball fight. It's Finland. It's Finland. It's got to be freezing over there, so I can imagine.
Speaking of freezing, the overshield is up. Don't know quite why that connection was made, but it was. Let's see if all players can battle for it. Ned managing to have a little one-on-one there with Chaos, as Chaos slams a bullet there through bottom mid. Neither team has quite decided to actually push for overshield. So this is the difference between this and MM, James. Right? If we were playing MM, all those players would dive on the overshield instantaneously. They actually waited and tried to get some kills before going for it. We love to see it. 23 and 19, so still not actually that much of a breakthrough of a lead, despite Finners being 11 and 5. Neb has managed to kind of even it out quite a bit with his little bit of a killing lead he's managed to pull here from the rest of his teammates. But yeah, I'm hoping to see a strong continuance here for Legion Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only a 4-kill difference as we kind of go over halfway. I mean, Finners has half of Conspiracy's kills as well, right? And this is something we saw in Winners Round 1 when Moze, in that first game has so many kills compared to everyone else. Slink is going to get taken down by Maxi. Yeah, it's been good so far from Legion, right? To kind of keep them relatively close. Finners and Frenzy gonna trade a killing spree for Maxi. I thought he was up that high. He's gonna get put down, and it's still a 4-kill lead for Conspiracy so far.
Yeah, I'm loving the performance here from Maxi. I was slightly worried he might have been, slightly outclassed by some of these other players around him, but I'm clearly out of touch a little bit because he is doing absolute wonders fitting in with this squad. And we are now on a 6-kill spread. The spread hasn't really changed that much, James, but they are, not letting it increase. So that's great by them. And I want to see the momentum continue. You can see the communication here between Conspiracies just a little bit tighter. You're getting the pings coming across. They're quite good with these collapses. I would have loved to have seen that be a trade without the need of help from his teammate, but OS is up, and we're going to see both teams try and fight for it, and it may go the way of Legion Esports here if they can just keep this momentum in their control on top mid. They do have people P-side and car side. Finners may be popping it here, and he manages to pop it just before he dies. Or just before he gets taken down.
And there's going to be a 6, make that 7-kill lead for Conspiracy. I mean, we talk about, Slink has 3 kills, but he has 12 assists. So I can imagine this Finners secures kill number 18. That Slink is going to have a hell of a lot of damage, even though he only has kind of the 3 kills. Neb also in double digits. Oh, the prediction lead, and Neb is going to go down to a reversal from Finners. Slink finds a kill as well. Can Finners drop a 20 bomb? Can Finners drop a 20 bomb? No, not yet. He gets lights out. But yeah, a 6-kill lead, and this should be a relatively easy cleanup for the side of Conspiracy to bring it home. 47-40. So again, a second Slayer where you know, it's kind of 10 kills or under is the difference. So, well, it is going to be 10 kills. But yeah, in the end, Conspiracy getting it done. Finners does find kill number 20 to finish it off. But yeah, just looked real good. Was nice and close for a while, but kind of that always 4-kill lead for Conspiracy. And then at the end, just extending it out to 10 to get it done and be 2-0 up. Looked good.
Yeah, I had a little bit of hope, though, in the middle that we were going to see something slightly different come out from them, but they still kept it quite close. It did look like there might have been a changeover. We did see every single OS go the way of Conspiracy, unless I missed one kind of in the middle there. And it was possibly that push for that last OS that just gave that extended lead to Conspiracy, because Legion Esports really wanted it, and they kind of threw away a couple of lives they shouldn't have done. But, I mean, Finners was at 10 kills in basically no time. They're just able to just kind of trot along himself along to 20 kills. We saw both Neb and Light Axel get up to 12. I mean, Neb was high at one point. He must have had a little bit of a low period there towards the end. But we're going to obviously keep throwing here into map 3. And I think even though Slink only had 5 kills, he had a lot of assists. So I wouldn't even read too much into that. There was just good team play there from that team on Conspiracy, and they should be happy with that win.
Yeah, now we're going to go to a pit CTF. Oh, love a good pit CTF. Obviously, Rockets and OS off the start. 2 very important things that teams fight for. Obviously, double snipes. Plenty of things to happen on this map. But yeah, gonna need to see some better things from Legion Esports, right? Like, have kind of been there or thereabouts, but yeah, Conspiracy just have that killer instinct, and yeah, 1 map away from taking this series 3-0 and facing ITB. Can they do it? Well, we're going to find out in map number 3. Pit, what is it? Pit 021, I think it is. Pit _ 021 or Imperium. So yeah, I'm ready. Let's get into it soon.
Yeah,
when it loads.
I want to sit here and I want to say, you know, this is the map. This is the map we're going to see Legion Esports take it back. But the problem is, I'm just looking at these players. I'm like, the players of Conspiracy are going to have more experience playing Imperium. It's been around long enough, but I just feel like they're going to have that edge up on the team coordination. I mean, we saw in that last flare, they had the slightly higher team coordination. They obviously had the much higher team coordination at the beginning of the first map because they were able to get into that triple cap and maintain it for so long. It's just such an uphill battle here for Legion Esports.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be tough, but hey, if there's any place you can do it, it's CTF, right? Like, Pit has the ability to cap so quick, right? Like, you get a set of slays, you go top side, you're down long haul, and then you're kind of in before, you know, really the other team can do anything about it. So we're going to see how it goes. Here we go. It's off the rip. Legion Esports running straight for the Rockets. They're going to find a kill. Snipes out already. 2 down. Make it 3. And it's just Chaos who has somehow gone through the side. The Rockets and OS should be on the side of Legion Esports. And that, my friends, is a hell of a start.
Whew. Yeah, Rockets in the hands of Frenzied. Will do damage, but not actually take anyone down. Gonna be a strong push here from Conspiracy. Gonna try to just get a little bit of map control so they can try and go for this flag.
That they will. Nick Senny, 1-1-1. Breadsticks everywhere. Will try and protect his teammate. Oh no, a little bit of a windmill. Oh, it's a triple kill for Slink. He can't get the over because everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. But he will manage to pick up a snipe. Oh my days, hello. Oh, did find a shot on the Manxie as well, but this flag, I was going to say should be coming back, but they just weren't able to get down long haul. Can they get around this corner? It's Neb with the nade into Nixeni, and this flag should be coming back. 4 dead for Legion, and yet Conspiracy not able to cap. So great defense there.
I love the movement there from Neb. It looked like he was on like double speed there for a little bit. It was absolutely flying through, keeping the players on Conspiracy back down low tower, just able to get that flag return. They're not going to get a pull themselves, but they've at least managed to stop that cab going through. They're going to collapse on this player in Needles. That will be a trade through there for Conspiracy. Snipe in the hand of Finners, though. If he can take a few heads off here, we might see another flag run go through.
Oh, can he find the head? Oh, he does manage to kill Frenzied with the headshot. However, does have no shield. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thought he was going to go for a side kick and then throw it away. Didn't want it. Finners gets light axle. That flag should be going back, though. There's Neb watching the perimeter. He's going to get naded by Finners as well. Speaking of Finners, the man is going to find the rockets and get a kill. And can he find a second? He's just waiting for them. He knows they're going to be rushing around. He's actually going to start this pull, and this is looking pretty good, Reed. Ooh.
Yeah, OS is still in the hands of Legion Esports, though, but they're going to be tailing behind that flag quite far. Although 4 players down on Conspiracy, I think that flag run might be dead, James.
Yeah. Not, yeah, and for the second time, right? Like, Conspiracy doing some things and then not having it work out. Finners gets double teamed.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay,
What a snipe.
Snipe headshot. Oh, how is that not a snipe? He got the second one, right? Or is
Second
that
one connected. No, it did connect. It wasn't a headshot, though. I was hoping to see a bit of like an overkill or something come out there, but they just weren't quite connecting. Nice connection there, though, to Manxie. I want to see a nice round of slays come out here for Conspiracy and another push. That's what I think is going to happen. This nade a little bit forward. Go for the headshot. Oh, snipe v snipe. They're trying to make it happen, and oh, there goes the light axle. Sorry, a bit of a voice break there, but we make it happen. Oh. Good positioning there by the team of Legion Esports to stop that flag in its place. Finners actually managed to get away from that. That was kind of impressive. And the repulsor play will keep it going, but the nade from Light Axle will take him down. Light Axle should fall here to Slink. He will indeed. Slink should get the flank on the players here in mid. Don't think he knows where the other one is. That's another double for him. A late triple. The last player alive is in Needles. And that's going to be a dead flag run there for Legion Esports. They're not even going to get a touch on it.
Man, like, I'm loving this defense. I'm also loving, like, that both teams not afraid to try. Oh, that's going to go down. Yep, Finners finds the kill onto Maxi. Oh, Light Axle is going to find a double. Can they find a triple? Oh, Slink finds a double of their own. But I was going to say, I love how aggressive both of these teams are, right? Like, not afraid to go for flags, not afraid to try and grab and see what they can do. Oh, good night, Maxi. Thanks for coming. And that's, I love how aggressive, right? There's no defense. It's not so much defense, right? Like there's just pure aggression, trying to find the flags. Bit of a wasted one, but Chaos gonna find the double kill anyway. And with 2 dead, gonna be another flag grab. One of the things we talk about, Reed, is flag grab efficiency, right? And Pit seems to have very low efficiency. Like, as in flag caps to flag pulls to flag caps. Doesn't seem to be that high, however, it is going to be 2 dead for Legion, and this should be cap number 1, and it will be Conspiracy first on the board.
I was about to say, James, that we've seen some very bad use of rockets, and I'm not sure if the use of rockets there from Finners was particularly great, but it was obviously good enough for them to get a flag in, so I'll keep my mouth closed about that one.
Look, at the end of the day, they scored, right? So that's the important point. And here we are, Finners. He's going to find the kill onto Neb. He knows someone's around. Just can't work out where he is. But yeah, so far, just over half of this map done, and Conspiracy finally getting on the board. But this has been a much closer affair. Especially, you know, Frenzied on 14 kills. That was the tag. Nick said he's going to clean it up, but Slink, 19 kills, and... Oh, it's so rude! It's so rude, Finners! But it's 3 dead, and surely they pull this flag now. Oh, that was so rude.
Will this be the second cap? The snipe
good night.
is deadly. However, the flag
wow.
run has been stopped, but should keep running. If you're on Legion Esports now, you need to OE as fast as you possibly can. Frenzied might be the man to make it happen. He is sat by connector, and he does have a snipe. This could be deadly. He'll hit Finners. Finners will just about miss him. Oh, the trade comes through, but trade is not what you want in that position. The flag is still on the move. All down to Light Axel. He can't quite take down Finners, and that'll be the second flag going in. I was feeling it there for Frenzied, but he wasn't quite able to make it happen. If you're on Legion Esports now, you need to focus on these power weapons, but the rocket will go to Slink. It will get 2 people down. We are now nearly 4 dead, and I think he thought there was a frag grenade.
Oh, man. Yeah, classic. Nick Senni also got OS, so they've gone double rocket kills and an OS, and they've just missed that last player, although Nick Senni should clean him up. I think it's Chaos that actually gets that kill. Chaos with a double. And it's going to be a killing spree for Slink. I think it's 4 dead briefly for the side of Legion. And I'm not sure there's going to be any way for them to stop this flag cap. Frenzied going to go down. And it should be Nick Senni to slam it home. And it's going to be 3-0. And it's going to be 3-0 Conspiracy overall as well. It took a little while in that game to get a first cap. But once they did, it was, I think, within 2 minutes to score all 3 of those caps. So, there you go. At the end of the day, Conspiracy getting it done. It looked pretty comfortable once they got going.
24 kills there for level 50 for Slink.
Whew.
Very, very strong showing. Finners had an amazing start on this one again. 3-0. Like,
yeah,
I was hoping it would be a little bit closer, but as I said before the match, it was unlikely. Just based on the performance in the first few maps. But damage across the board was actually fairly even. I mean, a little bit of a bump up for the Conspiracy guys, hitting up to like 4.8, 4.6, but I mean, both Frenzied and level 50 both breaking the 5k here.
Yeah, looked real good from both of those guys, right? Like, Frenzy did so much in defense, but at the end of the day, Conspiracy just kind of overrunning them. Slink, Finners had outstanding games as well, right? As you can see, Chaos with 4.8 as well. But Conspiracy, they're going to move on to play ITB. But guys, we're going to throw to a break. Before that, go and check out Vextorial from Vex Games, our sponsor. Vextorial, multi-dimensional puzzle game. I got to play quite a bit on stream. I played the demo. It's super fun. I can't wait for you guys to play it at our LAN as well. We're going to show an ad for it. And guys, don't go anywhere, because after ad breaks, we are back for winners semi-finals. So don't go anywhere.
Interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said it's just they're just a credit, like I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, "Oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month," but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'll be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and Debay, like, and even like Ashes and Piggy and those guys. Like, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event. Because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like, it wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just... I think they're just saying that.
Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction, Puckett.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and like really calm around what we did. Like, I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
Custom, what time's custom?
47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin'. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin', which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find, so thank you for watching, and peace.
Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like I was like 16 years old, and I randomly like found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her and matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like, all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like, all these lists came about, and, like, I was a free agent or whatever, I just remember that, but I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch, like, didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me, my feelings were hurt, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley, and Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up, like, in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like, at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I didn't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because they were all individually good, and then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo-ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it would.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force. This is Reed. This is winners round number 3, and this is Conspiracy versus Into the Breach. It is time to see ITB roll some heads, probably.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, new ITB. I'm excited to see this lineup.
Yeah, I specifically didn't watch the HCS off-season tournament because I wanted to see ITB play on our stream for the first time as a full squad, like lock in. I want to see them low ping, kind of do their best. If they want any hope of being a bit of a shake-up, especially with the Optic squad that we discussed earlier, they should absolutely dominate this Conspiracy team. But obviously, for Conspiracy's sake, I hope that doesn't happen. So I'm kind of torn here, James, because I want to see an absolute domination come out from ITB, but then I love the guys on Conspiracy, so I want them to at least kind of get a map or two.
It's brother versus brother violence today. Nick Senni versus Wootum. Talking about that, let's bring some rosters in. Oh, look at that.
You're getting closer. Getting closer.
ITB, Wootum, Glory, SLG, and Snipe Drone, the new look ITB for 2025. This roster has the ability to absolutely slap up. So I'm excited. And Conspiracy, you saw them before. Finners, Slink, Chaos, and Nick Senni. This is going to be a banger. I think we can do maybe some maps real quick. We're going to start with Solitude, King of the Hill. It's going to be a Street Slayer, a Live Fire Stronghold, a Recharge Oddball, and bookending with another Solly Slayer.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to get to that map 5, but I'd love to see a Solly Slayer between these guys. I think Street Slayer is going to be the one to watch, but I'd love to be proven wrong in the Solitude King of the Hill. We can get into the game when it's ready, but I am mostly excited really to see from this ITB squad is how Glory and Wooten work on the same team. Because they're both outstanding Slayers. They both kind of filled that roster with their teams. I know we kind of had a bit of a switch round when Glory went onto Quadrant, right? Wooten kind of got switched out for him. Now they're on the same roster. Are we going to see that they struggle more on the objective maps and do better in Slayers? Because traditionally, the Slayers have been the weaker map for kind of EU teams. So we might see a completely different squad going into kind of HCS 2025. But I want to see how they perform here, James.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this hit out, right? And like we talked about before, right? ITB have been scrimming. Did lose a scrim to Team Need Org. I don't know what Jimbo's team is actually called at the moment. Everyone just calls it Jimbo's team, which is kind of like there's 3 other people on that team and a coach, but Team Jimbo, I guess, Need Org. But yeah, like we mentioned at the top of the show, unfortunately those guys not able to make it to LAN. So ITB pretty heavy favourites to win it, I would say. But yeah, I want to see how they do in these seeding tournaments in the lead up. And here we are. It is going to be Wootum off the rip, finding some kills, and Glory gonna, with the camo, sit in the hill. As Snipe Drone has shock rifle, and this is looking pretty ruthless off the rip already, I think.
Yeah, textbook start here for Into the Breach. They were able to grab themselves both the camo, the shock, and the hill, picking up points to start off with for the first. They are trying to absolutely separate these spawns. They're just about doing it. I mean, Glory there had the full prediction. He knew they were going to come from the S side. Doesn't even get a chance to take down Finn, as the Snipe Drone will get him with his namesake there, sniping him across the map with the shock rifle. His first hill gone to Into the Breach. We did see a bit of disruption come from Conspiracy. Didn't quite go all ITB's way at the beginning of that hill, but they were able to just remake that and come back, and they are now absolutely tearing things up, James.
Yeah, that hill went past in the blink of an eye. And yeah, that Jimbo's team is called Pippa. Like Pippa with 3 A's. Pippa! Does anyone know why that is, actually? Usually it's initials or something, but I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, hill number 2, at least to begin with, starting the way of Conspiracy. Wootum finding one on to Finners, knows where Chaos is as well. Nick Senny, a little bit of screen watching maybe. No, just pokes his head out the door. But no, Wootum 6 and 2, and yeah, this is looking pretty ITB. Look at the seamless transition as well. Like, oh, Snipe Drone, you have shock rifle. Let me just get you out of the hill so you can do more damage. Camo's up as well. Slink has repulse. That's not going to matter. Snipe Drone might be able to get away. Should be able to pick up shock. Won't be able to. Will go down. But it's Chaos that does manage to find the shock rifle and the camo, but ITB already 2-0, and there's only been what, less than 30 seconds off the game clock.
Oh, how do you miss that? How do you miss that, Chaos? Oh, I hate to see it. We saw a choice there from ITB. They decided to just focus on the hill, give camo up to Conspiracy, and just say, right, we'll give them camo, and then we'll just stay inside. Right? We won't give them the advantage of the camo, and just make sure we get a hill. I mean, that's a worthy trade every day. I mean, a camo is good, but it's not worth an entire hill. So, a good showing from them. I mean, they probably could have still got both, even if they had abandoned the hill and just gone back to it. But good to see that they're playing as if they were playing against any team, rather than just, you know, thinking, oh, we've got this, we can do whatever the hell we want. And that's what you really need to have with your top team. You need to make sure you're always playing to your full ability. Don't underestimate your opponent. Nick Senny, he's down. Go for the triple shock here for SLG. He knows where Chaos is, but Chaos does not give in to him. He does not let him have that. And this will be hill time finally ticking up on this one for Into the Breach. But we could see Conspiracy get this. They're just able to lock in a little bit more. Nick Senny sees the shock again and dies very quickly again. Slink may also feel the wrath of this shock from SLG. He is ready for the players. He just misses Finners. Finners now knows not to stick his head out. Probably rightfully so for that one.
Yeah, don't want to stick your head out when ITB have shock rifle, especially when it's SLG. Although, in genuine fairness, I think any of those 4 guys, it's kind of terrifying to have shock rifle or kind of any other gun, really. But Conspiracy, doing a little bit of work. Looks like they're going to give camo over to Chaos again. Wootum does find Finners. Double kill Killjoy for Chaos with that camo. Does get a little bit exposed. He's going to jump up here, though, and try to find his way. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Well, at least he got an assist, but it's going to be 3-0 to ITB. Wootum's 13-5, and I have to say, this new ITB read is looking very ruthless.
Yeah, Glory, he's 6-5, but he is getting the objectives done. I can see that he's kind of got objectives on his mind, and maybe that's where he'll fit into this squad. We saw him as a bit of an objective player before, being one of those players who would love to pick up the ball, and he seems to be fitting into that role quite nicely now. Wootum, he is living up to his namesake, sitting on 14 kills with 6 deaths. They have pretty decent control here over, wow, this entire side of the map, right? They got Tram locked down, they've got Yard locked down. They're going to break apart this push. I'm not sure if Snipe Drone didn't notice Slink they're heading towards LR, or it was just a tactical play to let him go past, but you see them maintaining control of this hill, and still, they're still living up.
Oh. I mean, if you're Conspiracy, like, yeah, there's not a lot you can do, right? Like, you're just kind of getting pretty rolled, it must be said. And yeah, I mean, they've got some hill time, but even, like you said, like, they've got camo like 2 or 3 times. Nixeni is going to beat down Snipe Drone, who was on a killing spree. As Glory finds one, will accelerate, find a double kill into the other, and that's going to be 4-0. And that, my friends, is that.
If I didn't know better, it looked like Glory was refusing to shoot him then, and he was going to go for that double melee, because he could have easily got a shot or 2 in between that melees, but nah, he was just going to thrust towards him and go for it.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say, really. Like, we're going to have a look at a scoreboard, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
What there is to say is that I would have done a hell of a lot worse against that squad than we saw from Conspiracy. They're still 8-8-8-5, right? So still kind of near Glory's kill count for that. Obviously, when we were watching it, it was just a bit of a breakdown on the spawn. That was kind of the problem. They weren't quite able to get the momentum and stick together. Anytime they got in the hill, like, for example, the hill we had on High Dip, right? They managed to get half on that before we saw Into the Breach kind of get their hands on it, but they just weren't able to hold that connection and break the Into the Breach's setups the same way that Into the Breach was able to do to them. And that was kind of where they were letting down. They were able to somehow get a bit of cohesion, but they just weren't able to really exploit that cohesion and do what was being done to them.
Yeah, and Snipe Drone, you saw in that damage chart, like Snipe Drone 4k damage, topping the damage chart, finished 3.5. Right from the side of Conspiracy, so was laying down some damage, even though, you know, it wasn't kind of all cleaned up, or he didn't get as many kills, or, I mean, he got the same kills as most of his team, but yeah. ITV looking really good so far.
Yeah, and that 3.5 that came from Finners was higher than SLG, Wootum, and Glory, so shouldn't be underestimated that the damage was there, just wasn't the ability to really exploit it because they weren't staying together as a team. Like he was getting the damage off, but they were living and he was dying. So
hold on,
regen, and that's it.
You're trying to tell me that ITV smashed the game and Wootum didn't have like 6k damage? Oh man, that's terrifying. Hey, if they can do all that and Wootum doesn't even have top damage, that's a scary 2025, my friend. That's
I imagine Wootum was probably just trying to be nice to his brother. That's what was going on there. He wanted to make him feel like he was, like, you know, right up there with him.
I doubt that.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to see. Map 2, obviously, is going to be a Slayer. I believe it's on Streets, if my memory is correct, which it is. Good. I'm not losing memory in my dad era, which is handy. It is going to be Red Gun for ITB as well. The peak. Oh, Finners, great kill.
Yeah, I mean, that in no way should he have got away with that. Wootum should have had his head every single day of the week, but somehow he managed to make it work. Good nade there coming out. We do have a bit of back and forth going here, James, but Glory taking a little bit longer than maybe you should have done to take down Finners, but that is fine. He'll still make it happen. The perfect with the commando. This commando is so damn deadly if it's in the right hands. I absolutely love it. Isn't quite able to take down Nixeni though. Nixeni with a double kill. He seems pissed off at that bookcase. Not quite sure why. But we have a 5 and a 6, James, and we were tied up there for just a millisecond.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a tough old go for Conspiracy to stick with them. But we shall see, right? It is going to be Snipe Drone and Glory who find some kills. Chaos gets shot from the side. Snipe Drone, double kill for him. Chaos 0 and 3, not having a fun time in the streets at the moment, it must be said. Snipe Drone just out of hunting. Wooten, by the way, 5 assists on a donut, as Chaos is going to get on the board, and 3 dead for ITB. So some kills going towards Conspiracy. Only a 5-kill lead now, Reed.
Yeah, I'm liking that. The split spawns have come through for ITB, which isn't great news. However, somehow, even though the split spawn was there, SLG is able to get behind Conspiracy and go for the back-to-back melee. That should have been an easy 2-piece there for Conspiracy, but the movement or the coordination there from ITB was perfect to turn that terrible situation of the split spawn into, in fact, a plus side for them as they continue to rack up kills. Camo is up. We're going to see a bit of competition over here for it. It does go the way of Snipe Drone, so let's see how many kills Snipe Drone can get from this. He takes down at least one with Controller. Yeah, he will. He'll help out with that kill down Finners as well. And is still alive and still got that camo pop.
Yeah, it is going to be Snipe Drone. I mean, Wootum is breadsticking right now. Like, he has 7 assists, right? So it's... Hello? Ring around the roses? Okay, Nick Senny going to go down. But hey, when you have 8 assists and your team is 9 kills up, you can afford to breadstick, I think. And they also know they can spot out. Snipe Drone just knows where Conspiracy is. And he's going to try and find a kill. Wootum gets a second. And it is going to be Glory that finds Finners. SLG gets one as well. Still 11 kills up. And at the moment, it's looking pretty run-of-the-mill for a team that, yeah, at least last year's ITB did struggle in Slayers, right? So it's good to see that this year's ITB so far is getting it done.
Oh, the sticks somehow not quite there connecting. And I'm not sure which player that was. If that was, yeah, it was Chaos. I thought Chaos might have escaped there, but he did actually get caught out by the player in tires. We do now have a pretty sizable lead here for ITB so far. Basically carried by SLG. I mean, as you said, Wootum is no longer breadsticking, but he is only on 3 kills. So he's keeping the assists going for his team and being a bit more of a team player, which probably works in their favor going into 2025, actually. It's good to see that they have that communication coming through as an entire squad. They have 5 seconds left here before the camo is going to come up, and we're seeing both teams positioning themselves ready to take it on.
10 kill lead so far. And this is always where ITB kind of used to struggle. Is like this kind of like middle part. Like they'd get to 30 kills, and then they'd have this huge lead, and then they just kind of like struggle to kind of close it out and accelerate the lead and really sort it out. Wootum with some pretty... What? Okay, there's no way he gets out of this, but yeah, 3 members. Well, I mean, the info is crazy, right? As Nick Senny finds Snipe Drone as well. But the info play is crazy. Just like knows where 3 players are, even though he dies. But yeah, that's crazy.
That wasn't where I think you were going to go with that, James. The info was crazy on the side of Conspiracy because they had all perfectly called out. Camo is on B. Forget whatever the hell you're doing. We're going to surround this guy and kill him. And Wootum was trying his best to get out of it, and he wasn't quite able to make it happen. He just got absolutely trapped there and absolutely slammed. So, I love to see it. You know what I'd love to see sometime, James? Looking at Nick Senny here, just breaking double digits on the side of Conspiracy. I'd love to see a Wootum Nick Senny team. A brothers duo. We got an Ogre 1, Ogre 2 situation going on here.
Yeah, and like Wootum has more, like they have more brothers, right? So you could put together like even more of a squad. I'd love to see that.
Wootum's mum on coach.
Yeah, Mama Toom on the clipboard with the stopwatch now. No phones allowed. 43 to 33. Yeah, I mean it hasn't really gotten more than a 10 kill lead, but. You know, it also doesn't need to be, right? Like you can just don't forget, like they will be playing in the off-season cup later, They already told us that. So, yeah, I don't think these guys will be here till a grand final, but it's good that they at least get to play a bunch before you even go into the off-season cup. And yeah, it's nice to get a good hit out, and obviously more tape, right, is good. Chaos gonna find Wootum, who's 6 and 11, but has 10 assists. And it's just 4 kills to go for ITB. That was rough. They only have a 4-kill lead as well, Reed. It only needs 2 kills to go, but yeah. Oh, Wootum, good night. Should be it, and it will be. SLG cleans up Finners. And yeah, 50-44, Reed, and that was it was close at the end, but it wasn't really that close throughout, to be honest.
I mean, when you sat there and you said, "Oh, ITB really struggle here in the middle of the match," they then did struggle a little bit, right? Because we saw that gap get narrower and narrower and end on 6 points.
Yeah,
I would have liked to have seen. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a slightly stronger showing, just to give me full confidence going into like a major. But I say that, you know, you can only do so much, and SLG hitting it with 17 kills, you can't ask for much more than that, can you? But Nixeni topping the leaderboard, outslaying his brother by nearly double. Not quite hitting the double, but getting closer. And that should be a lot to take in at this point. I want to see the damage values, because I think that's going to be really telling between kind of where they were showing. Because Wootum, yes, less kills, but 10 assists. So he will have been contributing to most of the kills across his team's performance. And yeah, I mean, yeah, he's up there with Snipe Drone, right?
Yeah.
4K damage though for Nixeni. I'm happy with that, actually. I'm very excited to see where this goes into the next game.
Yeah, always nice, right? And you can claim brother bragging rights off that. I'm hearing the middle brother doesn't play Halo though, so might need to sort that out. Might need to get him on the sticks as well. We're gonna move into. Oh, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say you can have a LAN party every day.
Yeah, Woo Mum on the sticks as well. Just the 4 of them. Boom, easy. Live Fire Strongholds is map number 3. Yeah, I mean, there's a snipe. And a camo, so this could be very dangerous. And yeah, I think ITB, you know, one of their strong points was strongholds. I think from last year, I thought they were pretty good kind of throughout. And yeah, I'm interested to see, especially as you pick up an SLG, you pick up, you know, a Glory as well, right? These guys super good at strongholds, so.
Yeah, I kind of want to say it's going to be hard to grab their performance from last year as an indication of their performance from this year. The roster's just changed too much. Like, you obviously have the same coach, right? So you're expecting the same kind of strategies and stuff. But yeah, I think it's going to be different. I think the question's going to be is Wonderboy going to make a massive difference to these players than when they were playing with Kronos? I don't know. They will have different styles. I'm sure they have different techniques that they're going to try and enforce onto their players. So I just want to see how that really plays out.
It's going to be Nixeni, who does find a kill. But A and B going to go the side of ITB. A and C, sorry. To ITB. A perfect reversal onto SLG as well. But first points on the board to ITB. And even though Conspiracy have 5 kills, they are... maybe going to get a trip cap, but A was pretty quickly shut down. Finners is back smacked by Wootum, and they went from potentially getting a trip cap to... okay, Nixeni, all my days. The 1v1 is going to get naded out, so should lose B. Oh, they're actually they're gonna let Conspiracy get 1 point, Reed. But yeah, B and C set up for ITB.
B and C set up. Not really ideal. You normally see both teams favour an A and B, which looks like possibly what they're going for. I mean, if you're ITB in this situation, you're going to go for the trip cap all the time, I would imagine. But if you're wanting to hold a strong confirmed kill setup, you do not want to lose B, and they have just lost it to Conspiracy. So let's see if they can get that regained. But we do have more points ticking up for Conspiracy, and we might possibly see a little bit of a closer match than one may have thought.
Well, plenty of time to go. Oh, good nade from Nixeni. Snipe drone does manage to find Slink. And it is going to be, yeah, like you said, Conspiracy finding a way to get close to the score. Still early days though. I would expect ITB to start flexing it at some point. I mean, SLG yet to really get going on this map, but a couple dead for Conspiracy. B gonna get taken. A gonna get taken for Conspiracy. Finners goes down as well. And it looks like a trip cap might be in effect, but I'd expect Conspiracy to jump onto C. But first trip cap for 1 whole or 2 whole points goes to ITB.
The trip cap's out there, but the collapse has also come down as we just are absolutely tearing apart this team on Conspiracy. 1 player left up top. Finners will actually be able to maintain that and keep it up, but for the trade of that was that Glory got himself away with camo. This camo will all but secure that they're able to hold onto this double cap and possibly push for the triple cap again. However, he actually gets himself fired out a little bit. Snipe drone is there to save his bacon, keep him alive for a little bit longer. Snipe's coming up, and I think that's what Glory is angling towards. If he can get himself that in his back pocket before the camo completely runs out, you may see a few kills come through. But Chaos with the flank. The perfect comes through from Glory, but it's a trade. And a trade is not what you want to do in that situation as they lose control of that sniper rifle.
That they do. 4 dead for Conspiracy as well. The trip cap confirmed for ITB. And I mentioned it was 24 to 21, by the way. And they have flexed the muscles. They've kicked out the legs. They've had a bit of coffee. They've woken up a little bit. And this has come... Oh my god, if he'd hit that. Woo, my days. Wootum 10 and 4, by the way. So, yeah, had a bit of a slower game. You know, by perspective of his kind of slow game. But, yeah, ITB have scored, what, 126 points for no answer so far, and yeah, the start was a little slow, right? But it's kind of what I expected, Reed. Once they got going, it's been pretty rough for Conspiracy. Looks like it might be another trip cap as well.
Yeah, the interesting point is the kills are coming through. I mean, a double kill there for Finners, but they're just not able to convert that into an actual team. I mean, Finners gets a double kill, Glory comes flying around and takes him down. Like, okay, well, the hill's not changed, so we're going to just keep getting more and more points as they break 180. And there's not much they can really do there. Nixeni somehow not getting the trade there with the melee. I thought that was all but destined to be a trade as Glory completely styled on him with that QT.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty ruthless right at this moment. Although Conspiracy should be able to jump onto B. Having said that, though, Finners went down. Chaos gonna find a kill, but he's gonna get shot in the back. Nixeni. Oh my god, snipe drone! Oh my days. Just goes, you know what? Oh, back smack should be. Yeah, does kill Nixeni. Oh my god. That was actually so gross.
I love the selection there from Snipe Drone. He was shooting the player on hill, then went to shoot the player on pillars, but realised, no, I need to focus on the guy on hill. He's the guy that's a threat here to our hill hold, and just completely put himself and put the pillar between him and that guy that was shooting him, and that worked out well for him. He nearly was able to stop that trip cap, and you know that just seconds too late there from Wooten wasn't able to make it happen, but. Looks like we're going for a triple cap here, James, as you've already stated, they have not ticked up any more points, Conspiracy that is, towards any progress, and they've probably given up at this point, as we have trip cap to end it. It's a defeat. Good job to enter the breach for winning the series 3-0.
Yeah, it was 24-21 at one point, and it ends 250-23. So Conspiracy got 2 more points. And yeah, ITB got 226, and yeah, just looked real effective, right? Here's the scoreboard. I want to shout out SLG, 12 assists as per usual. Gonna be dealing a lot of damage. I'm excited to see some damage stats. Tomb back on top, 16 and 6, absolutely dominated. 14-9 for Snipe. Yeah, 4.2 damage. Ooh. 4.2k damage for Wooten, 3.7 for SLG. Pretty usual from what we saw last year as well, to be honest. So not super surprised.
You know what's quite funny is the ITB scoreboard actually flipped round. SOG was on top, Wooch was on the bottom, and then they just completely reversed it, and they still got away with it. I mean, there was a lot of damage coming out from Conspiracy, but as I said, they just couldn't get any map control at all. They couldn't get any objective efficiency. They were getting the kills at one point, but just not converting their hills and just watching that pick up in the back of their head.
Yeah, that melee was just kind of really rude as well. This was nuts. That like really nice double kill and this kind of sequence in mid game, right? And it was kind of 10 kills the whole time until right at the end when Conspiracy kind of brought it back a little. But this game was just never really close, right? Within it, like short replay package because there just isn't much to replay, right? But ITV looking strong and yeah, just getting it done. They're gonna move on to a winners final. Guys, as mentioned before, Vex Games sponsoring us for the Seeding Cups and the LAN tournament. Go check out their game, Vextorial. It's a multi-dimensional puzzle game. It's in the chat. Go wishlist it on Steam. We're going to run an ad. And when we come back, it's winners final. Don't go anywhere.
In the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place that would have end up being the second place teams, I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know. But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they will be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
it was like
whenever
an all-female owned org.
yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're
like,
just
for-
like competitive, you know.
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like that's why I said earlier, like we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of like took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's
so
the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
It was just like you were a female on the game,
Yep.
and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So,
gunning
like,
for each other.
right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were bad about it, and like I think
Yeah.
that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean,
Well,
we
it was
were
like the
toxic.
first- Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember
Mhm.
how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top, we were like entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like we weren't going to take any shit like that.
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
Play, no, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through the competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen.
Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2 one shot. 2 one shot.
You guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR. 2 in BR.
Play your lives. Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me out. They're pushing me out. They're pushing me down basement. Push me down basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching us. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys.
Holy
one shot.
Let's go. Oh, what my god.
Victory. They're choking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would leave the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Carandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Carandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene in Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know. How far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippin's Team Taj, or Avengers, a lethal and formal dual Taj. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah. So Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. So I was like, all right, like sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It was like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found it's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like halo2forum.com, I think at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it was kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, double shot, all the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook One's montage, Fragging Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third-person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura, Reed 18, Shook One, Eli the Ninja, and Virion, as well as many, many more. But as the release of Halo 3 was coming out, there was one montage that would be a turning point within Halo content creation as a whole. Walshy's second Halo 2 montage.
Yeah, I want to say it hit 1 million views in like 2 or 3 days. Like that's how big Halo montages were at the time. Like there was probably TV shows that were on like national television that didn't get 1 million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walshy's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would like group up in voice chat and then like have it paused at 0 and then all hit play and watch it together. Like I'm pretty sure that's what we did at the time. Whoever my teammates were and like whatever my online friends were, we would all get into a party on Halo 2, all have the video paused and then all like count down like 3, 2, 1, play, and we all watched it and like reacted to it together. And we're just losing our minds the whole time. Like,
with the release of a new game also meant a new generation of editors and montagers, and for the first time in Halo history, we were introduced to theater mode. With this tool, editors took montages to the next level.
You may know me as Muggsy. What I've done in this space, I mean, I've made probably way more videos than I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back, so.
Theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in editing as well, like it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this is gonna look sick. It's like, I don't know, it's just, that was way more prevalent in Halo 3 because, as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading these montages onto their computer and were able to just stream it, all of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and then it became the Halo forum. And then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special, but everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there'd be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something. So like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage, like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like that's how much people cared back then. Like you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin' to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together, and it was 10 different editors, all editing 1 minute, where every part of the, like everyone's edit transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, like, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly two of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came to an end, the cross-section of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just aligned so well for the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think like if like I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros who coming throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation of montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy, your Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason. But to me, the first like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com. When it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed. And then in that transition, I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was. And so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game, I think, was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the like. There's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still had Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole, not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5 and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then like I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for the newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed18 making montages like it's 2006, or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I have linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG? Space Station.
I think Arctic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG. Space Station. SSG. Space Station. SSG.
That was SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic.
Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase Clan. Phase.
Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan. Phase.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a FaZe didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station. That event.
Optic.
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 Optic. Was it Optic?
Was it Optic?
Optic.
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 Optic. That was us.
Optic. That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG. SSG. That one was SSG.
The SSG invitation was won by SSG.
SSG.
SSG. SSG. SSG.
SSG. SSG. Space Station.
SSG.
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 Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it FaZe? We're gonna go with FaZe. It was Space Station, wasn't it?
FaZe? I'm gonna say Optic again. Oh no, FaZe actually.
FaZe.
Optic.
FaZe. FaZe.
That was FaZe.
Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that Optic?
No, it's FaZe.
I believe FaZe won that one as well.
It was FaZe, wasn't it? That was FaZe.
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 FaZe. FaZe.
FaZe. FaZe.
FaZe.
Also FaZe.
FaZe again. FaZe.
Charlotte Major 2023.
I'm gonna, because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
Optic. That was Optic because they won the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is winners final time. My name is Captain James Force. This is Reed. This is winners final. We're going to throw to some rosters because we have 8 people in this lobby and we want to get to some action. And it is Into the Breach versus BH3 Esport. Here's BH3, Reed. Do you want to run it through for people who forgot?
Yeah, I'm so excited. We saw them play earlier. This is Bastos, Sunriz, Shadow Moes. They had a very comfortable time earlier. They had a little bit of a shaky one in their first matchup, but, they should give ITB a bit of more of a run for their money in their last squad. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. And speaking of that other squad, should we have a look at ITB?
That we shall. You just saw them, but it's Wootum, Glory, SLG, and Snipe Drone. And yeah, they also looked extremely good. The Slayer probably could have been a little bit better, but ITB and Slayer is a complicated relationship over the last year or so. Navi time as well. It's just been complicated. It's always complicated. But it is going to be a best of 5, of course. And what would a best of 5 winners final be without an Aqua CTF to bring us in? It's a Solly Slayer, a Live Fire King of the Hill, a Streets Ball, and a Recharge Slayer. We have not seen a single oddball today, have we? No.
We have not on stream, no.
No.
I want that to come through. Yeah, I want us to get to that map 4. That would be good. This first CTF, Aqua CTF has always been something that kind of the Europeans have been particularly good at. I'm just trying to think who was on the original Na'Vi roster that was just like absolutely unbeatable on Aqua CTF. And I think the only person is Snipe Drone? Was Snipe Drone on that original Na'Vi roster? I can't remember now.
You mean like the Jimbo, Kimbo, Snakey, and was it Snipe Drone? No, Tufoxy.
No, I'm thinking like when Glory was on the squad. It was Glory,
so not the
Jim,
OG one, but the
Glory, Glim, Snipe Drone, and Liam. Was it?
Yeah, Mighties. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. So
that was Blackpool. That was Blackpool Na'Vi. Yeah.
That was a good squad. So I'm hoping we can see that same kind of work come out, kind of rub off a little bit onto Wootum. And then we could be in for a good one. But that Slayer again, that's going to be the one to watch. I want to see that one go all the way, especially against someone like Bastos and well, the Sun Rizzler.
Yeah, the good old Sun Rizzler. But yeah, I'm excited to. Game is starting. But yeah, I went too far back in my Na'Vi my Na'Vi roster. But yeah, CTF Aqua, that was a very dominating map and mode for those guys. And I'm hoping that this new ITB roster can do the same. Right? It's kind of always been strong for them, and I'm excited to see how they go. But yeah, I think BH3 probably one of the only teams that can give them the test. We'll see, right? So I'm excited to kind of see how this goes, and we should be getting into it hopefully in a second.
You know what, James? I'm going to throw up a prediction. I would want to see kind of what you guys think. Who do you think is going to come out on top? I think it's going to be pretty easy to put that through, but I'm actually going to make the prediction slightly different. The prediction's going to be, is ITB going to win 3-0? That's what I want to find out. So let me just rock that one up now.
I believe so. I believe. You have a very loud mechanical keyboard as well, by the way.
I shouldn't do. The only reason I do is actually because the mic's right next to it. It's actually got a MX silence. They're meant to be particularly silent.
Oh yeah, I cut away. I was like pulling the microphone up. But here we are. It's Aqua CTF, BH3 in the blue, ITB in the red. Red on and off the server. Shad is the one with the OS. He's going to find Snipe Drone. He gets a beautiful double kill. And it's 3 dead for ITB right off the rip. And Shad is going for the flag, as it's 4 dead. Wow.
Well, an amazing start. And the spawns are already locked in. I love this position from Bastos. He just got 1 there, dead off the spawn. He can take down the second of Wootum and keep this flag on the move. Get the perfect drop slide. He will hit that exactly how he needs to, and it's not looking like any player in ITB is going to be in real position to contest this. They might be able to get a few shots across, but they will not stop that flag from going in. They're going to be on the aggression. If they can take down Shad and Bastos here back base, and then get also eyes over towards the respawners over by Fridge, they may be able to make something happen here. We may see a counter cap come through, James.
Yeah, it is going to be Sunrise, the last one left alive, but I'm not sure how pushed up. Oh, I was going to say ITBR, but it is going to be Snipe Drone with the G slide. SLG and Wootum still on donuts, it must be said. Have to do some flag defending of their own. Glory going to find a beautiful double kill. Flag, I was going to say, should get returned. And it will. And it should be a flag cap to be 1-1, and it will be. And within 90 seconds, Reed, it's 1 apiece.
Right. Still no real kind of showing from who might break this one out. Although we do have a triple kill coming there from the side of Into the Breach, and 4 dead temporarily for BH3. So they might be able to make something happen here. They need to get another round of slays if they want to go for a flag pull. You can see the guys on BH3 are thinking, what do they do next? SLG will take down Bastos though. Bastos really wanted to win that if he wanted to fully stunt this push. Flag is on the move, and these players are just not in the right place to really stop it. The movement from Wootum is going to keep going. The flag gets halfway. Wootum's going to choose to save his life just a little bit longer. Try to get a position here. If they can get another round of slays onto this team, they may be able to keep the flag moving, but the flag does get returned, so good job for them.
Yeah, just, yeah, you turn a corner and you see 3 of BH3. It's going to be a little bit difficult to kind of do anything about that, even for Wootum. Bastos gonna get one-shotted by Glory. Just flick, see you later, goodbye. Wootum picks up Mose as well, and Glory is 10-3 to start this off, by the way. So been looking absolutely fantastic.
I'd love to see it. Glory hasn't really been like having like any standout performance so far today, so it's good to see him come out kicking on this one.
Speaking of kicking, it's BH3 who are going to be 4 dead, and Glory's just going to run it straight bottom mid. Is going to get naded out though. Is that Wootum sitting in their base? I think it is, right? Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be 2-1, and it will be. Snipe Drone covering SLG as he scores. Going to find Mose as well. Shad dead too. And it's so far SLG with the 2 flag caps. The canny Frenchman. And yeah, looking like this is a good game already. And another flag pull for ITB. I also believe it's been 3 flag pulls, 3 caps. Oh, not quite actually. There's been there's been a few returns. I apologize. I misspoke.
I love it. I like the flank there from Wootum. He was able to get right behind his players in the base. So even though his player went down who grabbed the flag, he was able to take down the 2 players in the base and the fresh spawner over by Fridge. That's enabled this flag to be on the move again, as we may see the 3rd cap go in here or Into the Breach, as only Sunriz is left alive on the side of BH3. Fresh spawns are now up though. They do have the good side of the map. They have got a lot of control here over towards generator. They will actually get into the gen of ITB, and they get enough slaves though to pull a flag and possibly look to equal this one out a little bit more.
We shall see. Oh, Snipe Drone is going to find Shad. SLG bringing back the BR days. It is going to be Mose, the last one left alive for BH3 and ITB. Looking real. I mean, Glory has 17 kills right now as they're going to just kind of reset out the back of their base. Trying to work out where Shad went. Bastos down there as well. Gonna get shots on from SLG. And Wootum does find Bastos, and it's just wherever they look, seemingly, Reed, they find BH3 bodies.
Oh, Shad thought he was safe from behind. He was not. Nice living up here by Glory. Gets his shields back up on bottom P1. The nade did come through from mid, but wasn't quite able to take him down. You have a couple players down now, though, for Into the Breach. They are 3 dead temporarily. The flag does get pulled. We may see the start of a run here from Sunrise, but the one player left up on Into the Breach actually manages to get the flag almost through to, you know, top of car 3 all by themselves. We will see a return come through here by Wootum, and that's a pretty dangerous position to be in. BH3, as we may see their flag keep going, has not yet been returned. I spoke too soon.
Well, it does in the end get returned. Snipe Drone and the Sunrise Alert going to trade out. Ooh. Glory, 19 and 7 right now. SLG going to find a great nade kill. Wootum with the chase up as well. Shad double teamed as Glory's going to smash him down. Wootum also finds the commando. Dangerous in his hands. I mean, we've only had like half of this map go by, and there's already been 4 caps in it. Oh, great body shots as well by Snipe Drone. I mean, SLG has 11 assists, which is kind of really classic SLG, right? Like, lays down so much damage. Wootum with the perfect, almost gets a double, but knows where they are. And now this push coming towards the flag. Snipe Drone gonna whiff one. Is gonna find Sunrise. Can he find Shad as well? But yeah, just the pressure is so suffocating, isn't it, Reed?
I feel like I'm on the team. I feel the pressure in myself. I mean, I've got to give good credit to BH3. They have prevented any more flags coming through. They've stemmed the bleeding for just a little bit, but they're not quite making the pushes they need to do if they want to, you know, try and equalize the score a little bit. We're now down to below 5 minutes. 4 minutes 20 remain, and I'm just failing to see that kind of control that we need to see if they want to keep on the push.
Yeah, BH3 just got to do a little more, like, kind of making sure that they just kind of shut ITB down, right? Like, ITB always just seem to have the kill advantage. Having said that, oh, Sunrise gonna get a little whiffy. Oh no, Sunrise loses the entire OS. Does kill SLG though. They are gonna pull this flag, so it's not quite dead yet, but Sunrise and Bastos just put down Shad. It's got no shield left. He's gonna go down. 3 dead for BH3, and this flag should come back. And you think ITB, if you bring it forward, if they can get a push going and find some kills. However, 3 dead for them, and now BH3 with a chance to reset as well.
Okay, so we've got a prediction here by Sunrise. He thinks they're going to spawn in Fridge. They will in fact spawn Fridge, so that's a good call from him. You can just get a lot of damage down onto these guys' B side. That'll be enough, so they are now 2-3. We only have a 1 flag differential here, and even though, looking at the kills, you would think this should be swinging more towards ITB's side. They're actually not quite able to do it, and Shad is on a 2nd run here. We may be tying up this game, James. I thought this was going to be a bit more of a struggle just looking at how the last couple minutes have gone, but in the, you know, since the 4-minute mark, they just absolutely dominated, and now we're 3-3, and I don't know where this goes, James.
Yeah, this is a bit intense. Mose with a double kill as well. Flag been taken. Both teams have this flag, and Bastos making a run for it. And he, oh my god, Bastos does find Wootum. And could this be a 4-3 to the side of BH3? But it's 3 dead. It's just Mo's left alive. He finds a beautiful double kill though. He's trying to go for this flag. Sunrise is going to pick it up. They're going to need to have some good defense here from Mo's. And this should be a 4th flag, and it is. BH3 are up with 2 minutes to go. But Wootum finds a beautiful double. And oh my god, we talked about the Slayer, but is it the CTF that's going to be problems?
Yeah, we should be a little bit scared here, because we have Overshield in the hands of Glory. The flag is out. Looks like that might be a dead flag, though. I thought that might have been a run there if Wootum had managed to keep himself alive. Good use of the green gun there, just to absolutely strip away that Overshield off of Glory. The flag is still on the move, but it's probably going to die now. Surely Glory has to fall. Glory will trade with Mo's. The flag gets returned, and we are now still at a 1 flag advantage towards BH3 Esports.
Yeah, 4-3 at the moment to BH3. The flag pull from Sunrise as well. Oh my god.
Oh, hello.
Hello. The trade as well. Bastos. Oh my god, it's only SLG left. This could be it. This could be BH3 winning this CTF right here and right now. Oh my god, is this actually happening? They're gonna put it in, and it's BH3 with the upset. They're gonna score first, and it's 5-3. Bastos with a hat trick, and BH3 are gonna go 1-0 up. Oh my days. Oh my days.
I hope you can see a smile on my face. I don't know whether I should be afraid for what this means going into 2025, but man, BH3 taking that map off of ITB when it looks so damn like tight and controlled, and ITB looked to be in control there in that middle of the map. They couldn't do anything, and then bang, 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 4 flags in a row, and we saw BH3 run away with this one. ITB. They're a professional team, right? They won't let us affect them. They're going into the Slayer. They need to stay focused. But look at that damage dealt, right? 7.2k for most. 7.5k for Shad. Nearly 7k for most of the players on ITB. But they weren't quite able to make it. There was just so many kills going back and forth. The positioning of everybody on that map was absolutely perfect. And there's nothing else you can say about that, James.
Yeah, that was real nuts to watch that, right? Like, especially those last runs, just so good, right? Like, Sunrise getting it, Bastos getting 3 caps. We're going to move into a Solitude Slayer. But, oh man, I thought the Slayer was going to be the problem. And you talked up the Aqua CTF, but yeah, clearly some things to work through. I mean, I think, you know, we talked about they did play each other in a scrim, and BH3 did take a couple of maps off ITB, right? So it's not like that's like they do lose maps to BH3, but interesting. Interesting.
A scrim's one thing, but you know, you normally see, oh, they lost in a scrim against you know, this player or such team or whatever, and then they just win every single time when it matters in a tournament. But we've seen here anyway. We're going to be hopping into a Solitude Slayer, and I'd love to see that domination continue, but we'll see where we get.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. And here we are. We're not going to have to wait long. Solitude Slayer, here we go. Woo. And it's Shad who's going to go down. And Glory and SLG finding kills. Sniper against Bastos, and it's a quick 4-0.
Looks like ITB are back with a vengeance. Good shot there from Glory. Gets a second shot into the side of Sunriz. Will end up taking him down just with his little DMR there in his back pocket. Trying to find that last player that is sliming themselves around window. Isn't quite able to find them, but he still has that shock rifle, so goodbye, Mose. We have a dominating start, an 8-3 lead here for ITB. Glory just needs to live up as long as he can here while he waits for those reinforcements. Will take down Sunriz. Shad still alive though in loop. Maybe a nice little nade might finish him off.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm still trying to get over that other game, mate. Like, that was crazy. Yeah, it is 10-6 to ITB so far. Make that 12-6 as Wootum and SLG going to find kills. SLG finds another. And at the moment, at least, ITB just kind of flying around the map and getting a lot of kills, Reed, and making this look kind of easy. Oh, good nade.
Shots coming through from Snipe Drone, trying to sort of pin down some of these players on BH3. The BH3 squad's actually quite split out, but they do seem to have a slight bit of intelligence advantage here over ITB, but Snipe Drone's just able to get these kind of narrow shots through. We saw the player sat there on LR, able to also get some nice shots across, just able to keep them on their toes. We do still see a solid lead here for ITB, but it doesn't take long for that to be eroded. I mean, Camo's up, so we'll see both teams kind of tilt towards that. Looks like it might go the way of ITB, as Sunrise is the only player left alive for a little bit there for BH3. What can SLG do with this Camo, though?
That is the question. Not much is the answer. And that's kind of been a theme, right? For most of today, like, there's been very few really good Camo plays across the maps. There's been a lot of, like, get Camo, die, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, 23 to 16, I should say. And ITB looking good so far, but need to keep the foot on the accelerator because BH3 can do bits if you're not watching. You know, you thought they had it in the CTF and then kind of got absolutely donked towards the end. Yeah, Sunrise going to find a kill. Mo's going to take damage from Wootum. He's just waiting for his shields. Sees quite a few players. Can he find one? Oh my god. How has he not got that kill there? But yeah, back to just 4 kills in the lead, and ITB just not able to put BH3 away at the moment, although a lot of damage coming down from SLG and Wootum.
Oh, shock in the hand of glory. Not quite able to do what he was doing at the beginning of the match. A triple kill for Bastos. Can he find the last player? His teammates are trying to call it out to him, but it's just going to take him a bit too long to get around there. Will end up finding Wootum by his lonesome. Then Summer is out to deal with him. We have a tighter game here now, James. 3 kills apart for these teams from a lead of basically 10. Worth paying attention to, and a bit of a weird movement there for Glory. Just kind of went in by himself with no support from his teammates. Not quite sure what the plan was there, but what do I know? Camo is going to pop up any second now, I believe, James, so we should see that come into play soon enough.
Yeah, shock rifle in the hands of Bastos. Does only have 1 shot left. Does have 12 kills. There's shock rifle. Thought the Camo player might have jumped over, but he didn't. 34 to 30. Make that snipe drone with a handy double. Might have even been a triple. It was an overkill. Extern for snipe drone. Just when ITB needed to stretch the lead. I think it technically counts, right? We caught the end. But yeah, snipe drone overkill extern in a winner's final to kick off 2025. And now ITB with a 7-kill lead as we approach 40. Wootum is only going to find 1 before getting traded. Does ping out, sorry, Glory that was, is going to ping out where they are. Shad finds Wootum. Just got to make sure they don't mess this up. It's back to 4 kills. Snipe drone finds Mose. Can he find Shad as well? No, Shad finds him. Wootum with a trade onto the Sun Rizzler. Shad's there with no shields. He's going to get taken down. 5-kill lead, Reed, with just 7 kills to go for ITB.
Oh, Bastos, he gets caught out trying to chase down SLG. SLG will manage to survive and get his shields up. Snipe drone goes for the trade. He probably should have gotten away with a bit more than that. Wootum, he's on the run as well. We have a lot of ITB players on 1 health bar left, but somehow they keep getting away with it alive. Sunrise gets caught out on the ramp. Bastos goes in for the trade, can't quite make it happen. It's a double kill for Wootum. All the players are dead. It has gone from a very tight 4-kill game, James, to 10 kills apiece and 1 more kill needed for ITB. All they need is that trade. They'll find it somewhere, I'm sure, as we have a bit of a collapse here onto the guys in BH3, but still 2 players down, and there we get it. I was worried there for a second, James. I thought they might have been able to have a bit of a comeback as we saw ITB throwing their life away a little bit, but the trade did come through, so great job to them. We had a 9-kill lead there, 50-41.
Yeah, it was, man, that overkill extern was spicy. Like, you saw Snipedrone get a couple in the feed, and then we flicked to him just as he finished it off. But a much better performance from ITB, right? Like, in the lead and kind of controlled it, like, the whole way. Which looked really, really good. Snipedrone 16 and 12, had 10 assists. Glory with 13 assists. You love to see it. On the other side, Bastos once again, top of the kills. He got 16 and 8. Very uniform assists over that whole team. And if we look at some damage, apparently we're not going to look at any damage.
Apparently not. What has told us?
Very rude. No. There we go. 4.44 for Snipedrone, 4.2 for SLG, 4K for Bastos as well. Wootum only 3K. Same with Sunrise. So yeah, sometimes you just don't do a lot of damage, but the rest of your team does damage. And I think this is something I like, Reed, is that ITB are winning games and Wootum's not the one having to deal all the damage all the time.
Yeah, and they looked a little bit shaky towards the middle, but they were able to overcome it. And you may say, oh, well, you know, if they're only just beating a team like this in Europe, how are they ever going to face a team like Optic? But you gotta remember, like, yes, of course, there is a difference, but the difference isn't as huge as most people think. It's just that little extra, like, 2-3% that just really pushes them over the edge and creates a completely god squad that we have in the majors. But in a Slayer, against a team like this, like, it's very easy to underestimate them. So, yeah.
Yeah, and hey, we will get a Streets Ball as well, by the way. So we will see an odd ball as we are going to move into a live fire King of the Hill. I'm excited to see how this goes. Yeah, man. Woo, ITB. Hey, you know what? We're going to show you the whole load screen because we're just cool like that. Oh, it's us.
Oh,
we're back. We're back for about 2 seconds before we get into this. But yeah, Live Fire King of the Hill. I'm interested to see how ITB kind of approach this. Like, they looked so good at the start of that Aqua CTF and then kind of fell off the bandwagon at the end. So yeah, they've really got to make sure that BH3 don't have a way into this game. And then, of course, the Streets oddball afterwards. Also, same, right? They've got to kind of dominate that from start to finish or at least get it over the line, you would have to suspect. So, yeah, here we go. Live Fire King of the Hill, and it's Bastos who's going to find First Blood.
So, nice start here for the side of BH3, but the snipe comes through, and now Wootum on the sniper with that M&K flick is something you really want to be terrified of. A couple more seconds before we have active camo coming up. Wootum has a good vision over that. He knows where Mose is. He will take him down. He's trying to work out exactly where everyone else is. Heard the call. Bastos is on window. He will take him down. He gets the shot on Sunriz. Absolutely insane. Ammo should now fall towards into the breach, I believe. I'm not quite sure where it's gone, though. Chad, he's going to make a push towards the hill, but the snipe is still in the hands of Wootum, and Wootum is 4-0 right now, and he's going to catch out Bastos here from behind, I'm sure.
Oh, killing spree! No, he's risking it. Oh, he is going to go down to the Sunrise. Smack, the repulse, the kill, and it's 1-0 ITB already. And Mose is still on a donut, and Snipedrone is already in hill number 2. And I have to say, just off this start, as Snipedrone does go down, but I was going to say, right off this start, this is looking terrifyingly efficient from ITB.
It is, but once we see the power weapons kind of run out of ammo and stuff start to calm down a little bit, we may see that tilt the other way. You see a good position placement here by the BH3 squad. Double kill for Bastos is going to keep BH3 into this one. They know there's a player around tower. We know there's a player in hill. Bastos can do something, and oh, he misses the stick. He might have been able to make an opening there for his teammates pushing towards the bottom nest, but that push from Sunrise is going to delay the inevitable as he gets absolutely targeted by every single player on the hill. One player last up on the hill, SLG. He'll take tower control and just wait until his teammates can get there and apply some more pressure.
Yeah, Glory is going to find Shad with the nade, but so far ITB have had all the control of hill number 2. And it has to be said, probably... Oh my god, okay, Glory. Glory finally gets it done. I was going to say... Ooh, double kill for Mose. 3 dead from the side of ITB. Just Wooten left alive. As they are a few seconds away from getting this hill done. As Mose, once again, one shot. As Shad is going to get taken down, but Bastos with the trade. Sniper about to be up as well. Sunrise and SLG with the trade. Camo there as well. Green gun you can see. Remote det onto Snipe Drone. Before getting taken down, Wooten going to wait for some shields before jumping on this hill. What I was going to say is that Aqua CTF probably sending some shockwaves up ITB, and they are 2-0 up after just over a minute of non-hill play. And yeah, Wooten 11-4, looking pretty good right now.
2 and 7 for Shad. He's going to have to really work it just a little bit if he wants to keep his team in this. Does manage to get a double kill. I spoke too soon. Is he going to go for the triple? He manages to get the repulsor. Somehow he's still alive. Does not take down Snipe Drone, but Mose managed to help him out there a little bit. I thought we might have seen a triple come out, but we do not see it. The hill is now in good control here, actually, for BH3. If they can just, you know, get a couple few picks here and there, keep these players in the respawn screen, they may be able to get this hill. And I think, as you said earlier, James, when you're on this 2-0 point, this third hill is so important because you're either basically securing the win for your team, or you're really putting this back into anybody's. Anybody can have it on the territory if you go 2-1. So try and keep this one alive. Snipe Drone managing to live up just long enough to get a shield. Sunrise will take him down. There's 2 dead for Into the Breach. Sniper in the hands of Bastos. This hill could, or probably should in this case, go the way of BH3 if they can just make some of these sniper shots miss. Oh, miss? Yeah.
Hit. Yeah, I mean, the thing there is, like, if they don't manage to win this hill, which they kind of should do anyway... Oh, God, okay. They will actually cap it right at the end. But what I was going to say is, if they didn't manage to stick that hill, it'd be because they had ITB, like, 3 dead, and then didn't manage to actually get any hill time, while kind of BH3 were having them 3 dead. So... there was quite low objective efficiency right there, but in the end they do manage to cap it, no worries at all. 2:45 left on the clock, and just a little bit of Slayer starting to come in. Mose is going to find Snipe Drone as Shad gets a double kill, and it is going to be BH3 who are going to be first ones to jump on hill number 4.
Okay, we could see a tying up of the points here. We have ammo in the hands of Mose, although information is looking pretty light for him. Until he turns around and finds a player behind him. Love that. Do you have Mud control, though, going the way of ITB, it looks like? Or maybe not, actually. That player got taken down, so we do still have control of Mud on the side of BH3. If BH3 can just clean up SLG over here in Nest and clear out Glory on the hill, they could start ticking up a bit more time. It depends where Snipe Drone goes. Snipe Drone has to win this fight. He can put more pressure down mid and keep the pressure going towards that sniper, but the sniper's probably going to go the way of BH3 again.
It might do, but at the moment it's ITB who have control of this hill. Bastos right there. Oh my god, Glory and SLG getting killed. And you can see just the players flooding towards Nest. 3 dead for ITB.
Mose has that sniper in hand.
Oh dear. Bastos pushing forward. SLG gonna tag team out. Shad gonna find 2, and he's traded. But speaking of 2, it's now 2 hills apiece, Reed. And this is it's getting a little bit sketchy for ITB.
This is not going the way I have predicted it, James, which is good. I'm excited. This is a very exciting match. The plasma comes out and just goes absolutely over the head of Wooten. Lucky for him. Mose does have the sniper, but he's on the wrong side of the map. He really wants tower control if they want to put as much pressure as they can onto this hill, as much chance of them grabbing it. I think what we might see here actually is a little bit of a swing for Mose as he makes his way over towards the tower side. However, it was completely read by ITB as they send 2 players towards Dice and 1 player into Killers. Hill is in the hands of BH3, but control still looks like it's leaning towards ITB as they should be able to clean up a few of these players and put pressure onto the Hill and clean them out of it.
And you can see in the free cam how it is. Wootum 16 and 12, SLG 11 assists, and this camo. And it's going to be ITB on this hill. Now they're just trying to find where BH3 are spawning. They know one is top tower somewhere. Oh, the shot reveals where SLG is. He's going to have to fall back a little bit. Does find Bastos though, and doesn't fall off. Now we'll go back. Does have camo. You can see that they're just collapsing around, trying to find BH3. And the good thing that I like about this, right, is they're just like spawn cycling them. It's almost always 2 dead for the side of BH3. You can see it again, Sunrise and Bastos going down. And even though it's a 2v2, there's some cover there. Shad. Oh, he's going to get a massive kill onto SLG. And it could be that hill number 5 goes towards BH3 off the back of that kill from Shad, and it looks like it will do. And BH3, they're 3-2 up with a minute and a half to go, and we're going back to hill number 1, Reed. Oh my god.
Oh, the jiggle peeking attempts there by Wooten were strong, but not quite strong enough, as we had Shad taken down with the help of Bastos. You have good positioning here on the side of BH3. They're able to just squeeze ITB out of the hill. There's one player ratting around back goals. He will survive. That's Glory. Glory's still up. He does get taken down, though, by Mose, who is sat over towards Nesk. If Mose can just regen his health and put a little bit more pressure, maybe go for a bit of a nade shot onto the plasmas, might do him some good. And honestly, no one's really got much time on the hill, but with the sniper in hand and SLG sat on it, we may see this hill get a lot more time towards ITB in these next few seconds, James.
Woo! SLG, killing spree, double kill, and has snipe. Will take the opportunity to reload, spots out some legs, gets the kill assist, and again, BH3, 2 dead, 2 alive at the same time. Just cycling it out should allow ITB to get a lot of time into this hill. And they are about to score in this hill. Beautiful headshot! Oh. Double snipe from SLG! It's 4 dead for BH3. And ITB, it's going to hill number 7 as they absolutely smash that hill. It was so easy. They've got camo now as well. They've still got snipe. They're going to get in this hill, and it's up to BH3 to push in and find a way to stop them. Because at the moment, ITB have got all the cards on the table. There's another kill. Wooten's got 2. It's just Mo's left alive. And BH3, they've got to perform a miracle. And they're going to not have to do anything there. Wooten finds yet another kill. He's 22 and 16. SLG 22 and 15 assists. The Sun Rizzler should be going down here as well. He will. It's Wooten. He's unstoppable. And ITB are this close to securing map number 3.
Close, but it's not over yet, James. There's a lot of damage being dealt here by these BH3 players, and that camo really allowed ITB to maintain that control. But with 1 player left alive for Shad, he will actually stay alive in tower. He is still alive. He will stem the bleeding for just a little bit, but there's so little time to play with here for BH3. They have 2 choices. They either try themselves to grab the hill, or just try to stay alive, keep ITB off the hill, and try to take this into overtime. I'm not quite sure what they'll do. They're probably going to try and maintain control and grab a little bit of hill time, but without much going on, there's a kill coming back and forth. ITB still on the hill, and that will be it, James. 4-3, but it was looking really scary at one point as BH3 had a 3-2 lead for, after that 5th hill.
Man, BH3 getting a little icy in the veins, my friends. Woo!
I don't want to say it was all down to that camo, but Wooten's camo just there on that 7th hill was what they needed to secure that. I mean, that first sprint after they'd basically wiped out most of BH3, they got 75% of the hill, if not a little bit more. that just put them in such a good position, and then that kind of puts the Bunsen burner under the feet of BH3, if you may say.
Man, SLG 24 kills and 18 assists. Snipe Drone 17 assists as well. Wootum topping the charts on 25 kills. Maybe we can have a look at damage. I mean, Bastos 17. I mean, look at that. 7.6k for SLG, 7k for Bastos and Glory. Just absolutely bananas the amount of damage that ITB can put out. And we are going to move on to map number 4. We're getting an oddball, baby. And I believe it's Streets Ball.
Worth saying though, James, the difference there on damage was actually quite big between the two teams, but the objective efficiency that was coming out from BH3 for them to get all those hills, despite having so many less kills and damage, was really good. And maybe going into this oddball, where obviously objective efficiency is even higher, we may see them have a little bit of luck here. We may end up going to a Game 5 Slayer, but I will hold my my kind of wishes for a little bit longer as we get into this.
Yeah, we shall see. Look, ITB, one oddball match away from moving into the grand final. And if we look a little bit at the lower bracket, let me catch up with what's been going on. Lower bracket round 4 is currently Outsiders versus Cat Smile Gaming and Conspiracy versus Streamer Zone. So, yeah, two banging matchups down there as well. But we're going to leave them alone as we get into map number 4. It's ITB versus BH3. And oh my god, this is going to be a straight banger. Woo.
Nice start here for both teams. Use kills go back and forth. Ball is in the hands of Snipe Drone. Bastos was the last player up on BH3 for a little bit. We'll see these guys on ITB start getting a few more points. But looks a bit short-lived. Who's going to get control of the camo? No one for now.
Nobody. And it is going to be... Here's the camo on Sunrise. Is getting tagged up though. But it is BH3 that have the ball at the moment. And Sunrise trying to go on the flank of all flanks. Gonna get absolutely flicked on by Snipe Drone and put in the bin! Get that camo out of here, says Snipe Drone. However, it is still, as Mose puts him in the bin, it is BH3 who still have this ball. As Shad is currently, read, the designated ball bitch.
And he's doing a very good job of looking after that ball, as we have a 25 points here for BH3. They are currently in the lead, but that can all change very quickly. Bastos, he takes on Snipe Drone. We see a bit of a C hold going here. We have a lot of preference here for C at the beginning of this game. Maybe we might see them switch it up a little bit, but it seems to be working quite well for them, as we do have all players dead in C bar Mose, so maybe Mose is aware of that, so he is now going to rack up some time for his team. As right now the calls be coming through that, you know, we're going to have to watch the push over from B.
Yeah, speaking of Bastos, gonna have to try and retreat. Does come around. SLG puts him in the bin. Wootum with the trade. Shad does get camo. The 360 into SLG. And for a moment there, Shad was a lonely boy. One man on a streets of death. But everyone is going to respawn around him. Glory, 1 and 5, but does have 5 assists. His breadsticking note. Once again, BH3 with a camo. Looking real good. What can they do with it? Glory and Snipe Drone finding kills though. Shad does get SLG, but BH3 already over 50 points. Oh my god, the perfect as well. It's just disgusting. But yeah, it's oh, the stick on the palm tree. I was gonna say it was looking pretty good for BH3, but then just having a few little problems. Double kill for Wootum, and ITB have the ball.
I was gonna say a trade there for Wootum is good, but he's outdone it. He outdid me, and he was able to actually stay alive after that engagement. So we have more and more time. We do see BH3 creeping up to the 50 points that we had BH3 on. Sorry, yep. ITB trying to make their way up here. We do have a bit of space back and forth. Mose somehow gets out of that with his life. 2 players left up for ITB, but there's still quite a lot of the map between them and the ball. As we do see the ball get played by Glory. And now another round of slays is needed by ITB if they want to keep racking up that clock.
Gotta do some work. Oh, Wootum does find Sunrise. 3 minutes on the clock. 16 seconds is BH3's lead. SLG, only Mo's left alive. I think the ball might reset in a second if they're not careful. Look at that timing. Oh, mwah, perfection. Ball does get reset, and it will be ITB who pick it up straight away and start to close this gap. Sunrise, last one left alive. 4 dead for BH3, and this is going to allow ITB to not only get some time on the ball, but also get a good setup as the BH3 spawners all spawn towards B. Ooh.
Oh,
good night.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we flicked to Bastos, who then just got insta-backsmacked.
Yeah, it looks a little bit weird on my screen, but that's all good. Ball is in the hands of BH3. We have a pretty tight game right now, James. Pretty even to both sides. 2 players of BH3 are kind of trapped here back A. Somehow still alive though. If someone can find Bastos, he's only got 1 bullet left. The nade will stop that from happening. Snipe Drone is the last player alive. He's stuck top A. He gets taken down. It's a triple kill for Bastos. We have more time ticking for BH3, James, and this is looking increasingly worrying if you're an ITB fan.
Yeah, it's not over yet in Oddball. That's always the good part about it. Although Bastos is starting to get harassed. Top tower, 15 seconds is all that Shad has to hold it for. He won't be able to, though. He is going to throw it down. Sunrise coming around to try and find the kill. He will get 1. Sunrise finds a double. Should be able to grab this ball. He goes down to Wootum, and it's just Bastos, last one left alive in a 1v1 versus Wootum. He's going to go towards the spawners. Bastos finds Wootum, and this might be round number 1 done and dusted. ITB, I don't think they're able to get there quick enough. Oh, maybe they are. But double kill for Bastos, 3 dead. And this should maybe be round number 1 towards BH3. 5 seconds to go. Sunrise finds the kill onto Wootum. He's got 1 shot though. It's just so messy and chaotic. And it's Bastos and Sunrise with 3, 2, 1, and round number 1 is going to BH3. Woo!
Yeah,
man.
I'm just looking at the kills here, James, and we have BH3 on what 47, and then we have ITB on quick maths 39, 46. So the kills are basically neck and neck, but the objective efficiency, as we kind of said from that last map, was just in the favor of BH3. They were able to make more happen for the same amount of kills, and they should be really appreciative. Nice snick there by Shad, managed to take down 2 players on ITB. Camo is up in 5 seconds. We might see some respawns come through from ITB to disrupt this, but Bastos is going to try and pick it up before they can get anywhere near him. He will grab that and pop that one in his back pocket. SLG has the right position to stop him, or he gets a good nade in there, so they've at least stemmed the camo, but we're already 20 seconds in towards BH3 here, James. This is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, Glory is going to find Sunrise, though. Can he find the double? The wiggle's going on. He's going to have a wingman, though. Oh, my God. Mose does find him, though. Mose and Wooten with the trade. Snipe Drone and SLG versus Sunrise for the moment. But it is going to be ITB that find this ball. What can they do? There's going to be the BR picked up. Wingman as well. Lots of assists from the side of ITB. If you look at the other side, I mean, for example, Sunrise has 2 assists, right? And no one's in double digits yet. But ITB will be grabbing this ball. 25 to 18 so far and counting. And Snipe Drone's been doing a great job about being the gatekeeper. Will eventually go down, which will force a rotate. But yeah, SLG, 56 seconds of ball time, and now Wootum, last one left alive, just gonna have to wait, and Mose puts him in the bin, and BH3 gonna grab this ball again.
I wouldn't call it over just yet for ITB. They're a team that will not let composure like this destroy them. We do see the lead regained though by BH3. Camo is coming up, but you see Snipe Drone. He doesn't care about Camo right now. He is focused on that ball. Kind of interesting actually. I was expecting one of his teammates to go and push their Camo. Maybe that's what he thought was going to happen as well, but he kind of just left it open there for Bastos to go for. We did see the chase come through, but it was looking like that wasn't for certain at some points. Anyway, ball is on the move. Snipe Drone's going to keep that one moving. We will see trades go back and forth. Shad now trying to predict where these players from ITB are, but he will rack up more and more time. He has 70 objective points right now. He is being the objective guy for most of this game on the side of BH3, and it seems to be working out fine, considering he also has the most kills.
Yeah, he's been looking real good. As you can see, Nade's coming out. He's going to pick up this ball and just toss it off towards the stairs. Gets the repulse, but Glory puts him in the bin, gets traded. Snipe Drone with the trade of his own. And it's Sunrise and Bastos trying to work out where they can go. Sunrise is going to go down, and ITB have this ball and will take the lead back. They'll get to 50 points first in this second round. But it's been such a back and forward affair. No one really able to kind of get a lot of time on the board. Snipe Drone does find Bastos. But yeah, it's this one's pretty close. But so far, ITB have a really good setup right this second.
I love that bit of a self-nade we saw there for SLG. That was quite funny. He was like, I'm here! Boom! Ah, fuck! Ran off. Anyway, 70 points here for ITB. We do see 4 dead for BH3. It was looking very precarious there about 2 minutes ago, James. Now looking a little bit more like the ITB we all know. There is a full read there for Snipe Drone. He has now told his team exactly where 90% of the guys on BH3 are going. He's like, you guys need to go B. I know Camo's up, but they're coming B. We're about to win. They're not even phased about Camo right now. They're just trying to keep the players on BH3 in the respawn screen, and that is working a treat for them as round number 2 goes towards ITB. I know I'm predicting it a little bit here, but it's looking pretty open. There we go. Boom. ITB, round 2. We're now going to round 3, James. I love a round 3 oddball.
Oh man, Streets ball always lasts forever, and I'm absolutely here for it. ITB striking back. I mean, SLG has 109 seconds of ball time, which, for those counting at home, is almost 2 minutes, which is pretty nuts. Basically has a round entirely himself. But it is going to be BH3, even though they go 2 down, grabbing this ball early. Sunrise. He's found out.
Oh.
And he gets put down by Glory. That was nuts, by the way. And yeah, so far, BH3 only 92 points away from a game 5 read.
We are 3 dead for ITB right now, and they have Glory's number written down so hard right now. Somehow they decide that the way they want to bring the ball is straight into Glory, considering they know he has red gun. That doesn't go down too well for them. They lose all momentum they had there on that 3 dead. The trade will come through, so that is at least good enough for Bastos. We're actually again 3 dead for ITB, but not much time coming from it. The ball is still just kind of sitting there. Mose has it in hand, but he's still not receiving that much pressure. We could see a lot more time have gone towards the BH3 after that whole encounter.
Yeah, just waiting on ITB. Oh, okay. Shad just finds Wootum. Shad is going to get put down, and now it's going to be Glory that grabs this ball. 2 dead for the side of BH3, and they're just going to spot them out. We'll put this ball down and try to retreat. And it is Wootum trying to have a look. Snipe Drone does find one, but they're all coming up Pink Street towards him. Is going to go down to Sunrise. And Glory with this ball, hoping that Sunrise can get taken down. He won't be able to. Bastos coming in as well. Sunrise does get the pickup, and Snipe Drone knows exactly where he is because he's holding the ball, and it's going to be close, but Sunrise is able to find a way out, and Shad with another camo. Gotta track how many camos these guys have had as a stick from Sunrise onto SLG. And yeah, this is you gotta watch out if you're into the breach, this can get away from you quickly. But so far, 26-16. Still relatively close, Reed.
Relatively close, but ticking on the side of BH3. I was thinking by the end of that round 2 that Into the Breach were looking so strong, they would maybe gotten their mojo back, but this round 3 has just proved me wrong, right? Maybe it was just that bit of a reset coming into round 3, but that rotation coming through here by Sunrise, absolute patchwork stuff, as we see a bit of a move back and forth, but momentum's still in the hands of BH3 right now. Mo's maybe a bit of overextension there. Allows the double kill to come through for Snipe Drone. And finally a little bit of breathing room here for ITB as they will try to even up the score just a little bit.
Yeah, and they are going to grab onto this ball. Oh, it is going to be Glory that finds one. Doesn't quite find the other, but it's Snipe Drone. Last left alive. They're coming from the left. They're coming from the right. Doesn't matter for Snipe Drone because he's going to just yeet that ball out. Unfortunately, it is going to be ball back. Shad does have hands on the ball, and they are going to pass 50 points. They are going to pass 50 points. And oh my god, are we about to go to a Game 5 winners final? Oh my days. 57-37. ITB got to do some work pretty quick here. Also, everyone almost on 30 kills. Wootum gets to 29. He's going to find the double kill to take him to 30. Ball does get thrown out. Camo's there as well. And it should be that ITB maybe can grab Camo, and it looks like they will. What? How is that not a back smack? SLG's been robbed. Robbed, I tell you. But it's 3 dead for BH3, and now ITB, ITB have a good setup. Although Mose is coming towards him, might need a rotate from Snipe Drone. But 65-59, and so far, it's so close, Reed.
It's so close, but you're gonna have to face a Glory here with Red Gun. No one wants to do that. Sunrise does do that, and actually, fair play to him, does come out of that alive. We have a lot of damage going back and forth. A back smack coming through. Good flank from Bastos. Ball now in the hands of BH3. They know where the last player is with Glory. They're trying to predict where the Freshborn's coming up. They're coming towards PD. Shad, he spots them. He'll get a lot of damage down into Snipe Drone. The nade, didn't even know SLG was there and the nade was still perfect. Gets a lot of damage onto Wooten. If Wooten get caught out here on C by Shad, we might see a decent amount of all time going here. Sorry, not Shad, that was Sunrise. SLG, last player up alive on ITB. This is looking like Game 5 material, James. Don't want to predict it too early.
Don't want to predict too early, but they are only 10 points away. And here's the ITB push. Shad gonna find one. Glory and Tomb getting kills. Hold on, it's 4 dead for BH3. They're only 8 seconds away. And ITB... Wait, why is there a Bulldog on the floor? Who picked up a Bulldog? Oh dear. Who was a naughty Halo player? That's not acceptable. Camo up though, but I think BH3 might be grabbing it, but it's only Shad left alive. He's probably got Camo for the 3rd time. But look at where the spawns are. They're going to rotate this. They only have to hold this for 18 seconds, Reed. Tomb, 34 kills. Glory, he spawned out the reload. No, Shad gets him. Snipe Drone and Mose are going to trade. But look at this. It's Tomb. He's one of the last 2 left alive. There's going to be a kill that goes down. Shad, he gets one. The ball's there. There's 3 seconds in between. Snipe Drone, he's got to do some running. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to a Game 5, baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a finish, man. There were 3 people above 100 seconds of ball time, by the way. That is ridiculous.
I apologise for you being deafened there by James as he was screaming out of excitement.
Guys, I'm not apologising.
He deserves it. That was an insane series, and I did not expect it to go all that way. And I do not expect this Slayer to be any different. This could be absolutely insane. I'm hoping to see a closer Slayer than we saw from that game too. But look at that, 247 to 249.
Oh my
Absolutely
God,
insane.
36 kills for Shad, 36 for Glory, 34 for Wootum, 20 assists for Mose. Let's have a look at that damage, because I'm assuming there's going to be some 5-figure damages there. Yep.
There we
Glory, 11k. Look at ITB though, almost all 10k. Shad, almost 11. Mose, 10 as well. Like, that is an insane amount of damage to put out to lose by, like, essentially 2 points over 3 rounds. But, man, that's, like, to almost drop 10k damage each as a team is pretty bananas.
And the stats don't even say how crazy that game was, right? I mean, I was looking at the end of that round 2, and I was like, okay, ITB, they've cracked the code. They've got this. It looks so strong, those final 30 seconds. Got into round 3. Nope, it was looking back like that round 1 again. It was just back and forth and back and forth. And BH3, fair credit to them, they just had that little bit extra drive. And I mean, it looks like they get majority of those camos as well. There was multiple times where I was like, why are ITB not paying attention to the camo? And it was like, the ball's important, but there's so much time to play with. That camo, you probably could have just given it a couple extra seconds. But anyway, we are going to be going into a Slayer. We are going to be playing Slayer on Recharge, actually, for this one. So, yeah, I don't actually know which way it's going to go. I mean, I want to say ITB, just based on the previous Slayer performance, but, I mean, once you get pushed to a Game 5 against a team that you probably expected to beat, the morale on ITB might be a little bit rocky right now.
I know. Also, you want to get this done, right? Like, you have an off-season tourney to go to, right? That starts in, I think, 45 minutes. So, yeah, Game 5, here we go. Man, this could literally be anyone's game, but you can't give Shad 3 camos in the same game, guys. Come on. Please.
And speaking of camo, that will go the way of BH3. Sunris, he gets away with that. Gonna have to get some position to make that work. Gonna have to make those jumps if you want to make the most of it. That camo is not enough for him to save Shad's life. We are on a 3-0 lead here so far to ITB.
Yeah, Fastos does find Snipe Drone note. Oh, good nade. SLG. Oh, how was that? Oh my god, how was that not a headshot? Dearie me. Whoop, good night. SLG does find Bastos. My god. Okay, he at least did get the shot there. Sunrise is going to find one, but 7-3. Early lead read towards ITB.
You know what? I love that we started this game saying, let's put a prediction in. Will ITB 3-0 them? And now we're sitting here on a Game 5, James. SLG, shock in hand. He's going to have to do more with this shock than we have ever asked for him before in this series. He'll get a lot of damage down towards Bastos, but not enough to clean him up. He's waiting, hoping he'll get another shot at that kill. Isn't going to quite come through. Does get a few shots into Shad. Waiting for a bit of support by his teammates. They're trying not to overextend. Positioning does look to kind of favor BH3 right now. I'm liking where they've got themselves. However, Bastos is not aware of SLG being behind them. SLG will go. He'll get the double. He tries to go for the triple. He knows where they are. Trying to keep his eyes out over there, but he's just going to focus in on this soon-to-be camo, I believe. He's just not wanting to give up his position over towards C.
Yeah, also doesn't want to give up his life. Will eventually go down. His first death. Almost got the killing spree off the rip. Oh. And BH3 just cleaning up some kills. Glory, last one left alive. He's going to go down as well. And ITB were briefly 4 dead. And now BH3 have a 2-kill lead and a camo. Oh my god, is this actually happening, Reed? I'm getting nervous now.
Don't speak too soon, James.
I'm getting
nervous. Cast a Kirsten. Shock still on the wall. Grappling hand of Sunrise. He has that now in his back pocket. I want to see him hit some heads. He didn't do very well with the camo at the beginning of the game. He basically got 1 trade for it. He knows where they are. The push comes through. He misses the connection. He hits the second, but not in the head. He'll go. He'll try to clean the kill. He won't make it happen. The nades come out by SLG. Is just too strong. We now have a 3-kill lead here for ITB, and the shock is in their hands. Can they make anything happen with it?
We shall see. They were 1 kill down. They're now 4 kills up again. Shad is going to get put down as well. Double kill for Glory. Oh my god. 22-16. And this game has slowed right down. SLG has no shields. He is going to hit a shock rifle shot, though. And Shad is going to go down, but 3 members of BH3. The bait is real, but Mose finds a double anyway. Oh my gosh, Snipe Drone goes down. They tried the bait and switch, but BH3 baited harder. That's what it stands for, Reed. Bait harder 3. And it is still going to be a 4-kill lead to ITB.
Snipe Drone trying to find where Bastos has gone to. He heard the grapple, so he knows he's long gone now. Camo's going to be up here in 3 seconds. The push comes through from Snipe Drone, but he may overextend here. Shad, to his credit, was 1 shot, so he goes down. Camo gets popped again by BH3. That's the 3rd Camo they've had this game, I believe. Gonna try to make something happen with it this time. They really actually need to make proper good use of it, because they're down 6 kills so far, but don't want to call it over just yet. We have seen games get tight like this so close towards the end. Mose, he's trapped by himself around the corner. He does get taken down. The Camo, he just reveals himself and instantly faces every single bullet there from ITB. Isn't quite able to take down Snipe Drone.
Yeah, it's oi, oi. This is sketchy, man. It is going to be Bastos, though. On board, does manage to finish SLG, but Snipe Drone gets Shad. Mose finds Snipe Drone in return. Still 6 kills to ITB. I like the assist column. Like 7 assists for SLG and Wootum, 5 for Snipe, 6 for Glory as well. So a lot of assists going back and forward for them. But look at this wraparound from Mose. Go on, son. Finds the kill. And 3 kills for BH3. Snipe Drone. Oh, does get 1 back, though. Isn't going to go 4 down. Is going to hide away. Is going to get his shields back. And look at all the SLG pings everywhere. Bastos.
Oh, good trade.
Good trade, but 6 kills. Still the lead for ITB. And it's going to be the shock rifle. Oh, my God. I thought he was going to hit that. 7 kills up. 11 kills to go. ITB just got to keep doing what they're doing to close this out. A beautiful reversal, Perfy, with the shock. And yeah, it's this is getting sketchy if you BH3. You got to lock in now.
Yeah, they were at a 7 kill. They collapsed it down to a 4, but they're back now at an 8 kill spread. And it's getting closer to that 50 mark, James. I was hoping there might be something here. This is the first Camo we're seeing go the way of ITB. SLG has that one in his back pocket. Shock in the hands of Snipe Drone. You can see the game has just slowed down quite a bit here, as we have all the players on BH3 keeping themselves in on A. They are begging for a push here, and that will be delivered by Wooten as he goes for the 1. The nade does take him down, doesn't it? I didn't see if that was a nade kill or not.
Did get him.
And only Shad is left up on the scene of BH3.
Yeah,
Mose, he goes down to 1 kill remains, and Bastos is trapped. This is it.
Oh. Whew, okay. ITV getting it done. It was a little bit of struggle bus, especially in that oddball and the CTF. Remember, they were down 3-2 in the King of the Hill as well, so yeah, it wasn't super clean, but ITB and Slayers, yeah, they're good now. They figured that part of their game out, so that's good at least. 50-37, they're gonna get it done. They're gonna move into a grand final, the first grand final of our seeding tournaments. But man, oh man, that was a hell of a best of 5.
It was looking a little bit shaky there for a little bit, but that was a great series to watch, and I'm glad that we managed to get it on stream. Look at the scoreboard. All the players on ITB, they broke 10. So if they're talking about keeping the spread of the skill pretty even and making sure that everyone's where they need to be, it's proved there. Assists very high on their side, so the team coordination was just a little bit stronger there on the ITB squad. Shad had a bit of a stinker that one, 6 and 16, but you know, still had the damage there. Just couldn't really finish off any of those kills. So yeah.
4.1 for SLG, 4K for Glory as well, leading it up. The thing that's been interesting to me is that, like, on last year's ITB, Wooten would always top the damage charts. And now he's kind of like there or thereabouts, or like he doesn't always have to top it for them to still win games. So I think that's also great for him. Like he doesn't have to be the total damage dealer. But yeah, it's interesting to see. And it'll be interesting to kind of see how this works out through the year as well. Like whether they've kind of tempered Wooten by having so many other damage dealers, or like he's playing just a little bit of a different role. It'll be good to see how it evolves.
Yeah, take a look at some of these highlights now. I always forgotten the games at the beginning of this. We had that overkill extern from Snipe Drone, which was absolutely insane. The snipes from Wooten in this, final live fire game were just absolutely on fire.
That was ridiculous.
I mean, this oddball went on forever, but just the damage that was coming out was honestly insane. We had so many back and forths. I mean, that round 2 was completely different from the round 3. It honestly felt like there was so much going on. But then the recharge just to cap it off. I thought there was a chance there when kind of in the middle they'd got it down to about a 4-kill spread that we might see ITB fought a little bit, but they kind of locked in and forced it through, and good job for them for doing so.
Yeah, so ITB are going to be in your grand final. BH3 will fall to the losers final, which we'll get to a little bit later. But guys, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, it is lower bracket time. And of course, we want to shout out Vexed Games and their game Vextorial again for sponsoring us. Multi-dimensional puzzle game. We're going to run an ad. We will see you. Well, I don't think we'll see you, but we'll see you after this break. So guys, don't go anywhere.
That was Optic.
Optic.
Optic. Optic. Optic. Optic. That was us. Charlotte was Optic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was Optic.
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 That was us.
Optic.
Optic.
Optic. Optic.
Optic.
Optic.
Optic.
Optic. Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was Optic.
Optic.
Optic as well.
Optic. Optic. Optic.
Optic. Easy enough.
That was Optic.
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 That was us.
Optic. Optic as well. Optic.
Optic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know 2 of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been. Was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the 2 big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mine or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only 2 orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode. Barcode was on there, right? Yeah. Mind Freak. No, was it Chiefs?
Mind Freak.
Chiefs.
Mind Freak.
The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons' team, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity?
Knights. LG.
PK?
Luminosity.
LG.
Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights?
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
No, it was Ascend. Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia? Ascend.
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 Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas
city was won by FaZe?
Sentinels. Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sen.
Sen. Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. Oh, for the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9. That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9.
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 Optic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9. Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9. Yeah. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9. Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI Ship Administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop. I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just rewatched those cutscenes so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct. The answer? Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner Key Ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I Never really looked at, to be honest. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal vector. Hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Let's go.
The answer? Hyper-lethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stellar makes eternal lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when I ask a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd-Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillium.
Okay. Maythrillium.
I'm not sure that. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillion. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Janjir Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a Halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was Zero's it, because that was the arc as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Welcome back. They got an old man out of his nap and a absolute stellar star to be able to be brought back to the screen. I'm Hail Monkey Man alongside Venadam as we get into the later portion of the seeding tournament. Adam, we've got Cat's-Mile Gaming, Conspiracy, a lower round semifinal just before the lower finals before the penultimate grand final. Everyone really at breakneck speed through the rest of this tournament. How you been, man?
I've been real good. I mean, coming back and, you know, the guys running the seeding tournament right now, there's this time of year, there needs to be so much stuff going on for Halo while waiting for the next hit she has to come up. So to come back to get into casting, and now we've got, you know, Cat's-Mile versus, oh, my brain's dying already, versus Conspiracy. Some of these players, like, they've been around for so long. We've seen them go through all the rounds in the tournament today. This is a great one to come back in as we go towards the end of this bottom bracket of the seeding tournament.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a run through it as well. As we get Conspiracy earlier, they were into that kind of the top 4 conversation. They ended up being drubbed a bit by ITB, so they've been making this this lower facet a little bit more interesting. They took out Streamer Zone in a 3-1 fashion, and that's actually what led into this moment. We're going into this lower semifinal. Someone's got to have a date with BH3, and, well, could be anyone's guess. We're going to go over to Recharge as we're going to play some King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's kicking off straight away as you expect on Recharge. The chaotic start as both teams scramble from lift and then backseat to meet their dooms in control to see how the spawns go. You can see at the moment on screen, we got the likes of Finners and Chaos with the shock rifle in his hand trying to get the spawns sorted out so they can get some time in. But no, they're into the red room already. And it's going to be a bit of case as Warlord tries to get these spawns switched around and get the hill for his team.
Yeah, that early fight really does dictate who has to be stuck on which side of the map, and you know you see so much kind of squabbling and squirming around before eventually this goes on to batteries. He's got that the shock rifle with Warlord. It might as well be the recharge rifle because, you know, if it's the same way, the electric unit is probably plugged in somewhere, missing a couple shots. And we're looking for them up in attic as everyone's kind of taking their time, both Fenders and Chaos, looking to maybe split the difference. And that's a good idea to at least get Warlord guessing before they reacclimate over towards A.
Yeah, they're trying to almost let blue team push round here to give them a bit of space so that Warlord can try and snipe them, but they know exactly where he is on the bottom of lift and they're not going to let him have it. Map has switched around now. Warlord's going to get some pressure with his shot rifle. He tries to get it, gets the beat down on Nick. Back to the respawn screen for you, and he has to make some form of play here, waiting for the respawns to get the match to switch up. Otherwise, it looks like it might be a first hill, but no, takes him down. Back to the respawn screen for you. Let's see what's going to happen with the rest of this hill. It's neck and neck at the moment. First hill doesn't really dictate the game, man, but at the moment, you want to be starting the game off strong.
Oh, it's a great first start, and they did bait Conspiracy into this full net, and they just kind of jumped in like fish running upstream, hoping to at least get a few extra eggs for themselves out. But Cat's-Mile Gaming ultimately gets the job done here with hill number 1. We'll be shifting right back around towards, I believe, our blue pipe room. Conspiracy definitely is taking the fight to them, but it's really not like Cat's-Mile was dominating the early ones. They just won the ones that mattered.
Yeah, and the thing I love about this map is the camo comes up. There was 2v2 there. You could see that the game came to a complete standstill. Neither team wanted to lose a player and lose the spawns in C, as well as the camouflage as well, because that's going to give you the edge. You need to get all that time for the first part of this second hill, and that could dictate the flow of play for the next couple of minutes at least.
Sub is actually doing a fantastic job with that camo. That will eventually will bleed off, and so they're going to be running forward directly onto that grenade spawn. Should be able to get it off of us, and a killing spree to really assert position and control for Catsmile Gaming. They're already halfway through hill number 2.
Yeah, Catsmile doing a good job here, just zoning out conspiracies. They try to get some plays. You can see there, Slink or level 50 XD coming up onto batteries, try and get some crossfires. Chaos tries to come in at the same time. 2 people coming onto Subatomic. Doesn't matter how good you are, you can't shoot 3 guns on you at once. But you can see that there's some the way that the team unifies and pushes in makes it really hard for them to defend that top C area. But now that the respawn's coming back in, they're trying to spread them thin. You can see here that Franklin's trying to get some fire onto Steve White with support from Attic. Subatomic coming in there just to take Slink down. And we should see a push from the other side. You can just see them coming across the bridge there as they take the hill back from Conspiracy.
This is starting to become a pattern here, Adam. They definitely have kind of worked their way towards an early lead for the side of Catsmile Gaming, and then seeing where Conspiracy overall wants to rotate through. That long haul position was really not paying dividends, and even when they got themselves about half the hill, Catsmile was really not batting an eye to the issue of them coming forward. You do get a quick kill there from Elevator. So all right, Conspiracy finally get themselves an early foothold here as we work towards Hydro.
Yeah, it's looking good for Catsmile at the moment. You got two on the board. Conspiracy have put time on there, and there's still plenty of time left in King of the Hill. But at the same time, Recharge is the pacing of this map can change very quickly from trying to hold the spawn and rotate around to literally just flying at the other team so they can't really do anything. And with the shot rifle in hand and camo coming up, this is definitely not. Enemy team took the hill. This is really fun from this map. In the hill with camo itself is annoying enough. This is going to put some very much needed time onto the board for Conspiracy, potentially getting them the first hill of the game.
It does look like they might be surrendering enough space to play for the next hill. This is going to be a rotation now that Conspiracy finally dominates, at least at the doorway. That camo play ultimately is kind of what paid dividends, and they're getting some great extra intel, especially from this control room position. They don't make that second tag, but they will bag it up. That's a double kill and a killing spree, as it is Slink who is kind of holding the top of the rock right now for Conspiracy at 12 and 4.
And information is so strong in a map like this, especially with camo. You could just sit on the box there in the bottom of the control tower, and he just waited for Catsmile to do what they wanted, and they just caught them completely unawares. And look what's happened from that now. Conspiracy taking the blue room while Catsmile tried to take the bottom side, and we might get a bit of time on the board here and see if they can hold and keep the pressure up.
That C-plat position is kind of wide open from so many separate angles. You could be caught from that whirlpool position running up that ramp, and then everyone basically just converge from so many separate situations. So you got to keep your head on a swivel, but Conspiracy has been catching up. Even with that open platform position, looks like Catsmile Gaming does have to kind of chase after him. Looking for that double kill. Nick Senni is able to tap it. Looking for a triple. Can't quite complete that kill run. That is a very weak Catsmile Gaming player, but Conspiracy is being cleared off the board, leaving Fenners all alone off this corner. Can't even be able to get anything working. No, that means Catsmile Gaming is in a great position.
Yeah, and that was some great timing from Marine there. He's just coming through that bottom control tower. He just delayed his push enough so that the players from Conspiracy were trying to get some safety from the players on Catsmile coming around into long haul, and they just walked straight into Marine's scope, and they were sent back to the respawn screen. So some good timing from them. Now camo in hand on Franklin. Again, this is a lot of pressure on this map. Camo allows you to duck and weave and get flanks off that really will mess up any push that you're trying to do.
Oh man, and you can just really dissect, vivisecting this this position that Conspiracy has been kind of forfeited into. That is now 3 hills here for our opening map on Recharge. We're going back to where we started as the first 4 are done. Batteries will now have to get charged, and Conspiracy is hoping they brought a long cable to finally get it all the way up there. Actually, sorry, we go to hill number 5. That's going to be right towards that camo position where they've been hunting. Oh, nice killjoy there. Slink trying to keep this team in it.
Guy's slaying out. He's letting them know they're not going to let this first match just go off. But you know, 3-1, you've got an uphill battle here, and we've seen it done. It's not impossible, but they're not having it. 2 people on him straight away. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Frankly, shot rifle in hand. Senna's trying to do something about it, but he's the only person alive for Conspiracy right now, so that is going to be some free time for Catsmile Gaming for this 4th hill.
I mean, look at the zoning that we're getting out of Franklin right now. They had the shock rifle, just kind of threatening all that extra damage, using those plasma grenades to full effect, and that's given his team enough time to rotate back towards that C-plat area as they want to kind of converge again into that open pit space. And some time has bled into for either side. Not really a dominant position. Oh, I love the dragon by Nick Senni as they just kind of slide on through. But as Cat Smile Gaming kind of holds this rock 10 seconds away from getting into that camo again, and this one may be that final harmony before we ultimately see the end of the song for this first map.
Yeah, and you were seeing all the drama unfolding in C there. C is such a powerful position for this hill because it allows you to move back and forth into cover, so many different levels. 4 down for Cat Smile though, as they just missed out on that final hill of the game. You really want to be on that C-style map because the amount of power it gives you. If you're coming out of elevator while the hill's down here, you have to funnel into a death box essentially, or push around without really getting your shields taken out, as the other team has the entirety of the map. So really good map play from both teams there. The counter and the camo coming in here. Nick needs to really hold out. He's got the game in his hands right here, but 3 players said no. And that's going to be it for the first game of this series.
Just poor Nick Senni looking at 3 separate Spartans and realizing it was not going to be a fun party. Sitting on the couch and realizing, oh, I wasn't exactly invited for good reasons. So, Cat Smile Gaming, they get into a 4-1 position, and I felt like they were much more in control. Obviously, a time or two, we got Conspiracy feeling pretty confident about how they were kind of leading them, but otherwise, that was all of a singular feature. They were often responding more than dictating the pace of this first map.
Yeah, and looking at the spreads of kill death, like we were saying, that, you know, Slink was trying his best to keep his team in there with the shock rifle. A few great clips from him, 15 and 12 with 7 assists. But looking down at the likes of Cat Smile Gaming, look at some of the splits here with the amount of assists. Franklin with 8 kills, but he had the highest amount of assists on his team, as well as keeping up with damage with the rest of them. 5,500 damage from Warlord, 1,300 Delta. That's some serious pain coming in for the other team right there.
Yeah, that really is. I mean, Subatomic, you know, I haven't really kind of seen too much of them, and they really kind of fragged out a time or two, especially when we saw them holding down that long hallway position. So we're going to be going into a Slayer that's going to be pivotal for either of these teams to either get to a match point very, very quickly before BH3, or maybe even tying things up. I know that Mama Woodham out there, she's you know, cheering on her other son with Nick Senni, trying to be able to find it with Conspiracy. It doesn't feel like they were in too poor of a position. King of the Hill, obviously indicative of like a kind of big rotation, especially off recharge.
Yeah.
But I mean, they were finding the kills. This Slayer should be at least decently competitive.
Yeah, a lot of King of the Hill is always the spawn management, you know, and recharge being the way it is, the way that the flow of the map is very circular, and it kind of tends to either go clockwise or anti-clockwise, both each teams. You don't see a lot of cutting across the middle unless you have a lot of map control. You could just see there that Cat Smile were just timing their pushes really well, and even though Conspiracy were getting advantages, Cat Smile always had like this last man that would come in like Marine in the bottom of Control Tower, just taking out sort of the stragglers on that were a one-shot, and that was probably happening because of the amount of damage that Warlord was about to put out, the amount of pressure that he had on the map.
Yeah, and then walking into this, I mean, you have a Solitude Slayer that is going to be kind of similar. Not, obviously, you have a lot of kind of the narrow hallway configuration when it comes to recharge, but walking over into Solitude, you still have this shock rifle, that one-touch glove, that especially if you get the combination with the camo, then that's going to be super powerful. It was actually a lot of extra camos that were picked up by Conspiracy. So they do play into the power position utility as well as weaponry. Doesn't feel like they're too put off with that the early map loss. It was kind of a widespread at 4-1, but hey, we go to map number 2 for a reason. It's time for some Slayer.
And straight off the bat, shock rifle. We saw what Slink was doing last game. He gets taken out straight away. They're trying to get some form of advantage here with the shock rifle, just missing the side of the back of the head. Chaos is now 2v1 in the U-turn area. He's got to try and live this up, get some assist from the respawn. If they can keep this and get a few kills, that's gonna allow them to reposition and try and get something going here. There's a lot of fighting going on in that sort of cafe area. You see the Marine there with Nick just at the top of the screen, as Warlord was the last player alive on his team. 6 and 3 off the bat. Shock rifle in hand for Chaos. Pretty decent start for Conspiracy in the second match.
Yeah, Chaos was doing his best cosplay as a bridge troll, just trying to kind of chill under there while everyone came over wanting to fight, and they asked them for their payment. Cat Smile Gaming, though, they're going to slowly stabilize and finding some of those fights on some opposite perimeter play. You got that great tag and bag, that one by Chaos, but eventually they're tracked down from behind, hoping to throw out a frag and maybe get them away from that shock rifle, but it trades hands to Marine, and that's a deadly player to have a power weapon.
And he's with the shock rifle in hand, you know, rotating around here. They're trying to single out Chaos. You can see Franklin, as well as another member of Cat Smile, just heading up to the A ledge. This map is very Western shootout, right? You're going to see a lot of cross-map engagements, especially with the shock rifle being part of it. And then as soon as that advantage falls to one team, the collapse comes in. Look there at the top of posters, the player trying to get away. Chaos is down at the bottom of the little turbine down here, trying to get away. Nope, it's not happening. The collapse onto C will come. Look how they're moving already preemptively. And this is exactly what we're talking about, as Finners just takes the shot straight to his visor. And the lead that we had is gone, and Cat Smile now have the 2-kill advantage.
Eventually, Marine is put down, but it was riding the lightning and finding that great double kill that really led them there in the first place. But Conspiracy hasn't faded too far too fast. You do have the attempt off of the pancake, and again, it's going to be off of a plasma. Seen that a couple times, and now you've got that camo put in the hands of Marine one more time. They have been very mindful of where to find not just the weapons, but as well as that mid-bridge utility, and they're getting some great information now for Cat Smile Gaming to really find these advantage points.
Yeah, and with 15 seconds of camo left, let's see what Marine can do. We're going to get a little bit of a sneak onto Slink here, but no, it just keeps his life there. Another shot from Nick, as Slink probably called out in comms, would have been the end of that camo. Not too much of a game change there, but at least getting some space to try to, you know, tip the scales and get yourself a bit of momentum on the map. A decent camo for sure, but the lead is extending, and the pressure that's on Conspiracy at the moment, oh, they're struggling to take space. Cat Smile, they always have an answer.
Yeah, but Slink did get at least that double. It felt like Cat Smile was kind of a full avalanche, and Conspiracy was being smothered like a bundle of kittens, and their last muse we're seeing at the very last second. However, they are actually pawing and clawing their way right back out of it with only a 5-kill lead now, as it was getting worse before it was getting better. Cat Smile still winning off of those corridor fights, especially working towards Yard. Slink, the lone man alive, got shock rifle in hand. Really has to kind of rally the troops here as we're over the midway mark now for the Slay.
Yeah, and they will have known that Conspiracy were going to spawn up towards the door side at the bottom based on their position there. And, you know, Conspiracy have had good management of the things that are available on the map. We've seen them have the shock rifle twice. We've seen them have the camo this game at least once. It's not like they're letting all the toys just go over to Cat Smile, but even with them in hand, Cat Smile just have an answer.
They really have been. Oh, and they find each other right in the middle of truck, but Marine, I swear, has multi-classed into a wizard because he has been shooting lightning bolt, just addicted to the shock rifle, and now Nick Senni getting in the mix. Conspiracy a bit more level. You have that top-heavy mentality with Cat Smile, especially as Marine is just having themselves a game. Warlord and Subatomic have pumped out the numbers, but it's the kills and slay confirmations that are really coming up huge. It's a 5-kill spread. You got this camo and Chaos. What is he able to find as we go towards his backside turn? Open a combo with a teammate, but one will fall. They're going to have to get that trade.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in from the nade there as they tried to take the ring around the roses on the pillar just to get Marine. And, you know, you said he's having a brilliant game for himself. 13-6 right now, definitely MVP for that team. But as you said, the assists from Franklin and Warlord, as Marine goes in and confirms the kills, he is really sort of the success factor in confirming the kills for his team right now. The amount of assists that's on Conspiracy, they are struggling to close out collectively. Warlord and Franklin are having really good positioning and allowing Marine to go in and finish off the kills. He says there's 2 people go down for Cat Smile, but I'm going to be corrected here. They are fighting back. That's the caster curse, right? Look how good they are, and then it flips around. 2-kill difference now. Momentum on Solitude.
Yeah, I was told this morning the best casters get cursed, so you know maybe that's just one of the best out here in the booth. But what was I think at max 7-kill difference has been blended down. It was 1 a moment ago, now down to 2. They're slowly sparking some life, but Cat Smile Gaming did have that lead, and they're trying to find themselves some solid ground, even along the crumbled mass that is Solitude. Slink lone man as all of these Blue Spartans and Conspiracy end up falling out. Trades will be going in the favor of Cat Smile Gaming. We're right back to that 7-man spread.
Yeah, trades are really dangerous at this point in the game. You don't want to be having those. And with Conspiracy being trapped in Tram, that means that any toys that respawn will not be available. And Chaos finds himself getting 5-shot. Wallow getting traded out for him there. But look at the systematic takedown. One fight breaks out. And then somehow, Catsmile just managed to pick them off one by one. And even though that was a 3 for 4 right there, I believe, with the lead that they have, this game is getting dangerously close to being finished. Camo in hand for Marine right now. He has the power to just end it by himself.
He's been doing that even without camo off of the shock rifle, and right now should be able. Oh, just a timing issue. That's still going to get that call out to get some teammates maybe towards that U-turn. Trying to just hunt down the rest. They're just putting them all in a cage. Conspiracy trying to keep things calm. But as you run straight into it, you're going to be able to get this trade off. And from that beatdown, Marine just short of a 20 bomb, 19 and 8. Not at all a bad field trip. And that's just the damage being done. Catsmile Gaming at 2-0 just before we go to CTF, and they got themselves a match point.
Yeah, really, again, great game from Catsmile. You could see, again, you know, Conspiracy were prioritizing important parts of the map, like the camo, like the shot rifle, had it in hand a few times. Looking at the kill-death spread in a moment, we'll be able to see that there were, you know, Chaos, I believe, had quite a lot of assists for his team, but unfortunately with Slayer, you know, with Halo, even if a lot of players tag a kill, you can get multiple assist scores from one death, so it kind of doesn't really add up, essentially, as one assist is, like, towards one kill, if that makes sense. So assists are great, but if you're tapping out every time you get an assist, your team's not going to win, especially if assists are spread amongst a few people. So unfortunately for Conspiracy, there was just more disruption coming in from Catsmile to stop them from trying to get those team fights going.
Yeah, really ran with the hot hand, and you saw that, you know, we had a lot of good POVs from Marine. Didn't pump out, you know, the top level damage numbers, but look how they kept themselves alive. Only 3,100 damage received, and they were really kind of sneaking around the map, enabling Catsmile to fluidly move and get their team into such advantage points, especially whenever they would get those solo kills off of the shock rifle. So going into this CTF, I believe that it is, well, we got Empyrean, so we're going to be going right back to the pit. And, you know, duality of man, you can swiftly run away as soon as you have mid-control of this map, and you'll be able to get a full rush to the flag. So CTF will actually be our mid-map, our map 3 mode, going from not just here, but into that lower final. So a bit of practice to be done to make sure you're ready to hand off the old Poland flag.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Empyrean's one of those games where, one of those matches where you can be quite surgical about how you pull in the flag from the other team. So what we'll see is maybe a team wipe or 3 going down. We'll see the other team advance onto their side. Other team, the losing team will spawn at their tower. You'll see another round of Slayers, and then the flag will get pulled top. That's usually what happens. We've seen other professional teams pull the flag bottom side. Historically, like SSG did it a few times last year, where they would run it bottom side by mirroring essentially what I just said. But I think with players that we've got here and the history that they've got, we're going to see some probably quite surgical pulls. Empyrean spawns are very easy to predict, right? And you do not want to be on the receiving end of a spawn trap for sure.
Go into the early, you know, gulag that is your choice. There is three types of players. A player that goes for rockets, a player that goes for the sniper, and a player that goes for overshield. Adam, which one are you whenever the first spawn rip comes up?
I mean, I love getting the S7, but I have to go rockets. I just love the absolute mess that is all the nades bouncing off the walls, and then you always get that nade that gets stuck on the forge geometry on the ground, and you're like, my god, come on, please. And then you just get naded.
And it's always me that throws it. I'm like, wow, just naded myself. Yeah, felt, heard, and I often die to those explosions. So I am always someone's first blood, but I like to think that I hold a special place in that person's heart.
And we're gonna see a lot of, you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes sort of, that the game doesn't tell you on this map. We're gonna see based on the spawns, the teams are gonna know roughly where the other players are in terms of lane. But 4 go down for Catsmile. So look, we're on the top side with the S7. This is exactly what we're talking about. Bit of a brave move for Nick to go for the sniper, for the flag with sniper in hand. His team not able to support him because they weren't able to move up quick enough. First flag pull of the game, doesn't get too far, but shows that they've got some power on the map.
Depending on who picks that up, that's basically a Christmas gift, late term or maybe early, depending on which part of the year you really care about. So, Conspiracy will fall at the door, and then Nick Senni doing the same thing as they, you know, kiss some of the pavement out there. Smile Gaming aim to impress and to stress out Conspiracy. Oh, they're definitely showcasing why I have some issues with the melee program in this game, but can't quite magnetically charge at each other. This is gonna be the first pull in favor of Smile.
Only Nick alive. You can see that the other players from Smile coming in to try and get him. They're gonna all be on the tower side, maybe pushing their training. The retaliation from Greenbox there, you can see Subatomic, I believe, waiting for something to happen. And they're waiting for the slays to come in, but it's 2 down for each team. This flag might be dead in the water. Yep, 4 players down. For Smile, you've got to be quick and efficient with those. And with players of this level, they're not just going to let you walk out their side of the map.
And I mean, so much positioning really follows into that green and long hole, and we have not seen anything of a kind of a play to be made towards Sword. You have that overshield that kind of pops up. It ends up being a lone man, kind of go and get the grab, but not really being an impact play at this point in time, because so much of this is about finding that open space and winning from that Rockets position. So, see if they can entrap them. Half the team will fall for Conspiracy, and Smile Gaming looking like they're going to get another pull.
Yeah, the power of the bottom side of the map on Empyrean is much less so. We're not seeing the shotgun being used here. I'm not privy to any GAs or anything like that, but we've not seen any action from the shotgun. The rocket just says no right there, goodbye. But you tend not to see people sniping the bottom of swords at higher ranked, in higher sort of ability games, because the ability for you to just be absolutely nerded to hell is much, much higher. We have got a small scuffle going on down there, because it is a good position. But you'll see that the sniper needs to be much more dynamic in its positioning, because the other team will just play against you if you just keep it in the bottom there.
Oh no! Oh. Another Christmas gift in the exact same position. It's Nixeni running it into the chimney and pretending to be Santa Claus as they hand off not just a sniper but a rocket in time. Smile Game is like, "Oh man, we'll keep putting something into your PayPal." They won that fight from distance, and that sniper kind of crisscrosses between the two. So even surrendering at least one rocket left in the chamber doesn't exactly become the worst situation for Conspiracy.
Yeah, and the back and forth really continues here. We've got 2 bullets in this S7. Smile trying to get some form of control of the top side of Conspiracy's map, but Chaos just finds that the shot ends up and it's in his visor. So does Finn as well. That's 2 down. We're going to see the respawns coming in. Can they run it fast enough? Slink is actually behind Smile. That's going to cause a little bit of disruption. He gets taken down. Nick just missing the sticky grenade there. Marine's going to see if he can do anything about it. The pressure needs to stay on. They are not going to let you walk away, but as soon as you get past the threshold, Monkey Man, well, it starts to get a little bit more difficult to stop this from being a flag gap.
And unlike Valorant walls, these are not able to be shot through. That's going to be a quick cat. Marine is going to slide that one straight in. Smile Gaming eventually breaks the stalemate. The 0-0 becomes 1 extra. And why not add at least 1 snipe to the old booster? All right, so they go right back to where they started. There's already 3 down for Conspiracy. Smile could quickly turn this into 2.
Yeah, you can really, really push the momentum on this map if you keep the flag runs and you keep the positioning consistent. Look at all the players of Conspiracy. They're stuck on the bottom side of the map again. They had Warlord behind them who's got taken out. Subatomic's going to try and have some disruption as well. This may cause Mons to go top side, but Subatomic changed his mind going for the rocket launcher. That is a very efficient way to stop Conspiracy from having any sort of strong push as your players come back up.
Subatomic chilling. That rocket does not find enough purchase, as it does break shield, but they do get rid of the OS, so that's huge. Making sure that... Yeah, no extra play, and actually surviving that from near point blank range. Subatomic got that extra HP back.
Yeah, that overshield must have been partially bled. I've not seen an overshield just go from 1 rocket like that before. So maybe, the lesson learned there: don't pop the overshield too early, because he probably would have survived, and that would have gone the other way.
There's all this quiet until you have the the pitching range, and everyone tosses their grenade at the same time, trying to at least confirm 1 kill, maybe turn it into a double. Instead, Marine is protecting his teammate for the best part. Conspiracy again, down in a 3/4 situation with only Slink left up. He is winning his fights, but you see that full spread. They're going to take him to this upper banana bend, and so now with the plasma pistol in hand, what damage can they do? Can they stop this flagpole as they just start working towards this long haul position? That was a nice delay. They've at least put this flag nearby.
Yeah, Franklin, some good movement there, a bit of dancing shoes coming in, trying to bait Slink into going into an engagement and getting 2v1s, but he didn't quite pop out when they expected, so both players from Smile fortunately being sent back to respawn. Plasma pistol in hand. Momentum moving slightly over to Cat Smile's side of the map. Franklin goes down. Can they keep it together before the respawns come up? Losing 2 for 1. 3 for 1. 3 for 2. There is some space here to try and get another round of Slayers and pull the flag again. But with Warlord hanging in needles with the sniper rifle, it's not going to make it easy for them. Buddy just on the ledge. I'll put him out.
That ledge is OP, by the way. I have seen so many people work some great sniping position, just hop onto that top ledge and you basically own long haul, and then anyone that tries to purposely nade you is kind of left in a ruined position. Make one tag onto Franklin, but as you're stuck looking one way, that ADS is going to get you entrapped, and now Slink picks up that sniper, and they find an opponent from behind. So with 3 going down, they do hold that long haul position. Cat Smile Gaming hoping for another flag. Maybe able to run this down, should be able to get the confirm on the tap. Conspiracy will at least survive what is another fall. A rocket's going to be spawning very quickly, and Warlord's no one to trifle with.
Yeah, Slink's positioning there. Level 50's positioning there. You don't expect someone to be behind you with an S7 when you're pulling the other team's flag. So his position and disruption there really stops the momentum for Cat Smile and stops them essentially pulling the flag to maybe like the middle / long haul area. So that was really well played from him. We're back in a neutral state now with one rocket in the chamber. Now 0. Chaos finds out that there was indeed a rocket left. And now I have to wait for that to respawn.
Wyatt coming around as the storm is starting to swirl. Less than 4 minutes remaining. We have all of a single cap. That was a great engagement. Turned right back around as Cat Smile keeps everyone alive and well. Do have that one pull, and it continues to just be pulled back towards long haul. Cat Smile teasing Conspiracy, because here's the thing: you pull that flag out, and then you can get everyone to try and kind of all groundhog pop their heads above level. And with 3 falling, second cap seems nigh inevitable with everyone dropping out.
And the amount of times we see, I keep saying surgical, that was literally it. You know, you got a player on their brute, you got a player on their training green box, you got someone in the bottom, in the sword area. It doesn't matter where you spawn in if you're on the likes of Conspiracy. It's someone who's going to be shooting you as soon as your boots hit the ground. And then the momentum just keeps going. Here's another flag run from Franklin. Can he finish the game? He is past the threshold, but he's the only man alive. Counter-cap territory is here. If they can run it, might be 2-1.
The key thing that I'm seeing right now, doing the fastest caster math I've ever done in my life, Cat Smile is about 20 kills more than Conspiracy on average, and that's really been kind of showcased full evidence of that, considering that they have been stuck on the other end. However, Conspiracy, after seeing Cat Smile get that greedier pull, they do get themselves to their end, and then they're able to run it while everyone is just taking a dirt nap. So, good looks by Conspiracy. Doesn't matter what the Slays are doing, get that objective.
Yeah, and look at how much participation Franklin's got. He might be the bottom of the frags for his team, but the guy has 17 assists.
Wow.
So he's definitely covering his teammates as they go in and try to get stuff done. You know, the likes of Warlord and Marine, as we've been saying, as well as Subatomic on 25 kills himself. Franklin's definitely backing up his teammates as the game goes on. You can see on the likes of Conspiracy, they're finding it much harder, as you said, with this Slay difference in this match, to close out those fights and get those teams. But some shenanigans going on in the little rocket hole there. Maybe a little BM shot. Not quite sure if that also was going on there, but the game's slowing down a bit, and we might see a strategic change from Cat Smile to just go from trying to cap the flag to just trying to stop Conspiracy from getting their flag.
The thing is, though, the best defense for them was a fantastic offense, and it was constantly forcing the reset of those respawns. And now, as they start to kind of peek beyond the green room and over the bend, Conspiracy, if they give up some frags and some lives on this side of the map, it's not too bad of a thing. Cat Smile Gaming recognizing that they are turtling up just enough, trying to escape some of that contact. 3 are gonna fall again. It's a similar feature, but this time Cat Smile is on their back half. 70 seconds to go. You know what? This position especially is when you start really subscribing to the idea maybe the defense is going to win this entire series.
Yeah, I was convinced there that we were going to see a push-up from Cat Smile with 3 people down from Conspiracy and then 3 of their players in that green hole. I thought they were going to go for the flag, but look again, 4 down and then moving over to the side. Warlord is going to block the bottom spawn, so we're going to see Conspiracy spawn up in that blue shotgun area up at the top. You see Nick there going towards wall shape. Probably going to lose his head as he tries to do so. They're just keeping them inside areas where they just can't really do anything. 35 seconds to get across and pull the flag with pressure like this. They don't even need to pull the flag at this point with command. They could just, you know, play with their food for the next 25 seconds.
And that's exactly what they're doing. This is worse than being crouched onto. You're simply being shot from every single angle. You're being entrapped. 20 seconds to go. Conspiracy is going to have to get at least a hand on a flagpole, and it feels like they're not even able to get a hand on the wall to catch their breath. Chill guy doing cool runnings straight into the floor. Cat Smile Gaming in full control. It just becomes a Slayer fest. They hope to be able to get to it. It's chaos left in long haul, and that's exactly where they're going to take the rest of that nap. Cat Smile Gaming, it's a 3-0 sweep. They're going to be moving on to the lower finals.
Oh, the PM coming in at the end. Can't even do anything back. Yeah, I mean, let's look at the series here. Cat Smile, really strong. The slaying power definitely evident. The likes of, you know, by the end of that match, I think Subatomic was on 29 kills with 11 assists. Franklin had 20 assists. Like, that's some serious... Trying to get to the other side of the map and pull the flag while that amount of pressure is going onto your team, that's not easy. So Conspiracy getting one flag after how that went, they really knew when they had the advantage for that moment. But, you know, Cat Smile just too strong in this case. They played all 3 games really well, despite not having the resources all the time. And it was just a hard series for Conspiracy.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. And so they end up into this top 4 conversation, not the top 3. So Conspiracy left at the door. There's a bit left to learn here, though. I feel like they were taking some of those engagements and they just were unable to solve the simplified puzzle. It was really nothing too creative by Cat Smile, just executing from that same pathway they wanted to run over towards long into mid, obviously going towards that rock side, but you know, it's definitely Empyrean and doing Empyrean things, and once you kind of snowball, it ends up just kind of running against you. So a tough position for them overall. Otherwise, we get back into it. So either way, we're gonna be seeing ourselves going to the other side of a break. So good to see now that it's gonna be Cat Smile Gaming going into a BH3 Esports, and I mean, there were some great plays by Conspiracy that kept them in this early, but Cat Smile just felt like they had a better level head throughout the series.
Yeah, and Castermath coming in here, looking back at the post-game screen, it was about 20, I think it was 26k to sort of 28k damage difference there. The kill death spread was vastly different to the damage to the damage spread we got, which was pretty even, right? So that's really showing that Cat Smile having the positioning to prevent teammate deaths. And we saw a lot of instances where one of the teammates would hide behind cover and then the other two would come and pepper the member of Conspiracy who was trying to secure that kill. And that, I feel like that was evident through the whole story of this series, and it really came to fruition from the stats on this game on Empyrean. Damage delta of 2k and then the kill death spread that's that different, that's some good teamwork.
Fantastic work. One highlight is at least one Conspiracy player with their back to the wall in a mid hallway just as rocks spawn and getting a quick assassination to be able to then have a choice. Do I want rockets or do I want sniper? I don't know. Christmas came early, but for you guys out there that are actually looking post-holidays and then towards this kickoff land that's going for 2025, there is a special guest that's going to be with it, and that's Vexed Games, as their new game Vextorial is going to be able to be played at the land. So if you want to be able to check out some information with exclamation point Vexed. That's a VEXT. It's a single-player, multi-dimensional puzzle game. Yes, you get to play as this little Flatlander 2D character named Pilo in a 3D space. You're going to solve a lot of puzzles. You're going to manipulate gravity. You basically can feel like a god as you try to get through everything. And if you want to be able to play it, go to the LAN, have yourself a ball, and be able to check it out. It's Vex_games on all their socials as you get to play some Vextorial. But on the other side of this, we're going to be going to our lower finals. It's going to be Cat Smile Gaming versus BH3 Esports. Don't go too far as we get more to this tournament right after this.
right? This is his bread and butter. Was it Maithrillion? I think they'd know if it was on Maithrillion.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Cherim Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck20 and Buck57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter in Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP, and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, we just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to be SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Oh, yeah, my man. No, sorry, might be them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine! That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp, or a pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on the pro forums, because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. So we're either posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but obviously in this big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at that time Snipe Down was in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's we never even though we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable, some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of the movement and spawns and teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be what the hell just went on? How did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF. In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, "Oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month," but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'll be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and DeBay, like, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. Like, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like, it wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just... I think they're just saying that. Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and like really calm around what we did. Like, I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
It's custom. What time's custom?
47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin'. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin', which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find. So thank you for watching, and peace. Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly like found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her, matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into our lower final matchup here for the seeding tournament going into the big kickoff land in just a couple of weeks. Again, I'm Hale Monkey Man in the booth alongside Adam. And, you know, man, we got to see kind of a 3-0 sweep that felt like it at times had its turns. But now, Cat Smile Gaming, they're going to be running with that momentum straight into the face of BH3. And these two, I don't believe, met up this bracket as of yet. So we're going to get a good kind of idea if maybe they'll be able to take them over, or if BH3 has a date again with ITB.
Well, you're quite right there. They were on opposite sides of the bracket, BH3 coming through from the bottom side, and Cat Smile coming in through the top side. So what they need to be careful for here is we saw BH3 take 2 games from ITB early today. So BH3 have already shown that they have their stripes. They're ready to take down any team to go for that at least second spot, maybe the first. You know, the game we saw from Cat Smile was good. Conspiracy put up a good fight, both solid teams. But when you start going into the likes of ITB, BH3, this is where it starts to get a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, this is definitely a BH3 group that they went straight into the teeth of into the breach, and they actually sharpened their own fangs. And I feel like we're going to come out a bit stronger, especially forcing them all the way into a game number 5. So we're going to showcase to you guys those rosters as well as the maps forthcoming for both these sides. Cat Smile, I feel like as we got to see an ID for them, that we know who their front runners are going to be. But the main 4 right now is you got BH3 up in front of you as Bastos, Sunrise, Shad, and Mose. Those guys have really been making a statement ever since the winter, moving with this, kind of this big number 2 mindset for this region. But Cat Smile Gaming, I think the big man himself and Warlord as well as Subatomic, they were pumping out the damage. They've got to be able to lead both Marine and Franklin to have a fighting chance.
Yeah, there's plenty of talent in this match, and a lot of these players have played and won tournaments in the past, as well as been on professional teams at certain points through Halo 5 and beyond. So, you've got a pretty stacked lobby here, and this is where, if you want to be going into the LAN on the right side of the bracket so that you can be at the opposite side of potentially ITB, as well as other strong teams, you want a nice easy run 2 weeks from now, this is where it really comes down to it. You want that second spot to be on the other side of the bracket. You do not want that third spot.
And we've got a pretty much symmetrical mindset when it comes to our overall map pool. Forbidden CTF, everyone can go yell at whoever they don't like when it comes to map and mode combinations, but that is the midway mark of this overall Fire Fest. Live Fire will be the starter kit, though. King of the Hill, Aquarius, as measured as it can really be, with the only major component being that overshield in top mid for that Slayer. And if we make it beyond CTF, which I have this inclination that we will, Adam, we've got Street Ball, and that's really going to be indicative of who's playing the most coordinated team effort, and BH3, I'm sure, wants to shine there.
Yeah, Oddball on Streets, really fast game type. I'm happy that we're getting to see Forbidden again. I have a love-hate relationship with Forbidden. I hate that map when it first came out, and we had it right at the start of Winners Round 1 early today. It was in Losers Round 3, which we didn't have on the broadcast, but here we are in the Losers Final with Forbidden CTF as Game 3. So plenty of action to go on here. Nice array of game types. As you said, we've got Oddball for Game 4, obviously going back to the Live Fire on Game 5, so we'll have the Live Fire start and end. We managed to get to Game 5, which obviously we all want to, because more Halo is always a good thing. But going into this, BH3, if they bring their game here, Cat Smile are really going to have to make sure that they're playing to the best of their ability as well.
And this is also, I think, one of our lone hats having a bit of double live fire. I think there was a lower round 4 where that happened with the Oddball and the Slayers. So live fire Slayer is unlocked as well, depending on if this ends up going to a game number 5. Feels like Cat Smile Gaming might need that amount of time to get the job done if they want to get a chance at nipping at the heels of ITB. But BH3, they came up a bit short into that winner's final. Gotta think that this is the time to really find yourself in control. We're going into game number 1.
You have to make the choice. Do we go for B? Do we go for Camo? Both teams are trying to do both, so Franklin there retreating back to the top of C platform just behind the boxes, but doesn't manage to quite save his own life as he gets sent back to respawn. Mo's ready to collect that Camo. Bastos coming around to support him as the respawn's coming in. Hill ticking up the likes of BH3.
I do love the early rush going towards green, trying to be able to just kind of take over that B position and then eventually kind of cycling around if you've got at least position control. But getting that weapon, having a sniper, Bastos is a dangerous man right now, and yet they're trying to get tracked down. The invisible Phantom walks up into mid, sees a scary ghost in the form of a Cat Smile Gaming member, and then he throws out a 50 cal bullet straight into a player's face.
Yeah, pretty sure that Warlord's not happy that the part where his AI's chip's meant to go into his helmet now has a 50 caliber bullet in it, but it was a great shot coming from the S7 there. Just as pure chaos of back B, there's so much writing out you can do on that back platform. The way that they made Cat Smile choose between the hill and Camo there, just as the time was ticking and ticking, that's the best case scenario for your team, in that you want to make the other team just have 2 bad decisions, and then either way, you come out on top.
Yeah, you don't want to be questioning the overall game plan. You got your boots on the ground and trying to be able to get there. I love using that repulsor, getting themselves into position. You know what? Don't have to take the ramp. Don't need those stairs. Gonna have a quick elevator to floor number 2 and taking them off from a charged up pistol. Down to 1v2. They may even, in fact, win this fight. Marine looking to get that double kill. And so that's a couple off the board here for BH3.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 there is really good. It causes the spawns to get sniped up again, so the players are spawning further away. Big duel here on top, Dancy Shoes. Getting taken down anyway. 2 players down for each side again. Time's ticking up once again. Cat Smile in this hill. Got a slight edge on the second hill. Holding C is easier to have a man on top of the tower. You see the likes of Cat Smile there setting up. Ustering behind the tower though, and as the player on BH3 tried to absolutely rush the hell out of that ramp to try and get some form of height advantage, all of Cat Smile Gaming go, and we'll see them spawning up probably on B or the big door as the Camo comes up, and you can see BH3 move into it.
It's a strong position, especially if you can get up into that tower, but it's quickly Bastos that falls. I didn't think they'd actually drop out that quickly. You got that Camo getting picked up as they know to take that field trip and have overall kind of info control. Mo's deadly man, 1v2, nice little tap. Marine goes out early, and they've not really pressed the pace to get the second hill here, Adam.
Oh, that's just depressing. How that kill went then. The Camo thought, I got you. I was internally questioning the choice to directly challenge the Camo there, but then the other player just coming from back smacking him. It's just sending a message, and I really thought we'd see some aggression from the Camo, and we have done. S7 in hand here with Mo's. It's just keeping them away from the hill. BH3 now almost scoring. Bastos trying to take them out as they run back in. It's just so fast-paced now. You can feel the breakneck speed of the gameplay as all the players know where they need to be and when all the time.
It just feels like BH3 is kind of cycling between playing some Halo or Quake. Like, you're constantly bunny hopping around, and they are baiting Cat Smile into these moments. That's going to be another one hitting the dirt. Cat Smile, eventually 4 fall in a segmented fashion. The second hill gets accumulated by BH3, and now they run themselves towards A. They're going to flip this map right around and try and trap Cat Smile all the way towards that tower.
Bastos is looking for any stragglers trying to come around the big door side, but they've probably called out sandbags. Subatomic finds out the S7 is indeed chilling in the back of A. Bastos is just clearing up. 2 down for each team right now. Make that 3. Warlord down as well. Can he get the triple kills? He tries to hide. Teammate gets the assist for him. Respawn's coming in on C plat. So some more time here for BH3. S7 now out of ammo. It's a pretty long run back to here from that other side. Even if Subatomic manages to take down Bastos here, Sunrise and Moz are going to have something to say about it. Oh! Look, the
Marathon
melee
run.
missed! Online.
Oh, wait.
The online.
I thought they actually had a great position there as they hopped right on top of that wall utility to try and like see if they'd bop through window and maybe get a bit of a ninja instead. No, Catsmile Gaming does at least find themselves a foot onto the hill. That is new news for them because the last couple of hills have been basically untouched. BH3 is kind of fully swept into them. You're going to have the bouncing frag as they do have at least big door from A. And Shad on all entry points and maybe fighting this one out from window.
And I like the movement of both teams. So don't get me wrong here, you know, BH3 are a strong team, right? But so are Catsmile. So we're definitely going to see that the preservation of momentum from both teams is going to be strong. So far, BH3 have done a really good job of keeping the hill on their side of the map with how they're spawning. But you can see now Catsmile putting more time on the board as they have done with the previous two hills. They're not just, it's not just a clean sweep here. Franklin probably a little frustrated from the backsmack there. There is a lot of resistance coming in, and it's just preserving the advantage that you have. And as we said, the speed that these players play at, any slight mistake, you're going to find a chip in the armor. Your entire team's going to feel it.
That camo does eventually fall off, and this third hill is taking a square amount of time here, Adam. It feels like it's BH3 who has really not been too pressed to complete each one. They're making sure to bleed not only the neutral clock, but as well as all of Catsmile, who tries to find themselves in some fortuitous amount of control. That's a fly on by. Half the team goes out, and that's going to be two very shieldless Spartans as this sniper. Oh, love the connection. Can they complete the kill? Bastos eventually gets routed out, and this is looking a lot more favorable for Catsmile Gaming. They might actually get this first hill.
That was really well played sequence from them. I honestly thought that hill was going to go to BH3. Looking at the Slayers, you know, there's at least a deficit of like 10 here. But to get that point on the board, they're not going to go easily into the night. This series is going to be a good one. 1 point on. Still a few hills left to play for. Still 2 minutes of non-hill to play for at least. With the S7 in hand of Shad here, will he have the power to get that third point for his team, or at least get some time on the board? Or are Catsmile going to find themselves back in the respawn screen as the time ticks up?
An interesting use of the QT in close space. I'm sure they weren't aiming for that initial engagement, but a great way to try and at least, you know, take advantage of them. You got to beat on where they're going to teleport over to. And now Catsmile Gaming want to be able to get to this open hill. So difficult to do whenever you're just being pushed down and bullied by Bastos. At 20 and 11 for their efforts, but even Mo's is a couple ticks higher than that. And again, looks like BH3 should be able to get this third hill pretty handedly, yet they're actually finding themselves spun around from that tower side position, so Bastos is going to go back to work.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see Bastos go around for the flank there as he used sat on concrete. Great position to watch A-spawners run past, but the way that unfolded, I think Catsmile kind of knew he was there and they just all went the other way, and you saw that momentary flip of control, but BH3 just not having any of it. The way that they're slaying out on Catsmile right now, it doesn't matter that they're losing the hill for a couple of seconds. Free grenade there coming in just to keep the hill back in the neutral. It's just, there's so much pressure coming in. There's so much pressure coming in at such a speed that even though Catsmile are finding kills, it's not quite enough, and BH3 are able to come in at higher speed and just take the time that they need. It doesn't feel scrappy, Monkey Man. It feels methodical.
Yeah, no. Oh, nice double. Shad, eyes in the back of his head. Spidey spins, absolutely tingling. They're going to try and get one more kill. Oh, just an unconfirmed triple as they were a couple of seconds late to getting the full multiplier. But yeah, Catsmile Gaming has been trying to punch up, and they're getting elbowed down. It's Muay Thai versus a boxer, and they just don't have the fundamentals for it. First map, BH3. They were not left sleeping or lacking. They completely took this one by storm.
Yeah, absolutely not. And even at the end of the match, you saw how we could see how Shad was just holding A there so that as the spawners came in from Catsmile, he was blocking it. So all of BH3 just knew they were going to spawn on B. And even though the game had finished, they were still getting killed. So if that doesn't send a message, I don't know what will. But it is the first game of a best of 5 with Aquarius next. So still plenty more to play for. Scoreboard coming up here. Do you want to take us through it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, pretty much it's exactly what we got to see for the majority of that map. Moz and Bastos putting on a show, not without Shad and Sunrise also just kind of accumulating some great overall info as well as laying down the damage. feels like there was kind of that lack of overall supremacy that we got to find in the previous matchup for both Warlord and Subatomic. I mean, with 22 deaths out of Warlord, not exactly his greatest showing. You know he wants to bounce back from it. And into these King of the Hills, they are basically structured and guided slayers. So gotta think that we're gonna see somewhat of a similar feature going into this slay, but there's not the power weapons. You're gonna have all of the OS. That's going to try and get countered out of the plasma pistol when we work back towards Aquarius, but more than 6k damage out of Moze. That dude is deadly.
Yeah, speaking of damage, there was a delta of around 5,000 between the teams there, and you know, Live Fire is a map where there is a lot of space for it to snowball a little bit. It's quite small. There's lots of movement tech that you can use to get around it, and we might not see that as much in other maps. You know, we are going to Aquarius next, which again is a very fast-paced and chaotic map. And with it being Slayer as well, the way we just saw that Live Fire get played, Catsmile really need to think about the way that they're going to not allow BH3 to collapse on them and methodically block their spawns like they did in that objective game type, because Slayer Aquarius is incredibly unforgiving if you let the other team get space.
Yeah, this just in terms of kind of other esports, this is the equivalent to Valorant's Ascent. It is a very measured, very symmetrical, and very, hey, you better be good at Slayer, and the combination of you and your teammates is going to get exposed if you are unready. So seeing, you know, just really what can be brought to the table by Catsmile Gaming, they were great on Solitude. That's not what this is. There is no shock rifle to showcase. There's an overshield right in the top middle of things, and you have one counter in that in terms of the plasma. See if that can maybe work out. Maybe they have to vie for the weapon over top utility instead. Otherwise, I'm looking at Bastos and Moze maybe to continue that same kind of dominant dad-style run, pull out the belt, and maybe whip these kids around. So if they intend to actually get beyond a CTF, this has got to be where Catsmile Gaming does find themselves in a better position. Just can't let this be a 10-kill spread.
Yeah, for sure. And as we go into this game too, battle rifle in hand, you know, you just really need to be thinking about the fact that if you're going to get thrown in the death box that is back fridge, you just have to make sure that you're just going to try and have to get into the back of the base or something. With the overshield here for Moze, you know, the game has been off to a bit of a slow start. Both teams know they can't give space immediately to the other team. I am wondering whether we're going to see a bit of a standoff style game here, depending how the teams feel each other out. Although BH3, 3 points ahead already. We'll see if they can extend that confidence into the next couple of minutes.
They do at least limit the overall damage caused by that overshield.
Yeah.
Just a couple kills accumulated. I believe that was by Moze. Nice pickup there by Shad as well, as it's a 2-kill split. I subscribe to your line of thought. I don't think that this is going to get ramped up too fast. It's going to be a much tighter contest, and may actually just come down to who can slide that rule along the abacus a bit more. 1 kill difference, and Catsmile Gaming receiving as much as they're giving.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel like we're going to see a lot of trades. Like, we're going to see maybe Moze go down here. They're going to trade it for someone else. See Subatomic just respawning for his team. No, they don't get a return, so the score does stay at 10-9 towards Catsmile here. Nice little retreat with the thruster. I like how the meta for this map, or sort of the way it's played, has changed over time. We've seen the thruster packs go to longer respawns. We've seen changes to the sidekick. We've seen the map go from camo to QT, back to overshield. I like how this map, despite how small and fast it is, it's been played in different ways over different periods of time. Gone are the days of the sizzle sticks backing down on the Car 2. As we see this game, still only a gap of 1. Nice hold from Shad here as he sees some of the players hiding in the blue fridge as the overshield coming up soon. Deaths here not good, triple kill coming in. This is where we might see the game move a little bit. We've got a lot of momentum. 3 went down. We've got the overshield in hand for BH3. You really need to be slow if you're on Catsmile. And there we see again. 3 down, lead extended.
That's a 5-kill spread immediately off of a triple, then a double. That's a fantastic combination. If you're BH3, another overshield. This one pulled by Sunrise, and that the battle rifle. That's That's my missing bay. I need that one to come back to the forefront, please. Especially with the way that this gun skin looks onto it. Hoping to be able to get their own extra multiplier, but that's gonna be a killing spree for Sunrise. And with the way they're stacking up the numbers here, Adam, Catsmile Gaming is quickly falling behind.
Yeah, and again, the spawn control. You can see that Sunrise was holding Fridge to get Catsmile to spawn in the back of Blue Base. Look at this collapse coming in now. Subatomic finds 2 players in Carbine. He tries to get out. Just get taken out. But you see the likes of Bastos, Shad, and Most all down in the respawn screen. Only a difference of 3 now. It's all about controlling position, see where the team's going to spawn. Because there are no sort of alternative routes on this map. Chica Grenade going down. 2 assists and a kill. Very nice. With 3 players down, it's a difference of 1 again.
They can't ever discount it because, you know, with the way that the symmetry is onto this map, it's not exactly like it's too outside the wheelhouse to just kind of know where some of these rotations will come through. And it's about, you know, really getting the team there at the moment you need them. There was a 6-kill difference. We've gotten it down to nearly even. Again, BH3 has been kind of pulling the nose of the kitten, maybe the whiskers in kind, as Catsmile Gaming is still falling behind just such. Fast toss from this upper mid position, hoping to get to yet another overshield. I don't think we've seen Catsmile Gaming to get to that OS as of yet.
I believe you're right, and just looking at the scoreboard here, I really feel like Shad is keeping his team in the game. Sunrise also a large contribution to that effort of this 3-kill lead that they have, but the consistency of Sunrise and Shad is keeping them ahead, especially when you've got players like that. Bastos does not want me to compliment his teammates about him receiving a compliment as well. Managing to get himself a little 2-for-1, extending the lead out to a 6. Heatwave looking really sad on the weapon rack as Shad walks past it. But yeah, this is it now. The 7-kill lead, 8-kill lead towards the end of the map. They're blocking spawns. They're waiting for the respawns to come up so they can collapse on them again. All once again surgical from BH3. Even though 3 get taken down, the idea was there.
And they're gonna have to have even more galaxy brain moments, as it feels like BH3 is willing to take that test and pass it with flying colors. I believe it's been at least 3, maybe even 4 OSs picked up by BH3, and they've always run with purpose. It's down to just a 4-kill spread. This one's not done. The whistle not blown. The fat lady is warming up, but she's not singing. Catsmile Gaming got a chance here, but BH3, these trades are going to be in their favor for the long term, and they're going to be very tedious and meticulous about the way they take these next few fights.
Yeah, Marine is doing his best to try and keep his team in the game. 13 and 12 himself, but the pressure coming in from the other team is too much. See there, 2 players in front and behind Sunrise as he gets sent, as his teammate gets sent to the respawn screen. But there's the way that they're manipulating the bottom of the map there. I feel like Catsmile did well to get 2 kills out of that, but it's just the danger zone here. You got 1 kill, you can't take a fight out like there, in there like that. It's just too dangerous, and the second game's over. So 2-0 at the moment to BH3.
Yeah, welcoming them into the kill box and then ultimately ushered them out very quickly. It was only a 6-kill spread, but it was very. It was measured. There was only a couple times I think that we saw just a 1 or 2 kill advantage in favor of Catsmile Gaming. And I mean, let's drop into it. You had called up Marine, and that's definitely someone that we were looking at as a big playmaker onto the previous series. Even with Warlord and Subatomic, they were pumping out early numbers. This time around, Marine stays ahead with it, but it was Moze and Sunrise eventually eclipsing Shad, who was actually consistent for the majority of that game to keep his team able to make those larger plays on the other side.
Yeah, and if you look at all the spreads on this scoreboard with the assists and things, like relatively speaking, the assists between the teams is pretty close, right? The teams are disciplined. There was moments where both of them knew they had the advantage. You said Shad, we said at one point was at like 12 and 7 or something like that. And even the damage spread, look, through the teams, the damage is relatively similar. Catsmile, a few of their players on 2,800 damage. Marine himself on 3,000. Franklin, though, putting in the 4,500, the highest damage in the game, despite being on the losing team. So he was really trying to keep his team in there. Damage and pressure being a really big one. He played really well, but unfortunately, as a team collectively, BH3 managed to get that damage coming in from different sources and get the 51st.
Yeah, Franklin living my ranked life, unfortunately, in that second map. I felt that in my heart and in my arthritis. So we go into our third and possibly final map here for this lower final. It's going to be Unforbidden, as we got CTF coming online. Again, snipe control as well as that mid bridge into OS. And this is another one kind of a serious to the side of Empyrean. Once you make it around that major walkway, it becomes one final kind of heroic moment to stop the flag caps from coming through. But when you think about Empyrean, you have more options for those, because it depends on how you're rotating those snipers to give those extra lanes of rotation.
Yeah, and this map especially is going to be a bit of a change between the last two maps. So both Live Fire and Aquarius are quite fast-paced. Forbidden is much, much larger. You know, a lot of people were saying this map is not an 8-player map, it's a 10-player map, etc. We're going to see a change in the way that it's played here. The rate that these teams are going to be fighting and taking their movement is going to be slower. The amount of time needed to capture the flag is longer. So we're going to see some holding out on street. We'll have to see how much of a difference between the teams there are, whether they run it over top mid or they run it down the large ramp. But overall, a much slower game in terms of what we've had this series so far.
Well, slow and steady. I've been told it wins the race, but breakneck speed is also able to leave people in the dust. We'll get to see what kind of velocity is driven here in our map number 3. CTF brought up half the team going down here for BH3. Catsmile Gaming does not want to give up this territory for free. Marine is running it down into Blue Bays. They got the snipe online. They want to take some heads before they start getting that flagpole.
Yeah, that was a great melting of the overshield at the start of the game there from Catsmile as BH3 tried to make a play, so that really stopped them in their tracks. Keeping the sniper at the back here from Marine on the in the opponent's base, that is really going to throw them for a loop when they find out that you're there, because you don't expect to get a 50 caliber shot to the back of the head, and if they get another kill, there might be a chance to move the spawns or potentially get some power onto the flag here. But off screen we just saw 2 players from Marine's team die, so we're going to see a little bit of a slowdown once again, a little bit of a duel there. Sticky just missed in Astos' helmet, and we're back to evens here.
Definitely hunting down Bastos from that outward angle because they wanted to take down their counter snipe opposition. Seeing if that could have worked out. You had mentioned it before whenever we got to see the same kind of play on Empyrean, so bringing that to Forbidden feels like the right way to do it. BH3 though does not bat an eye as they kind of wag a finger at them trying to infiltrate deep. 2v1 here on top mid. Maybe first real pull will be by BH3. It seems they're up to do so, and then again they're winning the numbers game. They won't exactly have a Spartan remaining though as they get towards that flag.
Yeah, great move from Shad there. I don't think he expected some of the players from Catsmile to spawn the way they did. He was trying to cut through and get a flank by using the pillar as cover, and it did work for the most part until they found another player on the back ramp. So they are taking the initiative. They're not just waiting for the spawns to come up. They're trying to play aggressive. And there's some of the players here from Catsmile tried to push up with 3 down. We might see some form of a flag run, but no, Franklin takes Moz down to stop it in its tracks there. Respawn is coming back up. That could have gone really badly for Catsmile really fast. But the flag was ransomer. How did we not notice that? I didn't notice they'd even taken the flag. Did you notice that?
Well, it had been chucked all the way underneath that bottom bridge, and then Moz just decided, you know what, I've got an overshield, let me just completely take all their focus towards me. And it worked like a charm. I guess they have some catnip in that Spartan armor. Mjolnir coming with a new function I didn't recognize. So Catsmile went 3v1 on top of Moz. Enough time given for their teammate to be able to tag that one all the way around, and it's going to be another pull this time. BH3 trying to run it up.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're blocking the spawn in the base side and getting spawn on the lower side in the sniper rifle, but you can see that the way that they're stopping Catsmile from getting any sort of crossfire into the flag, it's debilitating. We've seen the entire team die now like 3 times. The Sunrise is just trying to run circles around. They have managed to push around now, so maybe a little bit of wasted time, but the momentum of the game right now, BH3 are controlling their side of the map, and I'm surprised that I was distracted enough to not notice the flag had been run, so I guess I guess it's my eyes as well as my knees, what you were saying earlier on about being old.
You know what? Age comes for us all. It's inevitable. Even just like an AI starting to go a little bit rampant. And so far, that's exactly what BH3 is going. A little bit crazy out there as Catsmile gets constantly caught into their respawn position. Moe's as a sniper, they're getting off angled right now, and then they thought to get clever about it. Shad has another boomstick in the old hands as they try to finally make the rest of this run. They headed towards bridge. They'd initially dropped this flag and back into water when they first pulled, and I thought they'd fumbled the bag. Well, they're not fumbling at all. In fact, they find themselves 2-0. They're one flag away from getting all the way back to that grand final.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times this game now that BH3 have managed to funnel Catsmile into scenarios that they don't want up on that top ramp because of how they're isolating parts of the map. The overshield player here to get the flag moving was good, but the time that they took to do it was too long. And I'm thinking Warlord maybe thought he had more support than what he actually did. Sniper bullet there, finding the likes of Marine, I believe. As he goes down. So back to a neutral state again, but 2 up. 2 up for BH3 right now.
Yeah, it's as neutral as the cool kids already sitting at the table, and you have to set your tray somewhere. And it's a long, long way to the other side of the room. A BH3, cozy position. We've gotten about 5 minutes here into this game. A perfect out of Sunrise to lay down the law of the land. Catsmile Gaming hoping to infiltrate. You see them swinging out towards that sniper corner position, and they're just getting sniffed out wherever they go, and Sunrise is inevitable and highly immortal at times.
I really enjoy in games like this how you can see that each team forms a line. You can literally, if you had like a bird's eye view of the map, you could draw literally a horizontal line across the front that they formed, and a really good example was the fight we saw there. Or even though 2 players from BH3 were in the middle of the map, they formed a perfect line parallel with the other 2 teammates on there. So Mo's getting the triple kill here. It's just the coordination from them is great, and you can see it in all the clips that keep coming through. Catsmile now forced into the back of their base again. Mo's keeping up the top. You can see the pips on the screen. Some of the other players pushing around to the sniper rifle. We can't quite see who it is. Just on the street there coming across. And 4 down. Spawns are getting blocked, so we're going to see them in the back of the base. There you go. Playing this map so well.
Should be actually the end of it, really. Every time they've gotten over this mid-threshold, it's Catsmile Gaming that's been unable to stop them. BH3, as just methodical and as scientific as these mad scientists really have been, they bring it over the line, a 3-0 sweep, and it's a complete change of a quality opponent. Able to get the job done. They're going back into the grands, and they have another date, a rematch with ITB. I mean, was that enough of a warm-up for them? Because it felt like they were just in full control that entire time.
There was plenty of moments from Catsmile showing them that they have the in them to like get with the gunplay, with the movement, with the locking down areas. We saw hills taken, we saw flags taken, we saw the Slayer had a gap, but it wasn't that far. Looking at the board on here, Mo's 21-8. We saw a lot of sniper clips of him there, really pulling it through for his team. But even everyone else, Shad 13 kills, 10 deaths, 9 assists. Bastos still getting the highest assists on his team with 8 kills. So everyone had a part to play, but Mo's really going on a tear there.
And I feel like that's going to be a non-stop feature, not just here for the kickoff seeding tournaments, but as well as going on to land. 5,400 damage, just 3 short of making it 55. That's a pretty enormous delta, and really that's what constantly was the playmaking and calling and employing to make sure Catsmile couldn't get back into this matchup. A 3-0 sweep. And I said it before that they would have a rematch. It's actually not going to be happening. ITB has gotten to do ITB things. So BH3 Esports actually, because of that, ends up kind of in a first position. So considering that they had lost into that game 5, ITB said, all right, see you never. Maybe just next week for more seeding. You gotta feel like, all right, they wanted more. They're gonna have to make another week's time before they get that extra chance. What do they simply got to do to make sure that maybe they can get advantage over ITB going into the next one?
I mean, the thing with especially the top 3 spaces here, talk about BH3 and Catsmile as well, is that another week is another week, right? At this level, teams are going to find holes in the strategy of other people. and they're also gonna find that the holes that are going to be punished really badly. We do actually. I think we said we don't have a match. We do actually have a match for the grand final. We thought we didn't, but we actually do. So ITB are going to play BH3. The voice in my head is saying. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, another week. You've got time to VOD review. You've got time to look over his team. We are going to go to a quick break. I'm keeping one man out of this so we can get to. Sorry, dude. Quick break. We will be back soon. We'll be having that the grand final for you here on the stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Queen solidified themselves as a duo. They would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember. It's been so long ago, but because when all this came out, like, all these girls were like, oh, free agents, like, all these lists came about, and, like, I was a free agent or whatever. I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch, like, didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was, like, a team of 2 with Domino. And that, like, got me, my feelings were hurt. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like, I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with Haley. And Haley, like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember, like, I don't know who it was, but it came up, like, in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a 4th. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I don't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because they were all individually good. And then Katie and Jen had, like, been playing together for a little bit and had, like, this, like, duo-ship, basically. So they already had, like, some sort of teamwork, so it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just, like, plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know? But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they'll be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org, and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually, like, signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also, like, very dominant and, like, we're also, like, didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by, like, these badass chicks. And, like,
yeah, it was
whenever
like an
we had to...
all-female-owned org.
Yeah, and they were, like, European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't, like, a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're
like,
just, like, competitive, you know?
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like, that's why I said earlier, like, we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of like took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's
so
the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support
Yeah.
system. It was just like you were a female on the game,
Yep.
and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So
gunning
like
for each other.
right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and like I think
Yeah.
that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean,
Well,
we
it was
were
like the
toxic.
first. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top, we were like entertaining the hate, and so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit, because like we weren't going to take any shit like that.
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
Play? No, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through their competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite.
No confusion, no chaos, just answers as we get into the results now, going forward into the grand finals of our first kickoff seeding tournament, going into the big land in a couple of weeks again, for maybe the final time I have to reintroduce. I'm Hale Monkey Man alongside Vanadum and Adam. We have a grand final hot online, a rematch of the winners final. BH3 taking care of business, making sure to swing the stick and land on target against Cat Smile Gaming all of a moment ago. Now they get to re-swing, see if they're ready to go. Loosened up, it's gonna be ITB that stands in front of them. We go to Fortress.
And hold on, what map is this? You're saying Fortress. This for me, this is like the first time I've seen it on broadcast. Got to play it in London, had a long break. I really like this map. I've spent all this week trying to learn the callouts for this thing, so anyone in chat, if I get the callouts wrong, just roast the hell out of me. But I really like this map. I think it plays really well. Quintessential Halo. I don't know if other people share that sentiment, but as we're in the bottom of the trench here, see there's a fight going on with the sniper rifle. Hanging down here, some angles through the enemies. Archers, but not as much pressure as you would want. Being on the side ramp there from Bastos, really annoying to try and deal with. 3 players do indeed go down for the likes of ITB. Red players now at sort of the flag. So we're going to see them spawn up on elbow there. Who's trying to stop as it goes up the tower. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I've been playing this one a lot, especially into Slayer, but not a lot when it comes to CTF. You have a tough time navigating the flag out of either side fortress because of how it's both wide and open, but also narrow. As soon as they come off of that elbow position, you're basically in full target range. It's not clean escapes to get through so much of this. And then this mid position also has these outer spiral cliffs that if you are able to find either a snipe or just an overall kind of Overwatch position to use, you've become so powerful, especially for your teammate to rotate.
Yeah, and as we see the flag zoom across the screen there, Wooten with it in hand, love keyboard running for flag. We get the first score of the series, so 1-0 to ITB at the moment. I was going to say this map, it kind of feels to me, for anyone who's been around since Halo 2, it kind of feels like if Sanctuary and Warlock had a child. That's what this map feels like to me, and I really like it. But these teams right now, a lot of fights going on in the middle. There's a lot of rat runs on Eamon Command, and 3 players going again down for BH3 as we see Glory pull the flag. This is going pretty quick.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why it's a 5 cap and not a 3. You gotta make sure you're kind of ready to go receive as often as you get, and that's because you have so many quick skirmishes that do kick off. Can they complete that kill? Yes, they do. So half of BH3 does hit the floor, and SLG and the rest of the gang really been very influential across this. You got a couple stacked up now. ITB not left in the cold, though they were watching BH3 have some fun out there. SLG doesn't quite win that fight, but they do have a very shieldless Spartan, and BH3 now kind of on their heels one more time. ITB relentless at this point.
Well, Mo's not quite expecting to find Snipe Drone, and his spiral there does get taken out by the likes of Bastos, but the flag is no longer on the podium, so as SLG is trying to get across and take it directly through BH3, we see Bastos here trying to get a return. So we've not seen much of BH3 on the side of Into the Breach here. It's going to take a little bit more pressure to get over to their side of the map. With the top side of this map being so open, Monkey Man, it's kind of hard to get that initial push over without some of the enemy players being dead, especially if you can't control the middle wing part of the map. It is quite difficult to get over.
Yeah, it also is very interesting to see how for the majority of the first 2 caps of this map, we've not seen the upper towers be that influential. Obviously, you had some early sniping. Bastos has been pushed off of position because they did give themselves away as trying to take that long cross position. They want to find this off the double tap. They finally get it. But they were working so much from in the trenches, just off the wings. That is a wonderful snipe down. Bastos trying to do it again, recognizing that they're running down into mid, and they're bringing the fight straight to him.
Yeah, the sniper, the towers on this map, especially with plays like this, if you're in the tower, you're going to get greeted by like 6 frag grenades. And standing on there is not too great, as Wooten just find out as he gets the bullet to the dome as well. The top side of the map is going to be used more cautiously by higher level teams, right? Like, you're not going to see like the matchmaking shenanigans usually see, where people just camp in the tower and stay on the top side of the map for no good reason. It'll be a lot more systematic. You see the push here from Glory, taking space on the other team's side of the map with the sniper rifle. The amount of pressure that generates, despite him being killed, can definitely slow down the game when the other team's trying to push across.
See so many falling actually here for ITB. It's been a kind of a rare feature for BH3 to have more open floor space using that extra repulse. And I love the way that they position that just outside of tower to give you a chance to ride the elevator almost immediately, get their own shots. Bastos and the gang running forward one more time, and it's looking like they're trying to get that first cap. It goes to open mid tower and going for that fist fight. A trade actually plays in favor of BH3, but only if you have players remaining, and there's only one guy, and they're using the repulsor to get that flag on back.
Yeah, one of the few ways you can interact with your own flag is indeed with the repulsor. So if you didn't know that, you can knock it off the map, you can knock it backwards. It is one of the only ways that you can affect the physics of your own team's flag.
Just playing with gravity. Some weird sorcerer. At this point, really the magic that's been done is ITB busting out to an early start. 2-0. We now go into that weird lull, about 5.5 minutes have been ticked on to the clock, and quick 360 just to add it to the old stat line. Another big pull. Snipe drone is on an Overwatch position on this cross. Going to try and play for survival. They got a teammate that's coming out from that low basement position, and it's such a maze down there, Adam. You never know who's going to be kind of popping out right from behind you in your own fortress side.
Yeah, and especially, you know, when there's pressure going on like this, SLG has just gone down, but I was going to say in that previous engagement, having someone on the top mid, like on the wing area, above Overshield, so debilitating to the team. SLG has been such a pain in the ass to BH3 for so long there. It essentially just stopped the game, like at least 20 seconds. And as we see them push again, you're probably going to see Glory push through with the Overshield here to try and get some sort of position again. I think in the corner there, we just saw SLG go up, get the flag, move across, and he's going up there again.
Such clean movement out of Glory. They knew they had that Overshield. They had basically free damage to put down in distance, and this is going to be a third cap now. We're into the breach. Glory getting directly involved with it. So BH3, they're going to come out large, and I guess it was a 3 cap. I thought, okay, cool. All right, so that one's done. All right, so instead of being a 5 cap, I thought we were playing such speedball and you know, the same as Aquarius, that it was going to be like 5, and I was like, you know what, I'm cool with 5, but 3 hits the same way.
I feel like because the map's so open, 5 probably would take quite a while because it's hard to consistently get across. But I didn't know it was 3 either, to be honest. I thought it was 5. So yeah, amateur hour. There we go. But looking at the stats, I think that we might have in a moment. You know, it was a very convincing show from ITB, right? There was constant, you know, pressure. The positioning, we were talking about the likes of SLG taking the wing. We were talking about the use of the sneaky side in front of tower on the other team's side of the map. There was just constant prevention of any real push from ITB for BH3 to do. It was very one-sided.
Yeah, I'm the type of player that I get onto that map and I'm a basement dweller. I will run the low archway outside of those the repulsor spawns, and then I will sneak onto the back end and pray that no one just kind of sees me. But Woodham leading the lobby, at least in total kills, but everyone on the side of ITB really was influential from the beginning of the map and really kind of setting that standard pace that you have to chase. And we've seen speed kill for most teams that are unable to keep up with that velocity. That's why they got that armor in the first place. Just so that, you know, skin doesn't go lopping off as you're trying to run as fast as you can. Slayer on the other side of that CTF will be going over on Solitude. So, you know, shock rifle and camo, tale as old as time.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes, because last time we saw BH3 on this map, they were controlling the camo, they were controlling the shock rifle, and they were using the rotations of the spawns and the camo together to get loads of sneaky snipes. ITB are not going to let them do that. I think that's pretty obvious, but, you know, we have to say it anyway. The start of this map's going to be quite important because neither team is going to allow space for the other to do anything. Solitude, as we said, is the western shootout down the corridors until someone gets an advantage, and then you just get rotated constantly unless you can stop the other team because of how easy it is to traverse the map.
Reminds me of my favorite still frame, get rotated, nerd. Shark being spun around upside down. Early lead here right now for Into the Breach, as BH3 is being crushed from all sides. And, you know, you had said that they're not going to let it happen to them, and that's because they've got that same game plan, shock rifle in hand, for Woodham. They're taking that fight from distance while their teammates are just running it down towards that blue lobby.
Yeah, they're not giving them any time to spawn. Look at the absolute chaos unfolding at the side of blue there. Probably going to see some of the red players come up in Tram here, so this is going to be a staggered spawn for them. SLG going down for the likes of Into the Breach. 2 players are going to come up down Tram side. We're going to see some engagements probably on red. Someone might push posters here, so the crossfire, you're going to have to be careful. You can see that blue, you can see the fighting loop at the corner of your screen. It looks like they traded out potentially there, can't quite tell. But the ninja, the online ninja from Wootham, you hate to see it, but sometimes that's just how it goes.
And that's you get a ninja to complete a killing spree as well. He'd been sliding around. He'd been making sure to make great connections and using the entirety of that pack off of the shock rifle to full effect. So even with all that going down, it's just a 5-kill lead. They try to use that repulsor, and it's going to be off of the stick, so they get that one as they toss a hot plasma straight into their face. Woodham at 7-1. Really flexing out here into the Slayer.
Yeah, I'm an enjoyer of the repulsor and the plasma grenade sort of back to back. It is a little cheap, but it's hilarious every time it happens. It's a very consistent way to get sticks. You're not super aware of that at this point in the game, but as we see here, the gameplay once again from ITB just keeping up the pressure. Even though Bastos is trying to get some form of push onto Tram, trying to keep Snipe Drone into the back of that spawn so they can collapse on it. William's taking the bottom of the map, takes out Sunrise, gets a bit of pressure on. Through U-bend, there's just no space here, Monkey Man. It doesn't matter what goes on here. The crossfires and the positioning from ITB combined with SLG with the camo. BH3 ain't having a good time.
Yeah, ITB is T-pose helicopter spinning, and it is full fist to face every single time. BH3 thinks that they have any moment to move and to breathe. Look at all three trapped into this corner. You don't want to have to live here, and SLG is just hop, skip, and jumping, tossing someone away. They get a pancake for their extra efforts. Wow. On the other end, if we go right back to Woodham, 13-3. They are blitzing through this BH3 trio.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, in HCS as well as in previous EHL competitions, Solitude can be a very one-sided map. As Shad finds a bolt of lightning going straight through his head. But yeah, this map can snowball quite heavily. It's very similar to Aquarius in that regard, despite the fact that it's much bigger. If you're able to move and to predict spawns accurately with crossfires, being on the receiving end of that on this map is horrendous. It is so hard to get out of it. It's kind of one of the reasons why Interference got removed from the map pool, because of the spawn traps in that. And while Solitude isn't as bad, it is still almost as unforgiving in some ways because how the resources are spread across the map.
I hope you guys are warming up the grills because a steaktacular is brewing on the other end of this. ITB, they wanted to go downhill running, and it feels like all the snow blinds that I've been experiencing has given them a quick slick to try and dip BH3 into a 2-0 hole in this overall series play. 5 kills to go. ITB is absolutely brutalizing BH3.
Yeah, this is a pretty quick slayer, should we say. We're not been in the game for that long, and the methodical takedown of BH3, that's gonna, you know, you gotta. This is a best of 5, right? This is game 2. The first game was pretty quick. The second game's been very quick. So the mental game now has to be a full reset. You can't let the previous 2 have an effect on the third at this point. If you're wanting to win this series, if you're trying to stay in it, the live fight King of the Hill that's coming up next, you got to have a big mental reset. Because as we know, ITB, one of the heavy hitters.
Ugh. Well, first off, Woodham's mom's in the chat. They're actually seeing their son just be on fire, which is nonstop facts. 20-6 with 5 assists. Burning hot. The entirety of ITB really just laying it out there that they're going to get the job done, and they're going to try and do it in 3-0 fashion. 15.7 KDA, not a bad day at the office, if you ask anyone. BH3, that was kind of an absentee ballot situation. Just wasn't even there, just kind of phoned it in and thought that they'd be able to kind of press on in. As we go into a King of the Hill situation on live fire, they didn't need that much damage to get the job done, but King of the Hill is just an extension of Slayer by just knowing pretty much at least where 1/4 of your opponent is going to be. They've got to set the tone early, but I feel like this one is a momentum shift that BH3 might not be able to stop.
No, I feel like going into live fire and what we've seen so far over the controller map from ITB, BH3 are really going to have to watch themselves here, because even though they made Cat Smile, they forced Cat Smile into a bad decision in their previous series. I feel like ITB have the pressure to do that to BH3 here, and it's going to be how they react to that, how this game goes. If we see BH3 just go camo, sniper tower, B straight away, and they just get all of it, it's not going to be a great start to the match, and it might dictate the rest of it based on the morale that you might be able to see through the gameplay of BH3.
Well, and the good news, though, this is our first of 2 seeding tournaments, so there's at least another chance to maybe kind of bounce back from that. Doesn't matter what the overall kind of series play ends up being. It's about getting that dub at the end of it. So ITB trying to assert themselves as the kings of the castle, and everyone else is a dirty rascal. But there will be another week to make sure that that continues to be true. I also like seeing that there is some level of growth from that winners final into this grand final, because you had Woodham and the gang. They allowed a couple to kind of slip on through. BH3 was a feistier beast that they had to contend with. This time around, they want to leave no doubts, and we're hoping that BH3 bit of a learning curve at this point in time, but is able to do the same thing. It's not like they haven't been in these moments before, but they're fighting against a completely more evolved monster.
Yeah, and it's not like they haven't taken maps off them. Like, let's not forget, earlier in the bracket today, they took a best of 5 to the 5th match. ITB won 3-2. So it's not insurmountable. Like, I know the first 2 games we've just seen have been very convincing, but we've also seen them play earlier today where it was much closer. So they're still in it. I think there's not a lot of space for error, obviously, and with the momentum BH3 have, it's been very convincing thus far, but BH3 still have it in them, and as we said, they're not letting them have everything. 2 players down, spawn control over bridge onto the hill. Glory can't do anything with 3 of his teammates down. It's some time on the clock for BH3 at the start of the game. It's a good start. Sniper's still up, Camo's just about to respawn.
This is the premium position that Glory wants to be in. They know that they either got to get the sniper into his hands or into Woodham's, and this is exactly why, because losing that first fight is not indicative of getting that map, or rather that first hill lost completely. I think that was a team nade that Woodham had to dodge, but they get the no-scope so quickly. Dominating off of that QT spawn area.
Yeah, and I think we just heard the camo go somewhere. I'm not quite sure where that is at the moment, but someone does have it. 2 coming in for a big door, gets the 2-for-1, shoots Moz. Again, looked like a headshot from our end, but he still died anyway. 2 players down for the likes of BH3, getting some time here as the hill does get some competition. You can hear the little ping there, the ping of stress when the hill is contested. But 3 players down, game comes to a standstill. Sniper ready to take off the next head that comes through that door.
BH3 hoping to put on their toughest helmet.
Ooh.
At least they get cheeky around it, recognizing that it's a funnel point, and the kill cam is right now in favor of Woodham. He's going to be sitting on hill, and I think that no one's going to unwedge them from that position. One of their teammates getting repelled from that low side hallway, and BH3, I think they're kind of settling for what comes next.
Ooh.
However, they do unseat Woodham from that chair, so they got a chance to maybe flip this around, but there's only a tick left before that ultimately goes to ITB.
Yeah, I felt like there when we were watching Wootham's POV, they thought they had the full lockdown. I was about to comment on how good the lockdown of the yard was there, as they were all looking probably towards like sandbags and elbow. But the only location that ITB couldn't see was indeed Pillar Door, and that's where the push came from, so Wootham lost it. And the ownership of this hill has flipped, but it looks like they might be able to steal it off the Monkey Man. It's neck and neck here as we've got 2 players in, but it's being contested. And he manages to get it as they both go down, and it's the first hill to BH3.
Oh, that was 2 separate 2v1 fights, and they found them not looking at the right angle. That was massive for BH3. Just a millimeter away is ITB, and maybe some hubris and maybe just a bit of lackadaisical, sight lines as ITB fumbles the bag on green. So now they're going to have to work towards a C platform, and BH3 starting to find a little bit of fire left in them.
Yeah, there was a little bit of sort of Uno reverse going on there, as I think it was SLG and I think maybe Snipe Drone who were fighting, I can't remember which player on BH3 it was, but they tried to isolate both angles by one going inside of B and one going down to the side. But the player on BH3 actually used that against them, and he isolated them, like he sort of did it back at them, and so he was able to get both duels individually and take the hill. It was really well played.
Yeah, this is BH3 that's recognizing they've got to take those extra lessons and give ITB a new wrinkle. Open the playbook at least to page number 2. See what comes next. At this point, it's looking a little bit similar. So here on hill number 2, it's a tougher hill to be able to get to because it's very exposed, both vertically as well as just kind of from every cardinal direction. Eventually, Woodham finds the first onto the step line, but they had so much of that initial shield taken out. That snipe drone on the re-engage actually gets taken down. That's 3 falling for ITB. BH3 is trying to offset this position.
I'm surprised in a few of those engagements. I was sure that with that grenade bounced up in the air, Wooten was going to get sent to respawn, but he didn't manage to kill him. And you can see just how important holding top tower is for this hill. The amount of deaths that we just saw on this corner alone was around 5 just there. So having this spot, really, you can look over the turbine side, you can help with the river side, you can look down mid. It's core to the success of this hill. So we're going to see Bastos holding this position for his team, despite ITB pushing up. It doesn't quite land the no-scope here. He's putting himself in a bit of a predicament. Manages to just catch Bastos in the leg, put a bit more time on the board, and suddenly the hill is, closing in on 80% towards BH3.
And you have these flexing moments where ITB feels like they should be able to kind of rush up into it. Shad has actually popped the QT so they can get some extra information and a lifeline to get the heck out of Dodge. All right, starting to get a little surprised here, Adam. 2-0 now for BH3. I know that King of the Hill can be a bit spicy depending on, you know, how you got to stand around. Gives your opponent at least a mind of where you have to be sitting. But BH3 is taking advantage of ITB not being able to complete the job.
Yeah, I was trying to look through the bracket to see what games they took earlier, and I'll refer back to that at some point during this game. But right now, you know, BH3 are not going quietly into the night. They want to take this to a minimum game 4 and prove how, like, their position in the sort of the EHL/EU scene in comparison to everyone else. Let's not forget, Catsmile tried really hard to take down BH3, and while they had some moments, they didn't really quite make it. BH3 here, despite how much ITB have been, you know, making it difficult for the teams today, they are holding their own in this game type. And historically, ITB have been it's been slayers that they've lost, not objective.
We finally get that footing onto that third hill. Starting to see how those slays really are kind of playing a big purpose. BH3 hasn't exactly won the majority. In fact, it's pretty even across both these teams. It's been very, very kind of fist fight heavy. Half the hill accumulated for this this A platform in that big open door, and ITB feeling a bit more secure, especially because they have that extension of space SLG with a double kill. That should set this respawn just enough all the way towards tower that BH3 is unable to catch up. They will surrender this first hill. ITB, they've got to feel a lot better about that. If they had let a third one through, this might have slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, and to refer back to the matches we were on about earlier today, on the bracket, the matches they played were in the winners round 4. So they've already played Livefire King of the Hill today against each other. And here we are again. You know, this game is really close. This game is really close. So at this point, I'm not convinced that this will be the final game in the series. Not by a long shot.
Oh, nice extra draw. Snipe drone goes down. Shad holding that top tower position off of this snipe position, or with this sniper. They make a nice tag. Trying to protect and burn some extra time. Now, this is where that neutral timer really comes into full effect here, Adam, is making sure, all right, we could get this third hill. How many players can we get off the board before that starts being our main concern? And then they catch them just as they leave their perch. So that has at least a couple extra sniper bullets in it to make use of, and they completely flip the script on this upwards of vertical control.
Absolutely, and looking at the slayers of this match here, there's only a difference. There's a delta of slayers between the team of around 7. Caster math there, so don't hold me exactly to that, just as Wootum gets like 6 frags thrown at his face. But that's not a big gap, and despite the hill score, with it being objective, you would expect it to be maybe closer than that, somewhat. Because the time that both teams have had in the hill is very comparable. We haven't seen any hills be, you know, very one-sided. The first hill especially was, we're talking pixels. So, with this hill potentially going to ITB, the second one, the hill time per team here, I would say, is incredibly close. It's going to come down to the efficiency of when the hill time is gotten rather than how much.
I mean, Captain James Force, my main man in the chat, as well as our field reporter that was here just a little bit ago casting this earlier on, reminding us that it was 3-2 on this map mode concept before it was ultimately going to a 7th hill in favor of ITB. So it's a similar feature. They've got to feel like it's a bit of deja vu, which makes you go crazy sometimes, having to deal with so much of that. I love at least the look in from that turbine position. And now we go towards mid snipe. This is where it becomes a frag fest, and can you survive the Michael Bay explosions?
Yeah, we're definitely going to see players holding top snipe and maybe the boxes on standby. So you can see the spawns coming in, but that very unfortunate little ching as you hear the grenade go off your teammate's ankle is not what you want when you stood mid. But yeah, James saying that this went 3-2 earlier for then a reverse of 4-3 from ITB. If you're on the side of BH3 right now and that's in your mind, you get this third hill. Just like, what is in Valorant, like the 3-9 curse or whatever it is, like you don't want this to be 3-2 and then get reversed again, so they're going to have to lock in as soon as they get this last hill.
getting this close as well, considering how much BH3 hit in that top mid, that would be their equivalent of getting C9'd. So hopefully that doesn't happen to them. But ITB has now recognized they've got to get this job done, and they cannot take it for granted. Snipe in the hand of guess who? Snipe Drone using an extra frag throw, and they just level. Shad go back to the respawn, get to watch this from distance. One extra left in the chamber, but those frag grenades eventually will unseat them. Trying to complete this third hill and maybe unlock this map point. That was massive. We are in the same feature we were in that winners final.
Yeah, that duel was pivotal. I was just as you were commentating over the snipes there, I was like, this duel is literally going to dictate the next sort of 2 minutes that we have left, maybe a minute and a half. Okay, I'm getting a bit excited and exaggerating, but I digress. That duel was very pivotal to what we're about to watch for the next minute or so. So now, ITB have to get 2 hills to win the game, not just forgetting the fact that we did see them come back from a 1 hill deficit to win 4-3 earlier today. So, as far as drama goes for the series today, we've got a brilliant minute and a half ahead of the ceiling left.
So one extra snipe bullet in there, but yeah, this is becoming theater, not just of the mind, but in the viewpoint for all the visors of these Spartans, but as well as everyone in the chat, as ITB sees themselves possibly dropping another map. They want to finish with authority, but BH3 is surviving just fine. It's a full frag toss, and that actually becomes a couple of assists as Snipe Drone holds the fort. Oh, does this start being the same narrative? BH3 recognizing that green has slipped away. We go to hill number 7. Can BH3 survive to fight into a map number 4? Does ITB finish the job?
Yeah, they absolutely did not have time to break that setup there. You could see them on the bridge and top mid waiting for the likes of BH3 to spawn in the back of A towards the turbine side, and they did not have time to go to B. They could not rush it, because if they did, they would have lost loads of time here. So again, an example today of just give your opponent 2 really bad choices, and hopefully they just pick neither of them, and you just get what you want.
It's like, oh, well, I gotta choose the worst of these. You know what? I just don't want to. Cool, you get nothing. All right, no investment, no glory. Oh, no! Just dropping straight down. Snipe Drone missed the box. Unfortunate. Can't quite get the scramble. As BH3 now sees this become a absolute fight fest out onto C-Plat. More than halfway into scoring form and fashion. ITB, they love this setup, but it was also taken by BH3 earlier on when they were in a 2-0 position of advantage. But it looks like ITB is set to put their fangs into the neck of BH3.
Definitely, and this is one of the moments where I wish that Halo had the spectator ability to show you all the shields of the team added together, so you could like see the collective shield health of the team to see where they are and who can fight. But it is the deja vu we were talking about in the chat. It is 4-3 to ITB to close out this series 3-0. So maybe a little depressing there for BH3 to lose in the same manner twice, but they definitely showed they have the ability to tussle with ITB, taking off them 2 maps today and almost taking a third, but at the end losing to them in 2 best-of-5s of today's tournament.
You know what? Same, but different, but same. BH3, this time around, couldn't quite peel away at least 1 map from the overly strong grasp that is ITB. Look at the overall kill spread. Obviously, ITB bringing their best foot forward. Woodham eclipsing with 25 and 19, but everyone involved. King of the Hill kind of gives a little bit of that credit across the board. But look at the assists. That really is the difference. ITB combo killers onto BH3 to finish that run.
Yeah, the delta here again, caster math is around 25 or so kills, 20 so kills. It was a lot closer than that when we were commenting on it earlier in the game, where the delta was only 7. And you could see that the hill setups that were left in that match really played to ITB's strategy, and that's where they started just outslaying and just laying down the pin as BH3 were trying to come through. And even amongst the assists, more kills, but proportionally way more assists for the team as well. You could see that, that each player had at least 10 assists on the team. As our observer scrambles to put back the scoreboard on, thank you very much. And even the damage, Bastos coming in with the 7,200 damage, rest of his teammates in slightly lower numbers. ITB consistently above the 7k mark, so the pressure there from that team, absolutely massive.
And that does secure ITB at minimum for our first of 2 seeding tournaments for the European Halo kickoff for 2025. The #1 seed. So congratulations to them. BH3 will be a step short, be at that #2 position. And, you know, it's got to feel good the way that some of this performance has come through today to feel like, okay, we've at least kind of separated ourselves a bit of space going for this first week before the LAN.
And looking at some of the replays we've got on screen, there was moments of greatness from various teams, and despite the fact that, you know, BH3 had to face ITB twice, lots of players have really put themselves forward today and brought up some really great clips. You can see the highlights here, whether it's with the sniper, whether it's multi-kills with the bandit, whether it's just sticking someone and causing them to be sent back to the respawn screen in anger. And that was, I wasn't even here for that one. That was disgusting, like 2 back-to-back doubles there, as well as the red. It's just been a great day of players.
Oh, it definitely has. You know, anytime I get to be able to see Halo on a Sunday is a great day for me, especially a bit sleep deprived, but I wake up. It's real talk of real stuff when you come over this way to see the work that is being done in some European Halo. So BH3, there's some work to do, and you know, I think ITB, so recognizing that a couple of those maps fell by the wayside, there's still work to do, improvement to be had. This is going to be a more in-depth region going into 2025, and they aim to make sure that kickoff LAN is going to be just as influential. Love getting that, just a full send to make sure every kind of play was pulled out of the playbook today.
Yeah, and it's great to be back casting. You know, the off season is the most important time of like what's going to happen for the next part of it. And with the LAN being in 2 weeks' time, and with us having the seeding tournament now, there's no better time to sort of get yourself back and figure out where you are with Halo in preparation for the next season. So don't forget, you can join us online in 2 weeks to watch the LAN, which will be broadcast on Twitch and on YouTube as well. So go subscribe to YouTube if you haven't done that. But as far as we're concerned, well, I think we've got one more thing left to say, and it's the sponsor of the slot, and it is indeed the game Next, which will be available at the LAN, as well as you can see the graphic playing after we talk about the gameplay. It is available on Steam to wishlist as well. We hope you enjoyed today. We will be back next week. You'll see myself, as well as other members from the team. Monkey Man may be here. He's not told me yet. But
I think I am.
I think I am. But that's it from us for today. From us, from all of the producer team and everyone else. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week. Hopefully, we'll see you at the LAN as well.